But we're going to kick off this morning bypassing the rocks with the NorCal Rock Racing. In the NorCal race number 1, it looks like John Bonanno, Chris Payer, Clint Stanley, and David Rodart. This is the UTV Pro and Sportsman. So make sure you hop on your computer, go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com for the same live timing I have here in the Big B studio. And I hear some cars firing up, so we should be live racing here very, very soon. Getting my computer all set up. Obviously, you are on our Ultra 4 USA YouTube page. We thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. I will try to tune into timing, tune into the YouTube chat once we get it all pulled up. We have a lot of great racing to happen today. We are at Prairie City SVRA. It's a California state park with 836 acres, located at the base of the Sierra Nevada foothills, just 20 miles east of downtown Sacramento. We are in Northern California. This place is absolutely amazing. You can come out here and ride your UTV, your four-wheel drives. There's dirt bikes right next door at Hangtown, a very famous dirt bike track. The population of Rancho Cordova is roughly 80,000 people. Elevation is 120 feet. And if you're anywhere in the Sacramento area, come on out. It's only $30 for the entire day of racing. Kids 12 and under are free. This is the round number 1 of the Ultra 4 USA Western Series, and we are excited to be back. Got my timing pulled up. It's looking good. Trying to find the YouTube. Brian Trotter, our race director, is out in the spotter stand, making sure everybody keeps safe and sound. There's a great shot of the track. On your top right is the main pits, and the center of your screen is the hot pits. But obviously, this is a short course, so if you have to go to the hot pits, you're having a rough day. I do think during the main event later on, there you could see a tire change or two, but during the prelim this morning, gets you set up for this afternoon's race. Starting up front is very important, but I don't think the hot pits will be very exciting this morning during the prelims. But late this afternoon, get into more laps, because I think it'll be 10 laps for the mains later on this afternoon. Pro mods, the 4400s, the 4800s, so it's going to be exciting. We did split up the 48s and the 44s for the prelims this morning, so it's going to be some really good racing. And speaking about that, I was looking at our sheet last night, and the 4400 prelim number 2 has JP Gomez, Darian Gomez, Jeremy Brown, Marcos Gomez, and James Mahoney. So that's going to be a dogfight for sure. Prelim number 1 will have Cody Addington, Brendan Thompson, Cole Johnson, Chuck Crossland's moving up into the front with his 4,800 car into 4,400. Then we have Kirk Jensen and Kenneth Goodall. Ken Goodall last night was on the struggle bus a little bit. He got a brand new engine in that thing just a few days ago, and now he's having torque converter issues. So he had one of his guys from Phoenix, which is about 12 hours away, driving up overnight to bring that, and I'm sure they're still working on it right now, but I'm really hopeful they get it figured out. But we have a lot of classes racing today. Again, thank you for tuning in to the Ultra 4 USA YouTube. We should be live racing here very soon. Looks like Joe Fabrizio's tuned in. So is Larry Smith, Kevin, Kim. It's all the way from the UK. Oh, that must be Shab Piercy's wife. Great to see everybody tuning in all over the world. I found the YouTube on my phone, but I'm struggling on my computer right in front of me. So we'll get that figured out. But again, this is the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede here at the Prairie City SVRA, just outside of Rancho Cordova, California. We got our FPV Believe Cam drone in the air. We'll be switching back and forth with the Mavic. Justin Hall's tuned in. Oh, Shab's tuned in as well, saying hi. What time is it over there on your time of the world? It was a crisp 45 degrees this morning, but it's already, well, it's dropped. It's 43 degrees, so it must have been 35. I must have been mistaken this morning. We should be live racing here very, very soon. This morning will be 5 laps for the prelims. Got Tom Liu up here helping me on the computer, but I think we got it figured out. And we will be live racing here momentarily for the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede here at the Prairie City SVRA, just outside of Rancho Cordova. We are teamed up with NorCal Rock Racing and Ultra 4 USA. We've got over 80 racers racing with us this weekend. It's going to be a great showing and can't wait to get this kicked off. So before we get this race kicked off from Ultra 4 USA, we have Monster Energy, Warren Racing, Brannick Motorsports, all things UTV, Dustin Robbins Racing this weekend, obviously NorCal Rock Racing, Rock Crawler Suspension, Freight Factory, Spider Tracks, Factor 55, PCI Race Radios, G-Force Suspension, MetalCloak, who was our title sponsor for this race, Maxxis Tires is who is on site. I've seen Chris Shaw running around. And then on the NorCal Rock Racing side, we have California Customs. They've got a few trailers and some UTVs. Rugged Radios is here on site. MetalCloak is here on site. And Racing Radiators and King Shocks. We also have some great food vendors out here. We have Country Time Lemonade, Dave's Dogs, Faded Barbecue, and I did see a snow cone vendor setting up today. Thank you, Tom, for getting me all set up, buddy. I know Jeepers Jamboree will be swinging through today. And don't forget, Roxy is down there with the Ultra 4 Mega merch. So go down there. If you're a little chilly, grab a hoodie, grab a beanie. She's got hats, shirts. She's got a little bit of everything. And some King of the Hammers coolers that are pretty cool. We also have the NorCal merchandise trailers set up. King is here on site. Maxxis is here on site. Poly Performance is setting up a booth today as well as MetalCloak. Saw them setting up their booth this morning. They got a few pretty cool vendors out here. Looks like Lucas and Ricky are tuned in. And it's 2:40 over in UK, chilly and dreezy in Wales. But looking forward to coming over and racing our second race in the Western Ultra 4 USA Series at Area BFE in Moab, Utah. So Synchro Racing will be with us. Kevin's giving Eric with Believe Cam a shout out for all these great shots we're seeing right here. And look how green it is out here. It is absolutely beautiful. You see that white Jeep, part of our recovery, making sure everybody is safe and sound out here. And you can see just to the left, that's where the NorCal guys are going to cut off and miss the PCI gun out. Matt Myers is tuned in. Yeah, we've had some pretty good rain. It's been beautiful. It's been windy. It's been everything out here. But yeah, look how green and plush it is. And JP Gomez yesterday afternoon threw down a 1-minute 48-second lap to be our pole position for the 4,400 class. And each person for Ultra 4 USA who was on that pole position does get 7 extra points going into the season. If you win, you do get 1,000 points. Second place gets 975. Third place gets 965. And then it's 5 less as you make a complete lap to get your finishing points. Everybody who starts their race today does get 200 points, but to finish, you have to make it happen. This coverage of Ultra 4 USA and NorCal Rock Racing for the MetalCloak NorCal Stampede is presented by MetalCloak and is brought to you by our official sponsors, Brannick Motorsports, PCI Race Radios, NorCal Rock Racing, and by Warren Racing. And again, I can't stress it enough. Make sure you pull up on your lap or your phone, ultra4racing.livemotors.com. It'll show you lap times, how many laps they're on, and who is out on course. If you do see a little bar of their name, that means they are racing for NorCal Rock Racing points. They will be a little bit combined later on today, so we'll do our best to keep you honest. But hey, wheel-to-wheel action, we are about to go racing. The prelims are 5 laps. And then the mains, we're going to kick it up to a 10-lap main, I believe. So it's going to be a jam-packed, full day of racing. Bird's been on the blade. Sleepy Eddie's been in the water truck making things happen. And the course is absolutely perfect. Carlos has been running around. Take It Live with Chris Lundy's been behind the scenes, helping him get everything going smooth to bring you some live racing action. And look at the top left. That Maxxis semi really pops there in the vendor area. See all the easy ups. It's a little quiet this morning, but as the sun comes up, it warms up. There's going to be a lot of spectators out there having some fun. Thank you to all of our volunteers, the Ultra 4 USA and NorCal Rock Racing staff, the media, safety, USAC, racers, and Ultra 4 crew. We also have some hot coffee down there. You can check out all our vendors. So heat number 1 will be the NorCal for UTV Turbo and Sportsman. And then heat number 2 will be the 4900 for the Ultra 4 USA, open and stock prelim number 1. And then we'll go to the 4500 EMC class for heat number 1 for them. That'll be race number 3. Race number 4 will be the 4600 Spider Track stock class. Heat number 5 will be the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. That'll be prelim 1 of them. And then following them will be prelim number 2 for 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Then we'll go into the 4900 Pro Modified. Then we'll do the Youth 1000. That looks like it's a NorCal one. And then heat number 9 will be the pre-runner prelim. And then heat number 10 will be the U70, the Youth 170s. Looks like we have a couple of those. And then we'll go into the UTV 1000 for NorCal Rock Racing. And then it'll be the UTV Youth 570 prelim. Then the UTV RS1. And then we're going into the big dogs. The 4400s will have 2 prelims for them. And that'll set up the main events for later on today. So we'll have 30-plus races today. So it's going to be busy. We're going to do our best and have some fun doing it. You can hop on Ultra 4 USA or get on our social and kind of see the show flow today. I've posted on mine. RDP's posted on the Ultra 4 side. So make sure you go check it out. Believe we're still slacking in the staging area just a little bit, but it looks like the safety in play. All our recovery crew is out on course with Ultra 4 USA and NorCal Rock Racing. And again, a huge shout out to Mattson Breaky and the entire MetalCloak team for being here on site and supporting the Stampede for as long as they have. It's been a great partnership, and we're going to keep that going. This is round number 1 for the Western Series. Up next for the Western Series will be Area BFE May 9th and 10th. And then we're going to Vegas and Reno once again, August 13th through the 16th. And then the NorCal Joker race will be right here once again, September 19th and 20th. But up next for Ultra 4 USA will be the first Central Series race at the Crossbar Off-Road Ranch, April 11th and 12th. They're in Davis, Oklahoma. And then we return again to the Badlands Off-Road Park, June 6th and 7th in Attica, Indiana. And we return once again to the Buffalo Chip during Bike Week in Sturgis, South Dakota, August 1st and 2nd. And then the Joker race for the Central Series is the Big House, the Crandon Ultra 4 Short Course World Championships over Labor Day weekend in Crandon, Wisconsin. And we had our first Ultra 4 East race a couple weeks ago in Pennsylvania. Up next, we're going to the Beach Bend Raceway, Bowling Green, Kentucky, May 2nd and 3rd. And then for the AOP Adventure Off-Road Park in South Pittsburgh, Tennessee, June 27th and 28th. And we'll return to Beach Bend for the Joker. They're in Bowling Green, Kentucky, September 5th and 6th. So we have got a jam-packed schedule for the Ultra 4 USA. But I can see Bird leading in our first few. Looks like we are missing one of our NorCal UTV Turbo and Sportsman cars. But we are about to get this party started. They are going to bypass both rock sections and cut off before they hit the PCI gun out back. So we have John Bonanno, Chris Payer, Clint Stanley, and David Rodart. Obviously, we were missing one of those. And I'm going to apologize. I don't know the NorCal Rock Racing crew as well as I do the Ultra 4 USA guys and gals. But the green flag is in hand, and it's about to go green racing for the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede here at the Prairie City SVRA, just outside of Rancho Cordova in beautiful Northern California. We've had some rain. We've had a few things, but everything is coming into place. Bird's bringing them up. Looks like it will be a standing start. And they'll be clicking the loop. And you can see that back at home, ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. And we'll bring it into the live show as well. We'll put it on that top left once it starts going. Hearing some chatter over the race radios. We're missing one car. He's got 1 minute before he misses his prelim. And every racer out on course does need a spotter. Brian Trotter's down there keeping everybody honest. That's part of our rules. USAC is our sanctioning body and runs timing, scoring, race ops, safety, and tech. We team up with them with Ultra 4 USA, with King of the Hammers, and right here with the NorCal Rock Racing. John Goodby's down there running around, making sure everything's running smooth. So Joe Bonanno out of Santa Rosa, California. Chris Payer out of Orland, California. Clint Stanley out of Maglia, California. And we're seeing if David Rodart is going to make it. I don't see him out on course right now. Nicole Phillips tuned in. Kevin P. Matt Myers. Thank you for tuning in. It's going to be a great, great day with a lot of action-packed racing. Oh, looks like we have a late arrival coming in. So hopefully that's David Rodart. Our Believe Cam drone is right there in the action. They'll be chasing these guys and gals around. Again, this is a 1.5 mile track. The full track is. NorCal cuts off just a little bit. So I'm going to say it's probably 1.25 miles for these guys. This is a 5-lap prelim heat to get everything set up for the main event later on today. Take It Live is bringing you all this great action with all the camera crew. Make sure to get on the Ultra 4 Facebook, King of the Hammers. Share it. Start a watch party. The Ultra 4 USA YouTube. Sounds like we are about to go green racing. Right here for the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede, and we are off and racing. So we have John Bonanno, Chris Payer, Clint Stanley, and David Rodart. The track is in perfect racing condition. They did bypass that little rock section right there. There is a hot pit. They're going to be coming around here. And getting all sorts of slideways. These guys are giving it down. Nice little rhythm section here. And right here is where Woody Rose took a huge tumble yesterday, and his car is damaged. He is not able to race with us today. Tough break for him. Saw Nathan Churchill take a little bit of a tumble. Johnny Valadez, qualifying and practice was a little tricky yesterday. Cody Addington took a little baby tumble. Had a pretty good laugh about that as they're in the Freight Factory finger right now. It's a fun little rhythm section. And the drone is chasing them down. Looks like one car is a little bit back. I believe that's David Rodart. And we will find out who is out front. I believe that's Chris Payer. But again, I'm going to count on ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. And it is Chris Payer out front. I believe that's John Bonanno right behind him. It's a pretty good race, 1 and 2 right now. This is prelim heat number 1 for the UTV Turbo and Sportsman for the NorCal Rock Racing. It is Chris Pyer out front, but it is a battle right now. David Rodder's dropped back just a little bit, but Clint Stanley and Joe Bonanno are right in the mix. So it is still Chris Pyer out front, running a great race. No, sticking a nose in wasn't quite enough. Again, we're going to have about 16 prelims this morning and then 16 mains later on today. Well, I guess we'll mix up the 48s and the 44s. This morning we split them up, but this afternoon we're going to throw them all on the course at the same time. So I guess we'll drop a couple races. But the main events later on today are going to be pretty wild. The water trucks are ready. Safety is on site. And heat number 1 is going down, just like our drone. Gonna park it real quick, swap some batteries, and take back off. The leave cams here, flying those drones, bringing us some amazing shots. We got a couple other static cameras as well. So we're doing our best to bring you some amazing action. There's the Freight Factory finger, so we should see him come through here in the bottom of our screen here momentarily. And it does look like we have a pass for the lead. John Bonanno is our new leader. Got around Chris Pyer. So we got a great race out front. And then Clint Stanley's right there waiting for somebody to make a mistake. Does look like David Rodard is a little bit off pace. Not sure what's going on with his machine, but he's still out there running. Remember, this only sets everything up for their main. So it could be a little bit of strategy going here. Take it easy. Don't take out the car, because to finish first you must finish. So it is John Bonanno out front. Then it's Chris Pyer. Then it's Clint Stanley. And then David Rodard. We got a pretty good battle as they're heading through the NorCal Rock Racing rhythm section as we speak. Right there at the Freight Factory finger. And it looks like John Bonanno's starting to pull a pretty good lead out there. And now it's a battle between Chris Pyer and Clint Stanley. But Joe Bonanno grabs the white flag. 1 lap to go for prelim heat number 1. And it's a pretty good battle between Chris Pyer and Clint Stanley in that second and third position, doing a little inside-outside action. And the checkered flag is out and ready. And I believe it's going to be John Bonanno. But who's going to be second and third? It's really close. Joe Fabrizio usually comes out here and rides shotgun, but in short course, there are no co-drivers allowed, so he sat back at home, but he's having fun with us, watching some Ultra 4 USA and NorCal Rock Racing action right here in Rancho Cordova at Prairie City SVRA. And the checkered flag flies, and it is John Bonanno grabbing the checker. What a great, great run we have here. And there it is. It flies. John Bonanno won. And then I believe it was Clint Staley and then Chris Payer. It looks like we are kicking off our heat number 2. And that is Cole Clark that got that pole position yesterday in the open class. We are racing open and stock. So we have Cole Clark, Dustin Robbins, Bailey Cole, Harley Gower, Dylan Trent, Marcos Gomez Jr., Dan Hill, and Mark Welch. I don't believe Dan Hill's in this one. So heat number 1 goes to John Bonanno. Heat number 2 goes to Clint Stanley. Heat number 3 goes to Chris Payer and then David Rodart. So that is our first race. So John Bonanno first in the Pro, Chris Payer second in Pro, Clint Stanley first in Sportsman, and David Rodart second in Sportsman. And I don't see Bailey Cole in this one. He is supposed to be in this race. But in that pole position is Cole Clark out of Cortez, Colorado with 2-4 Racing. I believe this is the open car. He's racing open and Pro Mod. But in the open, he's racing a Polaris single-seat Turbo Pro R with 465 horsepower. K&T Performance, Maxxis, and Bill Stein. And then Dustin Robbins in that 311 driver of record, but a fill-in driver of Jason Watt out of Decatur, Alabama, with team All Things UTV. Running in the stock class. He used to run Pro Mod and Open, but with All Things UTV, he's racing what he sells, so it's kind of cool. It kind of feeds back to the customer, so he's stepping into the stock class. Really like to see that. So he's got a CT Raceworks Can-Am X3, All Things UTV, Full Throttle Power Sports, MRT, Vision, Super ATV, and Wayland Speed. And then we have the number 14 of Dylan Trent out of Lake Tahoe, Nevada with Trent Fabrication. And that Brian Tilton Can-Am, BFG, Raceline, and FK. Kyle Seglin's tuned in. He was rooting on David Rodart. Oh, he's helping me. Rodarte. Okay, thanks, buddy. And then we have Gower. Harley Gower out of Orangevale, California, running in the stock class with Baja Racing Solutions, with Hanley's Western Wear, XComp, Pool Savers, YO Services, in his Can-Am. Then we have the 88 of Mark Welch out of Folsom, California, with Welch Racing. And that custom-built Polaris, his wife, Maxxis, ZRP, and King. And we are off and running. Starting towards the back is Marcos Gomez Jr. out of Placerville, California, with Gomez Brothers Racing and that Speed UTV, Mountain F Enterprises, Universal Solutions, CNH Motor Parts, and his dad, Marcos Gomez. And they are running the full course as they head through the MetalCloak Rocks. And it is an early lead by Dustin Robbins in the stock class, but Cole Clark's got the horsepower, so I assume he's going to try to get around him. And it is Cole Clark in the Brannock Boulders, does get around Dustin Robbins, driven by Jason Watt. So Cole Clark out front with that 465 horsepower UTV. I remember back in the day, I thought I was cool in my Camaro, and it had 200 horsepower. So it's got more than double. That thing is an absolute rocket ship. As you can see in the bottom left is Marcos Gomez Jr. making his Ultra 4 USA debut. And now they're going to be heading up the PCI gun out. So I'll bounce between ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com and the YouTube channel. Casey Shears tuned in with Team Awesome watching some racing. Hitting a little step down as they're heading back towards the Freight Factory Finger. There's a fun little NorCal Rock Racing rhythm section right here they're getting ready to hit, but look at the lead by Cole Clark. Already has about 100 to 150 yards ahead of everybody else. This is a 5-lap prelim race. So a 157 lap is the fastest thus far by Cole Clark. That is a smoking run. JP Gomez had a 148 yesterday during qualifying. Making some notes here in the Big B studio. And in second position is Harley Gower, Dylan Trent, and then Mark Welch. Remember, we have 2 classes racing at the same time. So technically, Cole Clark's winning the Open, and Harley Gower is in that stock class. What happened to Dustin Robbins? Okay, he's still in the mix, just dropped back a little bit. You can see them coming through the MetalCloak rocks right now with Marcos Gomez Jr. just in front of Jason Watt driving for Dustin Robbins. Dustin Robbins, with all things UTV, is the 4900 Open class. Jesse Oliver is tuned in. Thank you, buddy. Again, thank you everybody for tuning in to the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede. So still out front, clicking off lap number 2 is Cole Clark, and he just got a 155, so he picked up 2 seconds. And then in the stock class, it is Harley Gower. And then third overall is Mark Welch, Dylan Trent, waiting for Dustin Robbins and Marcos Gomez to come through. And Marcos Gomez Jr. clicks off another lap as Cole Clark heads towards the PCI gun out. So Cole Clark out front with a commanding lead as he heads towards the back section. We have 2 different classes racing at the same time on this 1.5 mile course. They're running 5 laps during prelims, and then we're going to jump up to 10 laps. And there's Dustin Robbins. And there's the PCI gun out section. And that was Harley Gower, I believe. And then I see on my Ultra4Racing.live Motorsports, Cole Clark clicks off lap number 4. So next time around for him should be the white flag. And he's got a big lead over the rest of the class. And this is where you got to talk to your spotter on your PCI race radio or your rugged radio and say, hey, you've got a big lead, back it down, save the car. Remember, this is only the prelim to get everything set up for the main, but he's got the lead he wants as he heads into the Brannock Boulders. There's Mark Welch coming into screen. So Cole Clark out of Cortez, Colorado with 2-4 Racing out there and running his race. Looks like that's Mark Welch and Harley Gower heading into the MetalCloak Rocks. They are in 2 separate classes. So Harley Gower is winning the stock race with Dylan Trent with Trent Fabrication in that 2nd position. And then Marcos Gomez Jr. is in 3rd. And Dustin Robbins in 4th in stock. But what happened to Bailey Cole? We never saw him go out on course. So leading the open is Cole Clark, then Mark Welch. So a great run by those two. So it looks like that is the Brannock Boulders with Harley Gower. And then Dylan Trent right behind him, and he is trying to chase down Mark Welch. Local boy up here. So Harley Gower running a great race trying to chase down Mark Welch. But remember, he is leading the stock. And speaking about Cole Clark grabs the white flag, 1 lap to go. For Cole Clark, with a huge lead over the rest of the field. He did back it down about 6 seconds. His fastest lap was a 1:55. He backed down to a 2:01. So I think Cole Clark's playing his race. Great run for him. There's Marcos Gomez Jr., who is making his Ultra4 USA debut. Great to see that speed UTV up there. That same UTV that Max Gordon raced at the 2025 King of the Hammers. Great to see out here running with it. They did a little bit of wheeling and dealing with Robbie Gordon, traded their 2-seat UFO pre-runner for 3 of these speed UTVs. And Marcos Gomez Jr. is following in his father's steps. Marcos Gomez. We have JP, who set the pole position yesterday. We have Marcos, we have Darian, and Marcos Gomez Jr. We have Cody Addington, James Mahoney, Brendan Thompson, Jeremy Brown. It is a stacked field for the 4400s later on today. There's Dylan Trent, number 22. Sorry, number 14. His brother Woody is 22, who took a terrible tumble during qualifying yesterday, and his car is not up to par. Just took too bad of a tumble, can't get it back together safety reason-wise. So Woody Rose has to sit out round number 1 for the Ultra4 USA Series. So Dylan Trent, number 14, pushing strong. And the checkered flag flies for Cole Clark, winning his prelim in the All Things UTV Open class. Great run for Cole Clark. There's Dylan Trent going up the PCI Gunite section. And he is sitting in 2nd position in the stock, so great run by that young man. We've got a drone, we got a couple stick cameras out there, and we're doing our best to bring some great racing action up here with NorCal Rock Racing and Ultra 4 USA during the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede. And Mark Welch physically finishes second in the All Things UTV Open class. And it looks like it's going to be Harley Gower winning the stock class. Great run by Harley Gower, followed closely by Dylan Trent. So in the All Things UTV Open class, it is Cole Clark and then Mark Welch. In the stock class, it's Harley Gower and Dylan Trent. Who's going to be across the line next? Marcos Gomez Jr. or Dustin Robbins? Dustin Robbins, driven by Jason Watt, actually hasn't been moving for a lap or two. I didn't see where he went, but apparently he's off pace and having some issues. Tough break for All Things UTV there. But hey, this is prelim. All they got to do is come back out and throw it down during the main event. And it looks like this is going to be Marcos Gomez Jr.'s grabbing checker flag, third place in the stock and fifth overall. So we've got 2 runs under our belt. So heat number 1 for NorCal Rock Racing was John Bonanno, Clint Staley, Chris Pear, and David Rodarty. And then in the open class, just now finishing up for Ultra 4 USA, in the All Things UTV Open class was Cole Clark. And then Mark Welch. In the stock class, it was Harley Gower, Dylan Trent, and Marcos Gomez. So coming up next, heat number 1 for the 4500 modified class. You can have 2 2.5 shocks per corner. Limited to 14 inches of travel. You have to have mechanical steering, maximum a 37-inch DOT tire, and a front-mounted engine, but unlimited horsepower. So we do have Steve Crawford in that pole position, side by side with Dan Wyrick, then Todd Miller, John Matthews, Megan Miller, and Eddie Oliver. So Steve Crawford in that 4532 machine out of Paso Robles, California, with SC Firestone Racing in that M&S Fab chassis with a stroked LS 408 with 500 horsepower. And that is Dan Wyrick, the number 218 out of Gardnerville, Nevada with DW Racing. And they are off and running. In that third spot was Todd Miller, the number 19 of New River, Arizona, with Goodall Racing in a Stearns chassis. And it looks like we may have some Starstream that just popped up on us. We'll work on some audio. And then it's John Matthews, the 4580 out of Auburn, Washington, with Off Track Motorsports. And then it's the 3105 of Megan Miller out of Shingle Springs, California, with MDM Motorsports in that Get Bent Fab machine. And then Eddie Oliver, the 4583 out of Federal Way, Washington, with Fueled Racing. So it is Steve Crawford out front, then Dan Wyrick, then John Matthews, then Todd Miller and Megan Miller as they make their way through the Brannock Boulders. Not sure if I saw Eddie Oliver take the line. He was working on his car last night. This will be 1 prelim for the 4500 class, and it's Steve Crawford out front. As we can see Todd Miller there in the back getting ready to hit the PCI Gunite section, chasing down, it looks like John Matthews. Ron Prindle's tuning in, so's Bob Humancheck. So far, so good as they hit the Freight Factory finger. Who's going to come through first? There's Dan Wyrick, but I believe Steve Crawford's ahead of him. We'll find out here shortly if they cross the MetalCloak start-finish. No, where is Steve Crawford? He dropped off. So it is Dan Wyrick, number 218, in memory of his son in first. And then it's John Matthews, then Todd Miller. 1, 2, 3 in the 4,500 class. This is a 5-lap race for the prelims. It's looking good. Megan Miller in that 4th position. And there may be a pass right here in the MetalCloak Rocks. John Matthews and Todd Miller side by side. The hard left, and it does. Is it going to be inside, outside? Horsepower is going to shine. It is Todd Miller out front, in front of John Matthews. But Dan Wyrick is leading this race. But our pole position was Steve O. Crawford, and he did not complete his first lap. Not sure what happened. And now we are on board with Megan Miller with Starstream. Thank you, Take It Live, for bringing this amazing racing action as she is heading through the MetalCloak Rocks. We got some Starstream on board. We'll be throwing in and out. Great to see how busy she is. Shifting, grabbing the steering wheel, making it happen. Her husband Derek's in the spotter stand, keeping her in line. Okay, here goes Eddie Oliver. Do see him out on course now, but what happened to Steve Crawford, our pole setter? Back on board with Megan Miller, the number 3105. So on the timing, we have Todd Miller in 3rd, Megan Miller in 4th. Yeah, but up front, it is Dan Wyrick and then John Matthews on this 5-lap prelim. So far, so good. I love the Starstream. George Hamill has done some amazing stuff. Oh, here's Daniel Guttenberg getting ready for his next race, and he's got 2 cameras. I like this style. He's crediting the main pits, heading towards staging. So Dan Wyrick still out front, then Todd Miller, then John Matthews. 1, 2, 3, and 4th is Megan Miller. So the fastest lap of this race is actually Todd Miller with a 209.664, but out front is Dan Wyrick with a 209.991. And his 2 laps, listen to this, Dan Wyrick, talk about consistency. His first lap was a 209.992. His second lap was a 209.991. So absolutely identical laps there. Grab a chair, Bailey. Head on in here and sit down with me. So we got Bailey Cole that's going to hop into the Big B studio with me during the 4,500 class. And you were supposed to be racing just a minute ago. Where were you? Did you sleep in?
No, I didn't realize the schedule changed till later. I thought we were after the stock class.
Oh, so you did sleep in. Okay.
No, we were here.
You've been here. All right.
Didn't realize.
Whoops, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm sorry you missed it, but it was just a prelim.
We have a fresh car and going to be chasing down Cole in the main.
There you go. It's going to be fun. Yeah, the all things UTV Open class. Cole Clark just went out there and laid it down. It was pretty impressive.
Yeah, he is fast out there. And is this Dan Wyrick?
So this is Megan Miller we're riding on board with, I believe.
Nice gun.
Yeah, there it is. Miller Motorsports.
Yeah.
Or Miller. So, yeah, we're riding on board. Just a little bit ago, we only had the front, but I like seeing the front and rear. It's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. The live stream in the car is so cool nowadays.
It's very, very impressive what it's came. I mean, it's changed King of the Hammers the last few years. It's amazing.
Just being able to see everybody out on course. We still have Dan Wyrick out front.
Yeah, Dan Wyrick out front, running a great race.
with Goodall probably 5 seconds behind him.
Yep, and that's actually Todd Miller. Logan Goodall had to take the year off. He's going through some brain cancer, but it sounds like he's doing okay. But that's his normal co-driver, so he took the steering wheel for the rest of the season. So Todd Miller in that second position. Then it's John Matthews heading through the MetalCloak Rocks. And not far behind them is Megan Miller. Steve Crawford was our pole position setter, but he dropped out. I'm not sure what happened. And then Crawford was a little late to the game, but he's out there running. So I hate you missed that first race. I was looking for you.
Yeah, no, it would have been super fun. You know, it's actually funny. It seems like every car is doing the right lane through that first rock session, except for the Goodall team.
Okay.
They're holding off to the left.
And you did practice and qualifying yesterday. Do you like the left or the right line?
So the left is a little smoother, but getting in, it's a little rougher because it's a tighter squeeze. So you have to slow down on the beginning, but you get to carry a little momentum through the rocks.
Nice.
I think I'll be sticking on the right.
Okay, unless you're going for a pass, right?
Unless I'm going for a pass.
So they are on lap number 3. Well, they're out on lap number 4, of 5. So next time around for Dan Wyrick should be the white flag. And the weather, you know, it's been a little dicey. There's been a little bit of rain, a lot of bit of wind, but it's beautiful today.
Racing conditions.
Oh, 100%. So now you got to wait around all day and just get ready to take a rear start for your main.
But dust will be down, the car will be fast, things will be good.
Yeah, Good B Bird, Sleepy Eddie, the whole team out there has this track completely dialed in. And our leader, Dan Wyrick, grabs the white flag with Todd Miller not too far back.
And I think today you will be seeing a lot of rollovers because the way the ground's been prepped, it's very, very tacky right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of traction.
Yes.
And sometimes you try to pitch the rear end and it can bite.
Really quick, yeah.
We saw that happen a couple times yesterday.
Yep.
As we're back on board with Megan Miller. I love the way they got this put together. So thanks again to Take It Live, Starstream, for making it happen. Hammer King Productions does some amazing things out here. And obviously this is a little bit low scale compared to King of the Hammers. But hey, we're here. We're putting on a show.
100%.
And you're part of that show, Bailey.
Always fun.
Absolutely. And when I was a week ago, I was checking out, and I thought you were bringing the Bronco, and then I saw registration was the RS1. What was the strategy behind that?
Yeah, we're just getting the Bronco put back together after Hammers, making sure it's 100%.
I like that. Yeah, those cars take a huge beating.
Yeah, and Hammers is his brutal race in a full-body car.
It's the hardest race in the world, that's for sure. And
100%.
that car used to go to the grocery store.
100%.
Now it's out on the track. There's John Matthews on screen. He's heading towards the PCI Gunite section.
He is always super smooth. He's always right there.
And I believe he's building a new car as well, so I think he's going to hand this car off to his son, and it's going to be cool. I love, that's how it comes.
Battling.
Yeah. It's going to be fun. Do you know what class he's going to be in? Is he staying 45?
I believe it's still a 4,500
That's
car.
what I think, too. I can't remember. A lot of cars out there.
A lot of cars.
So the white flag is still out. Ooh, I do see Steve Crawford pulled off course under his own power, so not sure what happened, but he is there. And Dan Wyrick almost gets around Eddie Oliver, but grabs the checkered flag, winning his heat. Dan Wyrick, the number 218 out of Gardnerville, Nevada, with DW Racing. Followed closely by Todd Miller, the number 1950 out of New River, Arizona, with Goodall Racing. That was a pretty good little rip there.
Miller seemed to be catching right at the end there as well.
Yeah, and that's where it's you tell us. You have a spotter out here. Your spotter's very important because they're saying, hey, you're winning this race, back down. Oh, don't back down that much.
Yeah, 100%. And then there's also the gamesmanship of this is just prelim. And they're both starting on the front row now, so is it worth Todd pushing right now?
Oh, I don't think so. Front row to me is front row, so it's a drag race. Obviously, front row gets the inside for that first corner, but it's a big race.
It's a drag race.
100%. And you're running the open class in your RS1, and you're an NA machine, right?
So I am a turbo.
It is a turbo
S motor in it.
Nice. Has it been that way for a while?
For hammers.
Okay, so it is fairly new.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so you do have some horsepower, but Cole Clark's got 465 horsepower.
I think he has at least double what I have.
I was making that joke earlier that my Camaro, when I was cool in high school, had 200.
Yeah.
And he's got more than double, so it's incredible what he does. And here's Megan Miller on board, heading backwards through staging, heading towards the pits, so they can get everything set up for their main, and they'll be starting in that second row. John Matthews gets third, and Megan Miller fourth. So that's going to put Eddie Oliver in fifth, and Steve Crawford in that sixth position. So up next is the 4600 Spider Track stock class, which we see you race a lot. I wish you were out there, but I understand you want to have a 100% car.
100%, yeah.
Are you? What's your next race up with Ultra 4 USA?
So we'll be doing the whole West Coast series and the UTV.
So we'll see you at Hammers in the RS1.
We finished second, right behind
Brock. That's right. So you're looking good for a Western Championship going into this.
Yeah.
I mean, today we'll see how it plays out, but
we have a little work to do today, but should be good.
All right. Well, I see you got Brian Hartman in here helping you, making sure everything's back in action.
Yeah.
As Eddie Oliver grabs the checkered flag, I believe he's going to be a lap down, but he gets the finish. We bumped into you and the SXOR guys last night at the Red Dog, Lazy Dog.
Lazy Dog.
Yeah.
It
was fun.
All having a good time there.
Yeah, Cole and Sky.
Yep.
They're out here racing in the 4400.
Yep.
And you've teamed up with them down in Mexico before.
In the car they're racing here.
Yeah, that's a cool one.
I believe he qualified fifth yesterday, so he was on a bit of a mission.
Pretty impressive. So let's run through, and you're more than welcome to stay for a little bit or bail, whatever you want to do. But up next is the 4600 Spider Track stock class, and that pole position is John Williams, driven by his brother Nate Williams in the 4623. Out of Logan, Utah, with Crossfire Off-Road in that Ford Bronco with Ford Performance, 74 Weld, Priority, Fox, BFG, and KMC. Signed by him for NorCal is Brexton Glines in the 4689. Out of Amerifork, Utah, with Glines Motorsports.
And that's actually the old Jeep that they used to race.
Yeah, they've had that one around for a while. And then Kendall Glines is starting in the back. And we also have Albert Contreras, Kendall Glines, Trent Roberts, Chris Minley, and Joel Dulac.
And it looks like Nate is up front.
Oh, and look at this. Albert Contreras in the MetalCloak Rocks is going for the pass. So it's going to be a good one. Albert Contreras pulls from third to second right away, gets around Brexton Glines.
That's a nice little block press, too.
So if you go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com, you see the numbers on the left. If they've got an asterisk next to it, that means they're racing for NorCal. If they don't, they're racing for Ultra 4 USA.
Okay.
You can double dip, so I can't remember who's where, but you can race NorCal and or Ultra 4 USA.
Okay.
Looks like Sergio's watching the live feed. Thanks for tuning in. Miss you out here, but I'm sure we'll see you at Ultra 4 USA race soon, buddy.
He's always super fast in stock class as well. Really tough to beat.
100%. Yeah, you've had some pretty good battles with old Sergio Penillos.
Yep.
He's part of the Warren Racing crew. They've been supporting Ultra 4 USA and King of the Hammers for a long time, and it just keeps getting bigger and better.
Yep.
They just stepped up, and they're going to be the title sponsor for AOP this year.
That's
so exciting about that. And I guarantee those Warren winches will be used there.
100%.
That's a fun track.
Definitely a winch course.
So the FPV drone had to land and reboot, so we got our static camera out here waiting for them to come into the Freight Factory finger. There he comes. And that looks like it's John Williams, driven by his brother Nate, with Brexton Glines right behind him. All part of the 4600 Spider Track stock class. And speaking about that, let's go over some of the rules. You have to have a stock OEM frame. Wheelbase must stay within 3 inches. You have to have a factory engine, but may be replaced with any available engine in the same year, make, and model. factory transmission, a 35-inch DOT tire, single 2.5 shock per corner, factory style suspension, and mechanical steering. And let's talk about DOT tire, Department of Transportation. So the tires that are on these cars are the same that are on your tow rig or my Jeep that's back at home.
100%. You can go to your tire shop right up the corner and get tires for your stock class car.
Yeah, Maxxis tires, we just see that on the side of Brexton Glines. They are here on site supporting their racers. They are one of our sponsors, so great to have Maxxis tires on board this year.
Yep.
So it is still John Williams out front, then Brexton Glines, Albert Contreras, Trent Roberts.
And that is kind of the cool thing about these limited classes with the DOT tires. It allows so many more opportunities on tires because they all have to meet DOT standards.
Yeah, so there's a lot of, because there's race tires for sure, but they're pretty limited.
Yeah.
You can race a snow tire out here if you wanted. It doesn't
100%.
matter.
Yeah.
And it's a maximum of 35-inch tires, so you can run whatever you want. But I'd run a 35.
I'd run a 35 too.
But you do run a 35.
Sometimes you have like the Samurais and that kind of stuff run 33s, 32s.
Yeah. Yep. We've seen Joel Dulacs out here. We've seen Anders Slauson back in the day running hers. And there's Chris Mindley in the Brannock Boulders right here in that old Toyota.
Beating the Toyota through.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's where you got your, that's how you cut your teeth in those old Toyotas.
Yep. My first race car ever, an 86 Toyota 4Runner.
And it's still around. Does Boston Kyle still have that thing?
I think so.
Yeah.
I've kind of lost track of it.
Yeah, he converted it to all electric and did all sorts of cool stuff to it. But I believe he still got it. So Joel Dulac in that Suzuki Samurai, I think he told me it's got 63 horsepower. We're on board. Trent Roberts. Got to fix that audio. There we go. Thank you, guys. Great to see the wheel action. And that just goes to show you how rough this course is. From the outside, it looks smooth, but it's not.
No, it is not. Trent Roberts used to race 4800 as well, right?
Yeah, he is racing.
He's
He's double duty this weekend.
Okay.
He's got his 48 car and his 46 car. So John Williams out on lap number 3 of 5 with Albert Contreras not too far behind him. So it's a great race for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. He did get passed, but you're right. He's a little far back. Okay, so now it's Kendall and Brexton Glines side by side. Trent Roberts moves into that third position, and then Kendall and Brexton are battling out for fourth and fifth. So do you know the difference between Kendall Glines Bronco and yours? They're very similar, right?
Very similar, yeah.
I mean, you have the 74 weld portals up front. What kind of power package? I know it's Ford Performance, but is it
they're
2.7s?
2.7s,
turbos, right?
Yep.
Nice. And you guys are running automatics. I know Rance runs a 7-speed manual.
That's a lot of work.
That's a lot of work. That's for sure.
Rance also has the 4-banger.
Oh, okay. Nice. So there's Chris Mindley heading through the MetalCloak rocks. And then Joel Dulac and the little Samurai still putzing along. I love that about the stock class. You can literally build whatever you want and come out here racing. Yeah. Obviously, read the rule book, make it fit, but you can literally run anything.
100%. And it allows so much creativity. Like this year, Chris Forrest racing a Touring.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Oh, and it looks like Albert Contreras took a little tumble just outside of the Brannock Boulders. Thank you, Joe, for keeping me. So we should see him right now. There he is, Albert Contreras out Trent Roberts' window on his side. That Jeep's been upside down more than once.
More than once, yeah. And that is going to be the most common rollover location this weekend.
That's where Cody Addington took a rollover in practice.
Yep. Johnny Valdez.
Yep, he rolled in that same spot too.
Yep.
So there's John Williams just for a second, and we're back on board with Trent Roberts at the PCI Gunite.
You just get on the gas coming out of those rocks, and it's really easy to tip it over.
And let's talk about the PCI Gunite section. That's a steep hill with some rocks, but then they literally put Gunite over it, so it's tons of traction.
Oh, yeah.
But there's
different lines on it as well. I've seen you can kind of jump up it, but
no, it's
risk
one of those
reward.
things. What you can't see is there's little knobs
Okay.
all the way up it. So if you get a little bit offline, it's very easy to bulkhead or catch your diff on it.
Okay.
So if you commit to it, you can do it, but there's a little bit of risk. Yeah.
I love it. So John Williams, driven by his brother Nate, is out front. Then it's Trent Roberts, and then Kendall Glines has moved into third position. So we got a pretty good race for the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
And this is Kendall's first short course race in that new Bronco. So I was talking to him earlier.
Oh, you're right, because he debuted at King of the Hammers.
Yeah.
Good call.
He's still getting used to having the turbos and having to drive that on a short course. Just the
because you need to keep it spooled up, so you kind of have to power brake a little bit, I'd assume,
100%,
right?
yeah. So he's still getting up to speed in that. So I think he's just going to get faster and faster throughout the weekend.
Yeah, it's great to see the Glines. They've been with us for a long time. They've got the whole family out here. As Chris Minley clicks off another lap. So I do believe next time around for Williams will be the white flag. These are 5-lap races. This is a 1.5-mile lap. And we are watching the 4600 Spider Tracks class. All part of the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede here at the Prairie City SVRA, just outside of Rancho Cordova, a beautiful part of the country. We can see a few of those rocks getting loose in there, so the rock sections will change throughout the day.
100%. And even worse is during practice yesterday, there was a rock about the size of a bowling ball that got kicked out into the middle of the
I
turn.
heard about that through the radio.
Yeah.
So you'd come out full gas and
then all of a sudden you hit a rock and you're on your side.
So it does look like they did get Albert Contreras righted and off course. So tough break there. He'll have to take a rear start, but he can make it to the main. So he'll take a rear start just like you.
Yes.
So Joe Duloc making it through the Brannock
It's all
Bowls.
strategy.
Oh, there you go. Strategy. I like it.
Giving them a false sense of hope.
So the white flag is out for John Williams. You can have one substitute driver per season, and John Williams is using that right here with his brother Nate. Unless there's a medical issue.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's part of our rules. You can have one substitute driver, but they do have to drive your car.
And Nate's doing a great job out there right now, just holding that gap and driving a smooth race.
And there's Trent Roberts on board once again.
Nate and Trent put some gap on both lines that lap.
Yeah, they've got a pretty good lead out front. Nate, his spotter's in his ear saying, hey, Trent Roberts is behind you, but you got about a 30-second lead. Take it easy, take it smooth, save the car, but don't let them get you. And look at this, Glines coming into the MetalCloak rocks.
Bumper on bumper.
Nose to tail, I love it. Do you think they're on the same radio channel? Say, hey, Dad, I'm right here, move out of the way.
Yeah. I do love the new Bronco, but I will hit it.
Yeah, exactly. I'll work on it later.
Yeah.
But I think he does have a little bit of horsepower based on Brexton.
Yep. So they get to the straights and the Bronco just pulls.
Yeah, the Broncos have really brought the 4600 Spider Track stock class to a new level. I love what it's done.
Ooh, Brexton getting a little sideways there.
Will you race the Bronco this season, or are you going to prep it for Hammers?
We'll definitely do a couple races.
Okay, good.
We're just going to pick
kind of cherry pick
ones there in the Bronco.
But you're committed to the open class in UTV for the Western Series.
Correct.
And, man, that car was built for the desert. So you'll do well at Laughlin for our Nationals and Vegas to Reno. I was able to go to that last season for my first time. Yeah. Such a cool race.
Such a cool race. Yeah, it's definitely wasn't designed for a short course like this.
Oh, and Brex is showing a little nose there, but his dad Kendall closes the door. This is going to be interesting. Hopefully we can follow them up the PCI Gunite section. And you can see there's a pretty much just a single line. So it's
it looked like Kendall went a little wide in that last turn. And just opened the door that little bit for Brexton.
So I've got a physical eye on, and it is the checkered flag flies for John Williams, winning the 4600 Spider Track Prelim number 1. So he'll get that inside front row going into his main event. Great driving by Nate Williams, driving for his brother John Williams. So that's the 4623 out of Logan, Utah with Crossfire Off-Road, and that Ford Bronco with Ford Performance, 74 Weld, Priority, Fox, BFG, and KMC. And then second position is the 4602 of Trent Roberts out of Clarksburg, California with TWC Racing. And that 2005 Toyota 4Runner with the 4.7 V8, 74 Weld Portals, Price Family Dealerships, Toyota of Walnut Creek, Mickey Thompson, 74 Weld, Warren Racing, and Marlin Crawlers. And then in third position is Brexton Glidens. Does get around his dad, Kendall. Oh, I missed that pass. So Kendall Glidens steals the third place from his dad. Or sorry, Brexton steals it from his. So what a great run there out of American Fork, Utah with Glidens Motorsports.
That's going to be a fun conversation in the pits.
Oh, yeah. So in first position is John Williams. In second is Trent Roberts. In third is Brexton Glidens. In fourth is Kendall Glidens. And yeah, I wish I could run over to the Glidens pits right now and hear what they're saying outside the car.
Oh, yeah. And now they're going to be starting side by side for the main.
Oh, good call, because they'll be in row number 2 side by side.
Yep.
It's going to be interesting. And Chris Minley grabs the checkers in that 5th spot. And we do know that Albert Contreras took a tumble, so he'll take a rear start. I believe Joel Dulock is still out there, so we should see him here in just a little bit. And speaking of that, here he is.
Coming across the finish.
5th position goes to Joel Dulock in that Samurai. So we've got 4 prelims under our belt, and we are rolling strong. So up next will be the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends Class Prelim number 1. This is our biggest class, so we will have 2 different heats, and then the main, they'll all advance to the main.
Oh, man.
So it's going to be a wild main event for the 4800 later on today. But
48 is some of my favorite racing.
Oh, 100.
They're
You've
so
cut your teeth there.
Yep.
Yeah, you raced there for a long time and got multiple wins. So let's run through this one. We have Tony Howard, Dylan Summers, Trent Roberts, Daniel Guttenberg, Derek Summers, Gavin Andreoni, Johnny Valadez, and Travis Riley. Woody Rose was supposed to be here, but he took that terrible tumble in the car, just wouldn't be ready for it, safety reason-wise.
Safety rise, yeah. Car was still looking in good working order, but just, safety first out here. Is Dylan Derek's son or brother? Are they related?
I believe, Dylan is Derek's son. And those cars are identical. I think one's got different wheels, if I remember right, from Hammers, but it's I'm going to mess that up, I promise. I'm going to rely on timing. Looks
so
like
there's going to be a little family battle there as well.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be good. Dylan Moto X is giving you a shout on the YouTubes. Dolly Golly's here on site watching. We are on race number 5, or about to kick off race number 5. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede. We are in the prelims. They are a 5-lap prelim. We've got 4 down, and I don't know, there's 16 total, so that's 11 more to go.
Yep.
It's going to be a busy, fun day of racing. So I'm Miles Hasquist. Joining me in the Big B studio is none other than Bailey Cole, who has won at King of the Hammers. And you've done well here before, too, right?
Yeah, this is one of my favorite tracks.
I love it.
Normally done pretty well here, but every year is a challenge.
Oh, yeah, and we are off and running. Tony Howard, Dylan Summers, Trent Roberts, Daniel Guttenberg, Derek Summers, Gavin Andreoni, Johnny Valadez, and Travis Riley.
The Summers are bumper to bumper again.
Nose to tail in the Metal Rocks.
I think that's Dylan just got into first.
Dylan Summers gets around Tony Howard and the MetalCloak rocks. And then it's Derek Summers. Johnny Valadez in 4th position. So he makes a couple passes.
A couple big movers up front.
Nice. The 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class is heading into the Brannick Boulders as we speak with a great start.
It's a really nice battle through the trials rocks. Dylan's holding it down up front. Tony Howard in 2nd. Man, it is nose to tail out there. Oh, we just had a car pull off.
Uh-oh. Tough break. And this is right where Woody Rose took his first roll.
Yeah.
And then on this next turn, that's where he took his second roll.
Yeah.
I mean, he is okay. The car's hurt, but
he's okay. The car held it together. And
Woody
kept
Rose
him in
is
one
okay.
piece. Yes.
But we had to laugh a little bit. Like, you rolled, you got going, and then you rolled again. What are you doing? But he's like, I just got excited.
Yeah.
He still had a smile on his face. He's bummed he can't be out here racing today, but he's still here rooting on his little brother, Dylan Trent, who got 2nd in his prelim.
So they'll be right there in the main, too.
Oh, yeah. So it'll be fun to watch that one as well. But right now, it is Dylan Summers who made his Ultra 4 USA debut this year at King of the Hammers. And it looks like it's Dylan Summers and then Tony Howard.
Ooh, that is a tight line through there.
Dylan Summers is in that Jimmy's car. So it's Dylan Summers, Tony Howard, and Derek Summers, then Gavin Andreoni, then Daniel Guttenberg, then Johnny Valadez. So it is a pretty tight battle up front with Dylan Summers and Tony Howard. Derek Summers not too far off pace. Neither is Gavin Andreoni.
Gavin is in the TWC Bomber, it looks like, right?
Yeah, that's Andreoni.
Okay. He is having some major backfire coming down the
I
straights.
missed that.
Mm-hmm.
So running a little spicy, huh?
Yep.
And I was talking to Johnny Valadez last night at the Lazy Dog, and he was having some drivability issues. He did roll during qualifying, so
practice.
he was thinking, or practice,
Yep.
so he was thinking that it just was upside down too long, and it finally woke up, but he was a little bit nervous.
Yep.
But he's excited to go racing today. Ooh, and that shuts the nose. So about Johnny Valadez, Guttenberg shuts the nose on him. Oh, he gets a little slideways there, and I think Valadez gets around him. And we are Starstream. I believe this is Guttenberg. Yeah, there it is. It says it.
Yeah.
I was going off the hood.
Yep.
So Daniel Guttenberg, live Starstream with 2 cameras on board. Man, thank you again, Take It Live, for bringing this amazing racing action.
It's so cool to be able to watch what the drivers are actually doing in the car.
Absolutely.
A lot of the time that view gets lost.
And now we're in the Freight Factory Finger. And speaking about Freight Factory, how's everything going on your guys' front?
Pretty amazing, just shipping and logistics and taking care of a lot of partners like yourself, Jesse Combs Foundation.
Yeah, you guys have been hauling the Ultra 4 Mega merch for us for the last couple years, so thanks for doing that.
Yep.
So there's Summers. I believe that's Dylan Summers. Yes, I'm looking at ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com, and it's still Dylan Summers out front, then Tony Howard, then Derek Summers, and then the Bug, Gavin Andreoni.
It's that entire top 3 field is doing that left line through the rock section. I wonder if there's.
And you were saying you like the right.
Uh-huh.
And there's Andreoni on the right line with TWC.
Looks like maybe a couple rocks got kicked up, though, because that was rougher than it looked yesterday.
And there's one big rock right in the middle that's big and loose as Johnny Valadez makes it through the MetalCloak rocks in that 5th position. So far, so good for our leaders. These cars are the Swiss Army knife of off-road. We race at King of the Hammers. Up here in NorCal, we'll be racing in Badlands, Vegas to Reno, Kentucky, Crandon, Crossbar. They'll go over mountains, short course, jumps, tight trees, mud, dust, desert, whoops. These cars can do it all, and they do it all well. Oh, and it looks like maybe a right front flat tire for Guttenberg.
I believe a front and rear.
Front and
just a rear.
Okay. So tough break for him. he is not going into the hot pits and going towards the main pits. There is a hot pits that you can use, but for prelim with such a short race, I don't think it's worth it.
It'd be really tough to come back from a flat.
Now, in the main, I believe it's a 10-lap race. Will you have at least a tire in the hot pits?
100%.
Okay.
Yep.
Is that much more? I mean, even an axle, I don't think you have enough time to change that.
No, definitely
so
not.
Just
it's
a tire?
Basically a tire.
And not even fuel, to fuel up before you go out.
100%.
Well, hopefully you do.
Yeah,
you forgot to show up this morning.
I mean, yes.
And it looks like Dylan Summers is still running strong, clicking off his third lap, heading out for 4 of 5. Tony Howard still has him right in his sights.
But 2017, my first year in the Trent Fab car out here, we had a flat on the first lap. Got it changed out in the pit.
Oh, I remember that. You hunted
to first.
Yeah. And then I think it was the same year Waylon Campbell pulled in and still was able to keep a third position.
Yes.
So it was pretty wild. Remember, it's short course.
Yeah.
It's short course. Hot pits doesn't make sense. But you don't want to give up. You got to go.
No, there's no quit.
Oh, absolutely. So we'll go through the tops once again. It is Dylan Summers, Tony Howard, Derek Summers, Gavin Andrioni, and Johnny Valadez. We know Daniel Guttenberg pulled off with the flat. Woody Rose is out from a wreck. And Travis Riley, I guess I missed that. He didn't get to start.
So he did. He was the one that pulled off.
Right he was the one that pulled off instantly. Yeah. I thought I remember seeing him. Okay, he pulled off first lap. Thank you, brother.
So hopefully he gets going and gets ready for the main.
Yeah. I mean, it's always something. Racing happens. And there's Guttenberg already in the main pits. Tough luck there, but he'll get it back together, swap that tire out, check the car over, and be ready to roll.
He'll be ready.
So the white flag is in hand and waiting for Dylan Summers and Tony Howard. So Dylan Summers 170 out of Bonnie Doon, California, with Summers racing in that Jimmy's chassis with a Jeff Ginter LS 427 with 650 horsepower, a Gearworks Turbo 400, Agan Fabworks, Vision X lights, and Finucci Auto Body. Followed closely by Tony Howard.
His first regional race ever, and he's leading the prelim. That's got to be exciting.
That's pretty good. Yeah, he cut his teeth at King of the Hammers it's crazy to say, just about a month ago, a month and a half ago now.
Yeah.
This year is busy.
And
you gonna make it back to Crandon with us this year?
I'm trying to figure that out.
All right, I'd love
a fun
to see
track.
Hunter, the big house. Obviously, this is my probably favorite Ultra 4 race, but joining with Champ Off-Road Industry, the Pro 4s at the Crandon's something special.
Yeah. I'm excited about Laughlin this year too.
I've never been there.
A lot of fun.
Yeah, that's the Nationals for Ultra 4 USA, teaming up with Best in the Desert. So the white flag flies for the rest of the field. It is Dylan Summers, Tony Howard, Derek Summers, Gavin Andrea, and Johnny Valadez. And I think Tony Howard is actually only running for NorCal, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so.
Trying to keep it straight as we can, but
yeah,
they're out on course racing.
Yep.
We'll give away all our hardware later on this evening. We'll do that an hour after the last race. And we're going to try to keep that one live as well. We'll see if we can make that happen. So heading back towards the Freight Factory Finger is our race leader, Dylan Summers. And it looks like he's pulled a lead over Tony Howard. I don't see him coming in the screen.
Yeah, that's a pretty healthy gap.
Yeah, and how far back is Derek Summers? Is he going to be able to start side by side with his son in the main? Man, Dylan Summers got a huge lead. Nope, there was Tony Howard.
There's Howard.
And there's Derek Summers. So Dylan Summers.
That'll be a tough pass in that short of a distance, but 1, 2, 3. It's a good race.
Oh, 100%. So Dylan Summers, number 170, grabs the checkered flag with Summers race. Up next is going to be Tony Howard. You can see him all over the gas, putting on a show right there for the fans. Tony Howard grabs the checkers, second place for Tony Howard. And here comes Garrett Summers. Third.
Second place car was a Licardi car as well, right? From right around this area?
Yeah, Phil Licciardi. Yep. Yeah. Liberty Mountain Fab. And fourth goes to Gavin Andrioni.
And that's also the pole sitter of the next race, which is Chuck in 48.
Yeah, Chuck Crossland with the most horsepower of the weekend, I believe. 1,200 horsepower. And he's actually stepping up. He's going to race the NorCal 4400 also.
I heard that was happening.
And look at that. Speaking about old Chucky, there he is, our pole setter for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, Chuck Crossland.
With Austin Thompson starting next to him.
Yeah, so it'll be Chuck Crossland and Austin Thompson. That'll be a good little battle. And then we have Matt Bradley, Jacob Pacheco, Luke Campen, Eric Weichel, Nathan Hill. He's the guy that parked on the rear bumper yesterday after the finish. So, hey, he got his time.
He got his time.
And then Matthew Slingstad and Corey Lewis. Matthew Slingstad has that Steel Nuts Fab car he just bought and debuted it at King of the Hammers. He teamed up with Jason Shear and is reigning with Rage 4. So it's really cool.
That is awesome.
And the crowd is starting to build out here.
It also looks like Trent Roberts is in this heat.
Okay.
He probably moved out of this because he was just finishing up his UTV run, or his stock class run.
That's right. So they probably bumped him. Okay, good catch on that one. There's a lot of moving parts up here, isn't there?
Uh-huh.
This is going to be another great 4800 prelim. So obviously whoever wins... Oh, so we were wrong. If they would have got first and second, that's row 1 and 2 because we intermixed at both prelims. So we both missed that one.
Yeah. Details,
exactly. So this is going to be a great run. It's going to be a drag race by Chuck Crossland out of Los Molinos, California with Crossland Off-Road Racing. Starting side by side with Bam Bam Jr., Austin Thompson out of Nevada City, California with Bam Bam Racing. We'll see his dad, Brendan Thompson, racing here in a little bit. And I just heard Chucky clearing that sucker out. And we're going to ride along with Chuck Crossland. And it's going to be a fun start to this race.
So with the inside line, Chuck has the advantage there, but also the cushion is on the outside, so Austin's having to start in the cushion as well, which is going to take away horsepower.
And he has that inside line for the preferred lines going to the MetalCloak rocks as well.
So Chuck definitely has the advantage here, but
and the horsepower
all comes down to driving.
And Chuck Crossland takes off. The Starstream's lagging just a little bit. But Chuck Crossland into the rocks first, and then it's Austin Thompson, then Trent Roberts.
Trent
Eric Weichel's there.
Diving up the middle.
Man, that's a great start there.
Trent is into second, Chuck out front, and Austin is in third.
And then Matt Bradley, Jacob Pacheco, Campman, Weichel, Churchill, Slingstad, and Lewis. So Chuck Crossland still out front through the Brannick Boulders, being chased closely by Trent Roberts. No, that may be Matt Bradley. Matt Bradley and Trent Roberts look very similar.
Riley is driving back to the pits right now under his own power, so hopefully they get that car running for the as well.
Tough break for him. There's Matthew Slingstad. In the back of the pack, I see Eric Weichel.
There was
Trent
a little
Roberts?
bit of a traffic jam in the trials rock, so it's kind of spread out the field a bit. They were super tight there for a minute. Couple nice little jumps up the gunite.
And there was that rock you were talking about. He hit it just right and just kind of wheelied up there. I love the PCI gunite rocks. So it's going to be interesting to see if Chuck Crossland can hold his lead on this 5-lap prelim. And then we're going to mix almost 20 4800 cars for the main event later on this afternoon. It's going to be a great race.
That'll be a battle.
So Austin Thompson is dropped back to third, and I believe it's Matt Bradley and Chuck Crossland.
But Trent Roberts is not giving him an inch. He is right there.
I was wrong. It is Chuck Crossland and Trent Roberts. Matt Bradley looks similar. So it is Chuck Crossland and Trent Roberts, 1 and 2. And I think we have Star Stream on both of those cars. We'll see if we can bring some of those in and out to you.
Who is the car in fourth?
Fourth is Matt Bradley.
Matt Bradley seems to be overheating right now. His radiator is putting off a lot of steam.
Yeah, that's not good. So we'll go through as they came through after lap number 1. It was Chuck Crossland, Trent Roberts, Austin Thompson, Matt Bradley, Jacob Pacheco, Luke Campman, Eric Weichel, Matthew Slingstad, and I don't see Nathan Churchill or Corey Lewis. Got some Trent Robert fans out there.
Ooh,
Chris Ray's tuned in. You can go to our social. We do have the run of events on there, or go to Ultra 4 Racing and go to the schedule. And we got a lot of racing yet to come. Asking about Pro Turbo. We ran that earlier, so they'll be running, probably midday later on. So we are on lap number 2 of 5 for our second prelim for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and is Chuck Crossland out front. While we wait for him to come to screen, we need to give a huge shout out to Monster Energy, Warren Racing, Brannick Motorsports, All Things UTV, NorCal Rock Racing, Rock Crawler Suspension, Freight Factory, Spider Tracks, Factor 55, PCI, G-Force, MetalCloak, and Maxxis for the Ultra 4 USA side. And on NorCal Rock Racing side, it's California Customs, Rugged Radios, MetalCloak, Griffin Radiator, and King Shocks. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these wonderful marketing partners, we would not be racing here today. And Trent Robert takes that left line, tries to get around Chucky, but Chucky has the horsepower and hammered down.
Man, that was close, though. If he can just line that up one lap to get nice and close going into the rocks, I think he might be able to pass in there.
Yeah, because I don't think it's a horsepower game in the rocks.
No.
It's just once you get through it, he's got it. So heading into the Brannick Boulders 1-2 with Chuck Crossland and Trent Roberts.
Trent has always been very aggressive in the rocks. Feel like him and Sean Reisky always have been some of the most aggressive.
They're fun to watch.
100%.
So there's Jacob Pacheco and Matt Bradley. Jacob Pacheco on that Trent Fab car, putting it down. One of the OG UFOs. Oh, and Matt Bradley takes a little wide. Pacheco has to check not to hit him, but they kept it clean.
It is cool to see how flat those Trent Fab cars just turn.
They work amazing for sure. And jumping up the PCI Gunite. Matt Bradley knows Pacheco is there, so the battle for third and fourth is heating up. Doing a little step down. This is usually where the Gomez tree jump is if you're heading the opposite direction. That's probably my favorite jump here, but we got to switch it up.
Yeah. Seems like Goodby was a little nice to us this year on the big jumps.
Yeah, exactly.
But the short course flows so well this weekend. It feels very intuitive to drive.
And Chuck Crossland heading into the MetalCloak rocks.
Trent is starting to drive the other line, just trying to keep up with him.
And it looks like Eric Weichel is stopped.
Trying to go for a pass. Oh. Bradley just edged him out there. A little bit of contact, but that's racing. Both are still moving. Jacob is definitely starting to get more aggressive, trying to go for that pass, though.
Yeah, it's he knows put the there saying, "Hey, I'm here and I'm ready."
Yep. And that is technically 2 cars past because that's an entire row forward for the main.
Yeah, good call. Yeah, because so basically your finishing position for this race gets you which race which
row you started.
Yeah, row. There we go. Thank you. Lost some words there. A lot of talking today.
Oh, yeah.
So Chuck Crossland and Trent Roberts up front, but then the battle right now is Matt Bradley and Jacob Pacheco.
And these 16 heats are just half the races today, right?
Say that again?
These 16 heats are just half the races.
Yeah.
We still have more on top of it.
It's going to be a busy day, that's for sure. There's Chuck Crossland, our race leader in the 4800 Brain Explorers Prelim number 2. And the white flag is out and flying for Chuck Crossland. And right behind him is Trent Roberts.
We can't see.
You understand?
Yeah.
And there's Matt Bradley and Jacob Pacheco.
Still battling it out.
And Austin Thompson's still on them, so they're waiting for a mistake to see what happens. But this is a pretty good battle for third and fourth. But up front, Chuck Crossland's holding pretty steady, and so is Trent Roberts.
There was about a 20-second gap, I would say, between Trent and Chuck. So that's going to be hard to overcome on this last lap.
But I think you're playing strategy now.
Yep.
And it looks like Eric Weichel is back and moving. Great to see that. Nathan Churchill. Oh, he did make it out. Good. He's the one that was parked on his rear tire after his qualifying run. Took a pretty good little tumble.
I don't know if I've seen many cars ending up parked like that after a nice little pirouette.
Just perfectly sat there.
Yeah.
I was like, put it in reverse, but I think it shut off. So the checkered flag flies, and it is Chuck Crossland in that first position. And then Trent Roberts in number 2. So Chuck Crossland, number 4869 out of Los Molinos, California, with Crossland Off-Road in that Liberty Mountain Fab only child machine with a Brian Tooley twin turbo LS62 with 1200 horsepower. He's got a Hughes Turbo 400, a Behemoth 205, Mickey Thompson tires, Dirty Life wheels, Holly Off-Road, Yukon, and FK. Trent Roberts in that 4811, who got second position out of Clarksburg, California with TWC Racing. In that goat-built Ibex chassis with a supercharged LQ4 with 700 horsepower. He's got Yukon, Vision, Mickey Thompson, and Raceline wheels. And in that third position, the number 91 of Matt Bradley out of Ron Hurt Park, California, with Last Minute Matt Motorsports. And another Liberty Mountain Fab chassis with a Schofield LS2, King Superior Equipment, and Kama.
And that's pole and first place for Chuck.
Yeah, that's he's holding it down. So it's going to be a drag race between him and who won the last one? Oh, it's going to be Dylan Summers.
Yes.
Sorry, missed my sheet.
Yes. Do you know how they're going to decide on who gets inside versus outside?
I don't know that. It's a good question. I believe
position or overall race time.
That's a good question. I don't have that one.
Okay. Either way, it'll be a good race between those two. Dylan was on a mission from the start.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race for the 4800 main event. We are through heat lap number 6, and we are about to kick off the UTV Pro Modified. This is our 7th heat lap of the day. So this will be another good race. I believe we have Cole Clark, Scott Lesage, and Jordan Hewlett. And it was Scott Lesage sitting on that pole position.
2 RS1s. Do you know what Jordan is in?
Jordan is in a Can-Am, I believe.
So that'll be...
No, he is in a Polaris, but it's a 2-seat.
Okay.
Cole Clark's in that RS1, and then Scott Lesage is in a Polaris. It's a home built, so it's going to be interesting. Well, Bailey, I've appreciate you joining me up here, but I'm going to bring another one in. If you get bored later, come up here, but don't do it during your race this time.
I'll work on it.
All right.
We'll see what happens.
All right. Always a pleasure, buddy. Thanks for coming up. So we'll bring in Kendall Glines here in just a minute. He's going to come up and join us. And we are about to kick off our Pro Modified Heat number 1 with Scott Lesage in the 4932 out of Salt Lake City, Utah, with Sage Alternatives in that custom single-seat Polaris RZR with Craftworks Supercharger, Maxxis, KMC, Fox, X-Travel, RCV, and Tire Spine. And then the number 24 of Cole Clark out of Cortez, Colorado, with 2-4 Racing in that RMS-built Polaris RS1 with Bilstein, Maxxis, and K&T Performance. And then Jordan Hewlett, the number 4963 out of Sparks, Nevada, with JH Off-Road in his Polaris with Rugged. And we are live racing. And I've got Kendall Glines hopping in the Big B studio with me. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, doing fantastic. Yeah, I'm super excited to be here. Just had to come check in.
Oh, I appreciate you coming here and having some fun with us. And it is Scott Lesage heading out. Where is Cole Clark? I don't see him out there. So I'm not sure what happened. But, man, what a fun race it was watching you and Brexton battle it out. And then he snuck it out on you at the end. What happened?
So the right front brake line came loose. So
that doesn't help things.
Step on the brakes and you are immediately sideways. So I about lost 3 or 4 good times.
All right, but you kept it under control.
Yeah.
You and your son battle it out. And are you guys on the same radio channel?
We're not.
Oh, no. I wish I could have heard that. Okay.
It's actually little brother driving. It's Caden driving.
Oh, it's Caden. Okay.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
he's on the NorCal side.
Yeah, Caden's
cool.
in the car. And it's his first race to drive completely.
Oh, that's awesome. I love that you bring the entire family out here and have fun with us.
Absolutely. It's what we do. It's what we've made our race program. It's a family deal. So, yeah, Caden's super excited to getting some seat time, and I think I've taught him a little too well.
Uh-oh, he's following your marks. And like I said, you had brake issues, but he still beat you, so he's got that bragging rights.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And we're not going to talk about the limp mode issues either, but the car was in limp mode. You step on the gas, there's just no power. But we'll get her fixed for the main.
So you have a remedy for that?
We're going to go hook a computer to it.
Right.
And we're learning all this new computer stuff. It's a whole new ball game with the Bronco.
And speaking about that, did you figure out your truck? I saw you work on it the other night.
Oh, yeah, it's been we're having an exciting time, but it's been a heck of a weekend.
So it is Scott Lesage out front, then Jordan Hewlett and Cole Clark. I did not see him take the start. Not sure what happened to him. Hopefully he can get his car figured out and make it into the main event. This is the Pro Modified class presented by G-Force Suspension.
Yeah, we got here to the park. Got it somewhat in position. Almost parked. And shut it off, and it would not restart. Just had the crank of death.
Huh.
So,
did you get it figured out yet?
It's over at the Ford Fleet Service Center.
Okay, so
got towed over.
Always something.
Always. Yeah, luckily we have real good friends, Ray and Candace, that live in the area. We went and got his pickup. We're going to take my trailer to his house and leave it until the truck gets fixed.
So you'll get it figured out. It's just always something.
It is, yeah. Huge shout out to Ray and Candace.
Awesome.
We're going to go work on the Bronco. You saw Caden roll.
Yeah. Whoops.
Yeah. So you got a little damage to fix on that.
On the Jeep.
On the Jeep.
And then you have the computer gremlin and some brakes to work on.
Yep.
Well, perfect.
I can't wait to get these little bugs worked out.
It's always something. It's part of racing.
It is, absolutely. Build a new car and you have the new car blues. That's what we're going to call it.
Yep. All right, so you wanting to bail out and go work on it?
We're going to go work on it.
All right, well, Kendall, always a pleasure, man. Thanks for coming up. If you get bored, do it again.
Absolutely.
I love rotating these guests through here.
I sure appreciate it.
All right,
thanks,
Kendall
Miles.
Glines with Glines Motorsports. Hopefully you can get this thing figured out and rocking and rolling, but so far, so good. So Kendall Glines racing with his brother, or with his son, Caden Glines out there battling it out. Love to see the battles out there on course. So it is Scott Lesage and Jordan Hewlett. Scott Lesage in that beautiful custom-built Polaris. He ended up selling some tires to one of my buddies. He came through and crashed it out at my house. Oh, it was before Hammers. And like I said, I got all these racing buddies out here, but I love it when we can actually have more time to hang out. And he was on his way to Tire Spine, and it was a fun chat with old Scott Lesage. And one of the raddest looking UTVs out on course today. So Jordan Hewlett, I don't quite see him. But it's Scott Lesage out front with a commanding lead as he heads into the Brannock Boulders. So there he goes. So Jordan Hewlett on the lead lap, a little bit behind Scott Lesage, but still making it happen. So Scott Lesage, the number 4932 out of Salt Lake City, Utah, with Sage Alternatives. And again, thank you everybody for tuning in. This coverage of Ultra 4 USA for the MetalCloak NorCal Stampede is presented by MetalCloak and is brought to you by our official sponsors: Brannock Motorsports, PCI Race Radios, NorCal Rock Racing, and by Warren Racing. Thank you to each and every one of them for being a part of us. And it's going to be a great, great weekend here. A great season with Ultra 4 USA. And again, we got a lot of vendors on site. Make sure you go see Roxy at the Ultra 4 Mega Merch. We got the NorCal merchandise trailer as well. King Shocks is on site. So is MetalCloak. Maxxis Tires has their big rig here. Saw Chris Shaw hanging out. We got Poly Performance. And then we got some great food vendors as well. Make sure you go check out Country Time Lemonade, Dave's Dogs, Faded Barbecue, the Snow Cone Sand. I know Jeepers Jamboree is here. California Customs has a couple trailers and UTVs. So be sure to meander around and check it all out. So this is the Pro Modified class presented by G-Force. Great to have them on board for the entire season. Gary over at G-Force is just one of the good ones. Matt Bradley have some fans out there. So it sounded like Matt Myers is telling me that Jordan Hewlett is down on power, and I would believe that. And I know the drones have been flying a lot, so I think he's had to land and charge some batteries up, so I apologize about that. But, hey, we're still bringing a lot of action to you, so thanks for staying tuned in. And we're showing you some of the other shots we do have out here on course. And up next should be the Youth 1000 for the NorCal Rock Racing. And then we'll have the pre-runner. And the checkered flag flies for Scott Lesage, winning the Pro Modified class. What a beautiful car. If you have a chance, walk through the pits, go check that thing out. That thing is a work of art. So we have some cars still staging. Looks like Jordan Hewlett is under his own power, but having some issues. So while we get geared up for this next race, I'm going to step away for just a moment, but we'll be back with live racing action here in just a little bit. Welcome back to the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede here at the Prairie City SVRA in Rancho Cordova. I am Miles Hasquist, and it sounds like we're getting close to going green once again for our Youth 1000 part of the NorCal Rock Racing. Take a little bit of a break there, kind of reset, and everything is looking good. Again, thank you everybody for tuning in all over the world. I saw some from the UK, up in Canada, down in Baja. And it's going to be a great day of racing. Up next will be Braden Malcolmson, Anderson Porter, Jackson Duncan, Cooper Zaslov, and Nathan Millate. Getting a little bit of chatter through the race radios. All four are in staging and coming on down. So before we kick off this race, for Ultra 4 USA, we need to give a huge shout out to MetalCloak, Maxxis, G-Force Suspension, PCI Radios, Factor 55, Spider Tracks, Freight Factory, Rock Crawler Suspension, NorCal Rock Racing, All Things UTV, Brannick Motorsports, Warren Racing, Monster Energy, and MetalCloak. Looks like they are being staged as we speak. They should be coming in here momentarily, and we will be back in action. This is our 8th prelim of the day, so we're about halfway through the prelims before we start the mains. We've been racing for about 2 hours right now, so everything's coming into play. John Goodby's keeping everything running smooth. Burr's right there up front. Jeremy Dickinson, Mike, RDP. We got our drone guy, Eric, here. Carlos with Take It Live. Chris Lundy back home switching the show. And it's a whole slew of volunteers that make this happen. So thanks again to each and every one of those. So up next is the Youth 1000 Prelim. It'll be another 5-lap race, but they do skip the rocks and the PCI gun-out section. So the full track is 1.5 miles, so they're running about 1.25 miles on this one. And then after that will be the pre-runners. And then the UTV stock. Sorry, the UTV 170 stock. The UTV 170 modified. And then we'll roll right into the UTV 1000. The Youth 570s, the Youth RS1s, and then the 4400 Big Dogs, prelim number 1, and then prelim number 2.
guy.
All right, well, we are getting ready to kick off, and I've got another special guest. We have Chuck Crossland in the booth. How you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you doing, Miles?
Oh, I'm doing great. It's been a great day of racing. You put on an absolute clinic out there. Congrats on that.
Thank you. Yeah, that was that heat felt amazing.
And now I'm excited to see you step up and mix it up with the big dogs in the 4400, part of the NorCal side.
Yeah. Present day Chuck might be a little upset about past day Chuck and his decisions he made. But yeah, no, this track came together amazing. So who you got out now?
This is the Youth 1000 with Braden Malcolmson, Anderson Porter, Jackson Duncan, Cooper Zaslov, and Nathan Millate.
That's awesome, man. These kids moving up in 1000s are going to be the game to see you watch.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one today for sure.
What's Dylan Trent running then?
He's racing in the Ultra 4 Pro Stock class.
Oh,
yeah,
gotcha.
He's stepping it up. He may be doing a little bit of NorCal, I'm not sure.
Right. Who I was hoping to see show up was Riley Smallwood.
Okay, I don't recognize that.
She raced the, I think, 570s.
Okay.
And then she ended up with Wahlberg. 1000.
Nice. Well, there's a lot of moving parts there, but we're having fun and making it happen.
Yeah, I don't think we could ask for any better weather out here this race, especially for March.
Yeah, no, and we were worried about some rain. It hit us a little bit on Thursday, a little bit on Friday, but it's looking picture perfect for today.
Slideways isn't nearly as bad. It's
you got a little slideways today.
A little slideways.
Always got to have some fun with it, right?
Oh, yeah. Hey, that Factor 55 flag made it through 6 laps this time.
You hit one of them.
This time?
Yesterday.
Oh, yes. Oh, no, I know, but I'm saying this 6 laps.
I'm just letting you know, you hit one of them yesterday.
Oh, I'm aware.
And we'll bring it to your pits for a souvenir later.
Yeah. I would have hit it the second time if it would have been up again.
Yeah, probably so. Well, again, I'm Miles Hasselmus alongside Chuck Crossland hopping in here for a little bit, pulling double duty in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and then mix it up with the 44s.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, guys. See you soon.
Oh, you're out of here already,
I'll
huh?
let you know.
Okay, all right.
We got to get the car ready.
Oh, you don't have people for that? You are those people?
Yeah, I'm the whole people.
You're people. Okay.
All 12 personalities.
Yeah, no doubt. Well,
Yep,
Chuck,
I'll
always
catch
a
up with you
pleasure,
a
buddy.
little bit.
Come back up if you have some time.
Sounds good.
Chuck Crossland. And we are out for the Youth 1000 Prelim. 5 laps for the NorCal Rock Racing. And out front is Jackson Duncan, Cooper Zaslov, Nathan Millate, Braden Malcolmson, and Anderson Porter. We have 5 of them out there having some fun. We do have 1000 and limited. Nathan Millate is running in the Youth 1000. Everybody else is the Youth 1000 limited. And it's Jackson Duncan, then Zaslov. The over the rest of the field. And then it's Anderson Porter and Nathan Millate. And now we got the Believe Cam back in the sky, chasing down Jackson Duncan and Cooper Zaslov. Again, they are going to bypass the rocks for the UTVs and the pre-runners. But once Ultra 4 USA gets back on track, it's the full court. The crowd's starting to build. Again, this morning is just prelims. The mains will be after lunch. And that's when it's going to get exciting. This has been a great so far for everybody tuning in to the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede. Getting some comments off the YouTubes. Yeah, the drones. We've only got one drone this week, or one drone pilot this weekend. He's got 2 drones. He's got the Mavic High and Wide, which I believe he's flying now. And then he's also got the FPV, but he's got to land. He's got to charge some batteries. So we're going to keep it up as much as we can, but he can't stay up the entire time. As we're back at the Freight Factory Finger. During that quick little break, I ran to the restroom for just a moment and bumped into one of our good buddies, the OG of Mike Boo. I think he's going to hop up here and say hi here after a little bit. And if there are any of our sponsors or our racers, come on up, spend 5 minutes with me here in the Big B studio. As Jackson Duncan and Cooper Zaslov, 1 and 2, still out front. Anderson Porter still there in the mix. It is going to be a beautiful day of racing. Be sure to tune in all day long. Have pulled up on your other tab, ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. There goes Nathan Millay. But we are following along as they bypass the Brannick boulders of Jackson Duncan and Cooper Zaslov. And that's where they cut off. They do not go up the PCI Gunite. This is the NorCal Rock Racing track. Looks like we have one pulled off. I'm going to guess that's Braden Malcolmson. We were taking a little bit of hits on the Starlink. I apologize, but it seems like we didn't do anything, but they figured it out. So we have the cameras back up and going. It's pretty amazing what Starlink and Starstream has brought to the table the last few years. Our team behind the scene, Take It Live, making it all happen. Carlos is here on site, teching everything out. Chris Lundy is back home, putting it all to the internet and switching the show. So the white flag is out for Jackson Duncan, Cooper Zaslov, and Anderson Porter. 1 lap to go before the checkered flag flies. It's been a lot of fun out here, and we are just getting started. And again, there's a lot of great vendors here on site. Go check out Mega Merch. Roxy's selling all the things down there at the Ultra 4 Semi. We got the NorCal merchandise trailer as well. King Shocks is here, Poly Performance, MetalCloak, and Maxxis Tires, along with Jeepers Jamboree and California Customs. We have some great food vendors down there. Country Time Lemonade, Dave's Dogs, and Faded Barbecue. Go show those guys and gals some love. In between races, take a little break, walk through. And speaking about walk through, go to the main pits up here. If you're a fan, walk through, just kind of look over the shoulder of some of these racers. They'll let you get in there, check out the car. Ultra 4 USA and NorCal Rock Racing is a fan-friendly event. As Jackson Duncan and Cooper Zaslov are in the Freight Factory Finger, heading towards the MetalCloak start finish. So the checkered flag is in hand and about to be flying for Jackson Duncan, followed closely by Cooper Zaslov. But it looks like it is going to be Jackson Duncan, number 714. Winning his first race. Great to see them out here racing. So it is official. Jackson Duncan 1, Cooper Zaslov 2, and Anderson Porter in that 3rd position. The weather is starting to warm up. It's a warm 53 degrees with just a little bit of wind to help keep that dust down. It is absolutely perfect racing conditions. So if you're anywhere in the Sacramento area, it's only $30 per adult. Kids 12 and under are free. Come on out. The mains will be kicked off just after lunch. Obviously, we're on the East Coast. Everything is PST time zone. So it's 10 o'clock on this side of the world. Ultra 4 USA and NorCal Rock Racing are running today. I'll kind of go over the rest of the season for the Ultra 4 USA. We are right here for the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede for round number 1. For the Western Series, up next for Western is Area BFE in Moab, Utah, May 9th and 10th. And then we return once again to Vegas to Reno, August 13th through the 16th. And then the Western Series Jokers race will be right here once again in Rancho Cordova, September 19th and 20th. The next race for Ultra 4 USA will be the first race in the Central Division at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma, in just 2 short weeks, April 11th and 12th. And then we'll return once again to Badlands Off-Road Park in Attica, Indiana, June 6th and 7th. And then during Bike Week in Sturgis, South Dakota at the Buffalo Chip Power Sports Complex, August 1st and 2nd. And then the Joker race for the Central Series is the Big House in Crandon, Wisconsin for the Crandon Ultra 4 Short Course World Championships, August 28th and 30th through the 31st over Labor Day weekend. We started the season off a couple weeks ago in Roush Creek, Pennsylvania. Up next for the Eastern Series is the Beach Bend Raceway in Bowling Green, Kentucky, May 2nd and 3rd. And then we go to the AOP Park Adventure Off-Road at South Pittsburgh, Tennessee, June 27th through the 28th. And then we'll return again for the Joker race at the Beach Bend Raceway during LS Fest in Bowling Green, Kentucky, September 5th and 6th. And then we wind out the year for the Ultra 4 USA National Championship in Laughlin, Nevada for the Laughlin Desert Classic, October 16th through the 18th. So it looks like the Crane of Shame is and got another victim. So up next is the pre-runner class. We have John Zender, Stephen Mosley, and Kyle Mosley. So it should be a fun race. All part of the NorCal Rock Racing in the pre-runner class. Looks like they are staged and ready. Looks like 2 kind of classic pre-runner trucks and then a 1600 looking machine. And it looks like it is the 07 in that 1600 buggy of John Zender out of Mountain View, California. And then Stephen Mosley in the 1433. And then Kyle Mosley in the 1477, both out of Oakdale, California. Running 5 laps. Skipping the rocks, obviously, because these guys are just 2-wheel drive. So this will be a 1.25 mile track. And we are off and running with John Zender out front. Then Stephen and Kyle Mosley trying to chase him down. This will be a fun one. I love these pre-runner style trucks. A lot of cool cars out here racing with us today for the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede here at the Prairie City SVRA in Rancho Cordova in Northern California. So John Zender out front on that pole position and has not looked back yet. And Joe Fabrizio is asking about an LCQ for the 4800. No, there is not. Everybody will be racing today for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And Stephen Mosley and Kyle Mosley are trying to reel in John Zender, but he's starting to run away with this thing as they enter into the Freight Factory Finger, rolling over the NorCal Rock Racing Rhythm section. This is round number 1 for the Western Series for Ultra 4 USA and round number 1 for NorCal Rock Racing. It's going to be a great season, and this track is absolutely perfect. The team here has got the track dialed in, and these racers are out there having fun with it. So it is Kyle Mosley in second, John Zender out front, and Stephen Mosley in that third position. Looks like John Zender just threw down a minute 44. Kyle Mosley a minute 58, and Stephen Mosley with a 2:07. MetalCloak is here on site. I haven't seen Matson Brakey out here, but I believe he is, so hopefully we can get him up here in the booth with us after a little bit. And I see a lot of smoke coming from second position of Kyle Mosley. Not looking good for him as we're following John Zender out front. Tough break for Kyle Mosley. So John Zender clicks off another lap. I may have heard this may only be a 4-lap race. Couldn't quite hear that. So waiting for second and third. So yeah, Kyle Mosley had some smoke coming from his car, so he did pull off. So that puts Stephen Mosley in second position. Hopefully Kyle can get back to the pits, get that thing squared away, and be back for his main event later on today. And Stephen Mosley checks off lap number 2 out on number 3. And John Zender is starting to run away with this race. And there is Stephen Mosley out on course still. And the white flag does fly for John Zender. So this is a 4-lap race. The rest of them have been 5. The Believe Cam drone is chasing down Stephen Mosley as he heads back towards the Freight Factory finger. He'll be hitting the NorCal Rock Racing Rhythm section as we speak. Fun little side-by-side ops. Whoops. Little rollers there. Lots of chatter on the race radios going on right now, making sure everything's running smooth. And Stephen Mosley grabs the white flag. 1 lap to go for Stephen Mosley. I do see Kyle Mosley pulling off course under his own power, it looks like. So whatever that smoke happened, hopefully he'll get back to the pits and make it for his main. And the checkered flag is out and flies for John Zender, number 7 out of Mountain View, California. So John Zender wins his race right here for the MetalCloak NorCal Stampede. Now we're chasing around Stephen Mosley. And we do know Kyle Mosley did pull to the main pits. Tough break for him. And the crowd is starting to build here at the Prairie City SVRA. So up next will be the UTV 170 stocks. We have a mix of NorCal and Ultra 4 USA drivers out there. And then following them be the UTV 170s, the Modifieds. Again, a mix of Ultra 4 USA and NorCal. Be out there racing at the same time, scored separately. But hey, they're wheel-to-wheel racing with their friends. The future of our sport is up next. And I see Jeremy Dixon taking them out for a little sight lap, getting them ready. So Stephen Mosley grabs that second position. So up next in the UTV 170 stock is Maverick Hibbard, Peter Abd, Hunter Valadez, Jackson Fernandez, Trevor Haynes, and Weston Levins. And it looks like they are all part of the NorCal series. I definitely recognize Peter Abd, Hunter Valadez, part of the Ultra 4 USA family as well. Looks like we have Joe Thompson hopping in here. See if we can get him on the headset. No, just shaking his head. Just out here enjoying some racing. Watching his cars out there racing later on today with UFO Motorsports. So we're getting them lined out and getting ready to go green flag racing. Sounds like this will be a 4-lap race. And Maverick Hibbard out of Vacaville, California in that pole position. And then Peter Abd, number 575 out of Santa Maria, California. And then Hunter Valadez out of Agua Dulce, California with Telemetry Motorsports. And then number 28 of Jackson Fernandez out of Sebastopol, California. And then the number 95 of Trevor Haynes out of Pollock Pines, California. And the number 610 of Weston Blevins. And they are out on course having some fun. They're racing about, I'm going to guess, a 3/4 of a mile lap. Oh, no, they're running the full lap. Okay, so this is just over a mile for the Youth 170s. Oh, have one little off course for a second, but it looks like back in action. So Maverick Hibbard, Peter Abb, Hunter Valadez, Jackson Fernandez, Trevor Haynes, and Weston Blevins. Again, the Ultra 4 USA Mega Merch is on site down there. Go see Roxy. Buy all the things. We have the NorCal merchandise trailer as well. We have King Shocks, Maxxis Tires, Poly Performance, MetalCloak, Jeepers Jamboree, and California Customs all over in the vendor area. So in between races, when you take a little break, go check out and see what they got. We also have some great food vendors on site. We have Country Time Lemonade, Dave's Dogs, Faded Barbecue, and the Snow Cone Stand. And it looks like it's Weston Blevins that moved into the front. Then it's Peter Abb, Hunter Valadez, Jackson Fernandez, and Maverick Hibbard, followed by Trevor Haynes. So the first 5 are pretty close to each other, but right now it's Weston Blevins on this 4-lap prelim. And the FPV Believe Cam drone is chasing these young guys and gals down. But it's Weston Blevins out front with a great run thus far. As these young guys and gals are out there having fun on the same course as some of their heroes. This is the future of our sport in off-road racing. Looks like one's taking a little bit wide there. I believe that was Peter Abb and Hunter Valadez right there, ready and willing to take advantage of the track position. Jackson Fernandez, Maverick Hibbard, right in the mix there as well. So they are not going on the Freight Factory finger. So it is about that 3/4 mile of track I was saying earlier. And Weston Blevins is out front, followed closely by Peter Abb. Then Jackson Fernandez moves into third. Then Hunter Valadez and Maverick Hibbard. I'm sure the spotter stand is full of their mom and dad saying, go, go, go. I'm trying a little inside-outside here. And how cool is it? They get to go to school on Monday and say they raced with Ultra 4 USA and NorCal Rock Racing. And then they can go back and rewatch the Ultra 4 USA YouTube and show their grandparents, their mom and dad, and maybe even their school teacher. Casey Shears tuned in, watching the 170s, rooting on his team awesome teammates of Peter Abb and Harrison Iceman Drackman. And that's Brother Al's son. Cool to see that. And Brittany's rooting on Hunter Valadez. Thanks for tuning in, guys and gals. So this is a 4-lap race. So the white flag is out and flying for Weston Blevins. And Peter Abb in that second position. Then it's Jackson Fernandez. Maverick Hibbard has moved into fourth. Where's Hunter Valadez? There she is. So Hunter Valadez has moved back to fifth. And Trevor Haynes still pushing along. But it looks good for Weston Blevins in that first position. Peter Abb comfortable in second. Third and fourth is very close between Jackson Fernandez and Maverick Hibbard. And then Hunter Valadez is right there just in case somebody makes a mistake and she can slide right up the ranks. Trevor Haynes is in the back but still having fun and pushing strong. This is the UTV 170 stock prelim. Getting everything set up for their main race later on today. Oh, and we had a little tumble. Landed on their wheels. I can't tell which one that was. Looks like that could have been Hunter Valadez. Took a little tumble, but again, landed right back on the wheels and kept on trucking. So that looks like it's Peter Abb and Jackson Fernandez. And the checkered flag is out and flies for Weston Blevins. And it is Peter Abb 2 and Jackson Fernandez right there on his heels in that third position. So again, Weston Blevins 1, Peter Abb 2, and Jackson Fernandez in that third spot. Fourth is going to go to Hunter Valadez. So it must have been Maverick Hibbard that took the little tumble, but landed on his wheels and kept on rocking. So Hunter Valadez does sneak into that fourth position, and it was Maverick Hibbard that took the tumble, but landed on his wheels and kept on going. And here comes Trevor Haynes grabbing the checkers in that sixth position. So up next is the Youth 170 Modifieds. You can see him right there. In that pole position is Barrett Gradick, Cody Summers, Harrison Drackman, Dalton Bleck, Parker Croft, Jackson Gunter, Hunter Hibbard, Cody Gunter, and Jackson Cotter. So it's going to be another great race for the 170s. The future of our sport is out on course, getting ready to take that green flag. Looks like they're getting lined up. Barrett Gradick, number 578, out of Lakeport, California. It's lining up side by side next to 171 of Cody Summers out of Santa Cruz, California. And then it's number 34 of Harrison Drackman out of Pollock Pines, California. And then it's the number 777 of Dalton Bleck. And then Parker Croft, Jackson Gunter, who is Jaron Gunter's son, Hunter Hibbard, Cody Gunter, and Jackson Conter. And they are off for another 4-lap race on this 3/4 mile track here for the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede here at the Prairie City SVRA in Rancho Cordova in beautiful Northern California. So the 170s are out on course. And then up next will be the UTV 1000 prelim, then the Youth 570s, then the Youth RS1, and then the 4400 main event of the day. Prelim number 1 and then prelim number 2. Make sure you go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com for the same timing I have here, right here in the Big B studio. And we'll see who comes through first. I believe it's still Barrett Gradick and then Cody Summers. And it is Braden Gradick out front. And Jackson Cotter has moved into second. Then it's Cody Summers. And Cody Summers is Dylan Summers' little brother. So Derek Summers' youngest. Awesome. Thanks, Alyssa, for keeping me honest on that. Love the entire family out here. So Derek Summers has his son Dylan and Cody out here racing with him this weekend. Dylan is sitting in that pole position for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports main event. We'll see how the other son, Cody Summers, can handle it. But so far, it's Barrett Gradick, Jackson Cotter, Cody Summers, Dalton Bleck, Parker Croft, Harrison Drachman, Jackson Gunter, Hunter Hibbard, and Cody Gunter. What a great race we have on our hands, and Barrett Gradick starting to run away with it just a little bit. So Barrett Gradick still out front, followed closely by Jackson Cotter, Cody Summers, Parker Croft, Dalton Bleck, Jackson Gunter, Harrison Drachman, Hunter Hibbard, and Cody Gunter. But on their fourth and final lap, it is Barrett Gradick, Jackson Cotter, Cody Summers, and then Parker Croft, Dalton Black. They're starting to click off, but this is absolutely Barrett Gradick's race to lose. He is out front and shining right now with a commanding lead. So Alyssa's keeping me updated. Thank you for keeping everything straight as we can. Lots of information flowing up here in the Big B studio. And we got a great battle going there, but the checkered flag is out and flies. Barrett Gradick wins this race, followed closely by Jackson Cotter, and then it is Cody Summers getting that third spot. So super close between 3 and 4, but Cody Summers sneaks it away from Parker Croft. So again, it is Barrett Gradick, Jackson Cotter, Cody Summers, Parker Croft, Dalton Black, Jackson Gunter, Harrison Drachman, and then Hunter Hibbert. There's lots of foot traffic going back and forth between the spotters stand. Because to race short course, you do have to have a spotter in the stand to keep communication, to keep everything running safe and smooth. So up next is going to be the UTV 1000 Pro Prelim. Part of NorCal. We have 3 more NorCal races to go before the 4400 main. So again, if you need to do a quick break, I'd do it soon because you don't want to miss the 4400s. We have Cody Addington, Brendan Thompson, Cole Johnson, Chuck Crossland, Kurt Jensen, Ken Goodall, JP Gomez, Darian Gomez, Marcos Gomez, Jeremy Brown, and James Mahoney. So a great stacked field for the 4400 main. But coming up next, it's going to be a great one with the Used 1000. Again, I'm Miles Hasquist, and this is going to be a great showing for the 2025 NorCal MetalCloak Stampede right here at the Prairie City SVRA, just outside of Rancho Cordova, California. And it's been a great morning of the prelims. We've got a few more to go, and then we'll kick off the mains later on today. It's going to be a great showing, but it looks like I can see the Youth 1000s out on course, getting ready to take off. We have Wyatt Blevins, Justin Radford, Brendan Cook, Jordan Skaggs, Marcos Gomez Jr. in his RS1, not his speed UTV this time, and then Austin Thompson also pulling double duty. And we are live for this 5-lap prelim. It's Wyatt Blevins, Justin Radford, Brendan Cook, Jordan Skaggs, Marcos Gomez Jr., and Austin Thompson. And it's a pretty good race so far. We have the Mavic high and wide to show you how big this course actually is for this 5-lap prelim for the Youth 1000 Pros. Looks like Hunt's Motorsports is tuned in from Indiana, part of Team Indiana. I'm sure we'll be seeing them soon at the Crossbar Off-Road Ranch in 2 weeks in Davis, Oklahoma. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Chad and Nikki are back home in the shop working on their cars, getting everything ready. And we do have one tipped over just by the Brannock Boulders. So Elisa Lair tuned in. And she's trying to get Woody to come up here and have a chat with me about his role yesterday. So I hope that happens. Thanks for everybody for tuning in to the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede. We are racing. We got the yellow flag out because somebody did take that little tumble. But look at this, getting caught up on Ultra4Racing.livemotorsports.com. Brendan Cook is in the lead. Then it's Justin Radford. Then Jordan Skaggs. Austin Thompson in fourth. Marcos Gomez Jr. is in fifth. And Wyatt Blevins took that little tumble. I am hearing he is okay. He is back and moving. See if he continues racing or just pulls off course. But Wyatt Blevins took a little tumble, but the safety crew was there, got him righted, and I did see it moving just a moment ago. A couple more prelims before the main event. And I can't wait to watch the 4400s. Obviously, I love all of these racers, all of the racing that happens, but the 4400 is where this sport started and the cream of the crop. And it's a pretty good battle between first and second of Brendan Cook and Justin Radford as they click off another lap at the MetalCloak start finish with a minute 33. Both Brendan Cook and Justin Radford just clicked off a minute 33 lap. What a great run for them. And look how, oh, it looks like Justin Radford sticking a nose in. And so it's side by side with Brendan Cook and Justin Radford. But it looks like Brendan Cook, oh, it is going to be close. They are nose to tail, sticking it in there. Oh, giving a little look action, letting him know he's there. Brendan Cook is out front, but Justin Radford is giving it all he's got. What a great run. And it does look like Wyatt Blevins pulls off the course as we're in the Freight Factory Finger out back. It's a great battle between Brendan Cook and Justin Radford. 2 more laps to go. Third and fourth is pretty close between Jordan Skaggs and Austin Thompson as well. 2 more laps, and it is Brendan Cook barely in front of Justin Radford, and then it's Jordan Skaggs and Austin Thompson. And Austin Thompson was carrying the right rear tires he came through, but kept her on the rubber. What a great battle out front between Brendan Cook and Justin Radford. And I like that they take the opposite lines there. So the number 94 of Brendan Cook and Justin Radford, number 22, have to slow down for another competitor that's having some issues. But now they're back at full pace and in full send mood. This is one of the better races we've had from. Is somebody's belt just got hot? I think Justin Radford just smoked a belt. Well, it could be engine, but I'm going to guess it's the belt. Tough break for Justin Radford, running such an amazing pace up front with Brendan Cook. So that's going to put Jordan Skaggs in that second position. Tough break for Justin Radford. And look at the crowd starting to fill in. It's a great spectator area as the white flag flies for Brendan Cook. And now it's Jordan Skaggs. Can Jordan reel in Brendan? Time will tell. And again, tough break for Justin Radford, running such a great race. So I thought it was a belt, but he's still moving. I'm going to guess that's engine related. Oh, I hate to see that for Justin Radford. So up next will be the checkered flag if Brendan Cook can keep it together. We do have the yellow flag out for Justin Radford. So that's going to put Austin Thompson in that third spot. But I see Austin missing a left rear wheel, so he will not be able to finish this race. So Austin Thompson lost the left rear. But here comes Brendan Cook. He slows down, respects the yellow, and is on the gas towards the MetalCloak start-finish. And the checkered flag flies for Brendan Cook, followed closely by Jordan Skaggs. So we'll see if anybody else is moving. I don't think so. So I think even though Austin Thompson was a lap down because he lost a wheel, he'll get that third spot. So poor old Justin Radford was all over the back of Brendan Cook. But something let go. His UTV is hurt and getting towed off course by another one of our amazing volunteer safety crew out on course for Ultra 4 USA and NorCal Rock Racing. We'll see if his tracker dings. It won't count because he's on the strap. So that'll move us right into the UTV Youth 570 Prelim. We have the 224 of Brentley Dixon out of Soquel, California. We have the number 99 of Mason Watkins out of Sparks, Nevada. We have Anderson Porter, the number 66 out of Slow House, California. And then the 501 of Indigo Bartley. And Eli Cotter Payne, number 525. So we got 5 of our young guys and gals that'll be out there battling it out. So we have 2 more heats for the NorCal Rock Racing before we go into the 4400 Prelim 1 and Prelim number 2. This is going to be a great one to watch. This coverage of Ultra 4 USA and NorCal Rock Racing for the MetalCloak NorCal Stampede is presented by MetalCloak and is brought to you by our official sponsors: Brannick Motorsports, PCI Race Radios, NorCal Rock Racing, and by Warren Racing. So let's give it to all of our sponsors that help out Ultra 4 USA. We have Monster Energy, Warren Racing, Brannick Motorsports, All Things UTV, NorCal Rock Racing, Rock Crawler Suspension, Freight Factory, Spider Tracks, Factor 55, PCI, G-Force, MetalCloak, and Maxxis Tires. And then on the NorCal Rock Racing side, we have California Customs, Rugged Radios, MetalCloak, Griffin Radiators, and King Shocks. So please support who supports the sport. Without all of those amazing marketing partners, we would not be able to be racing here today for the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede here at the Prairie City SVRA in Rancho Cordova in beautiful Northern California. Again, right now would be a good time to take a short break, go grab some food, go check out Country Time Lemonade, Dave's Dogs, Faded Barbecue, and the Snow Coast Stand. We also have a lot of hats, shirts, hoodies, and everything in between. They're at Mega Merch with Roxy at the Ultra 4 Semi. We also have a lot of swag at the NorCal merchandise trailer. King Shocks is on site, along with MetalCloak, Maxxis, Poly Performance, Jeepers Jamboree, and California Customs has some trailers and UTVs on display. The weather is just getting better and better out here. It's a beautiful 55 degrees. The sun is shining. The wind is barely there. And it's only going to get nicer as the day goes on. So again, if you're anywhere in the Sacramento area, come on out. $30 a day for an adult. Kids 12 and under are free. It's going to be an amazing day of racing. We have 4 more prelims to go before we start the main events later on today. So Brentley Dixon that pole position. Then it's Mason Watkins, Anderson Porter, Indigo Bartley, and Eli Cotter Payne. Have a few of our recovery crew getting back on course after they towed off a few of them. And they're getting staged up and getting ready to rock and roll for the Youth 570 Prelim. This is another 5-lap race here. Part of the NorCal Rock Racing. Up next will be the RS1 Youth Prelim. And then it goes into the 4400 Prelim 1 and Prelim 2. It's going to be a great morning of prelims, and then the main events start here in just a little bit. So again, if you need to take a quick break, I'd do it soon. The 4400 Unlimiteds will be taking off here in about 20 minutes or so. And it sounds like they're about to take off, and here we go. The green flag is flying for Bentley Dixon, Mason Watkins, Anderson Porter, Indigo Bartley, and Eli Cotter Payne. And Bentley Dixon with the early lead and holding it. I think no positions have changed yet. We got our Believe Cam drone in the air. Hammer King Productions has teamed up with Take It Live once again and bring you this live coverage for the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede. I am Miles Hasquist alongside Ultra 4 USA and NorCal Rock Racing. And Bentley Dixon halfway through lap number 1 of 5 on their 1.25 mile track for the NorCal Rock Racing. When we switch back to Ultra 4 USA, it's a 1.5 mile track. Heading back towards the Freight Factory Finger. I love the split lane here. It's opposing rollers, so it makes for some great video for the drag races that go on back in the back. Rossi Welch, part of the Maxis family, is tuned in. Also, Big Blue Marbles. And racing fans worldwide. Mario P is tuned in. And the racing's been pretty good. You've missed it this morning, buddy. You should come on out. I know you're not too far away. And it's still Bentley Dixon, then Mason Watkins, Anderson Porter, Indigo Bartley, and Eli Cotter Payne. So Eli Payne, I have not. Oh, there they are. Okay. So 1 through 4 are all about within 10 seconds of each other. Payne's a little bit off pace, but still trucking along. But Bentley Dixon is starting to heat up, and Mason Watkins is trying to chase him down. Again, this is the Youth 570s. I believe these are all Polaris. And we got a pretty good battle up front with Bentley Dixon and Mason Watkins. Heading back to the Freight Factory Finger. Hitting the opposing rollers right here. I love one's on the inside, one took the outside. You can't pass. If you're playing, follow the leader. So Bentley Dixon started in that pole position and has not looked back yet. And it's still Bentley Dixon, then Mason Watkins, Anderson Porter, and Indigo Bartley, all out on their 3rd lap of 5. So far, so good out on course. Everybody's having fun and making it happen. And Bentley Dixon followed closely by Mason Watkins. 1, 2, and then 3, 4 are pretty close between Anderson Porter and Indigo Bartley. And the crowd is starting to fill up right here in the grandstands for the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede here at the Prairie City SVRA in Rancho Cordova in beautiful Northern California. See another UTV getting hauled off on the Crane of Shame. But it's not from this race. Everybody's still out there and running. So 1 more lap to go before the white flag flies for Bentley Dixon. Again, this is the future of our sport. The 570s are out there and running strong and having fun. And Bentley Dixon just throws down a 1:44. Mason Watkins with a 1:47. Anderson Porter with a 1:47 as well. Whoa! And Indigo Bartley. So Mason Watkins, Anderson Porter, and Indigo Bartley all threw down a 1:47 lap. That is all within 1/10 of a second. That is incredibly close. And this is a physical finish race, obviously being short course. Ultra 4 USA does a lot of endurance racing, so the race is on adjusted time, but not here. You start up front, whoever grabs that checkered flag first is going to win the race. And Eli Cotter-Payne still moving along in that 5th position. But it's the battle out front between Bentley Dixon and Mason Watkins. And then 3rd and 4th is really close between Anderson Porter and Indigo Bartley. But Bentley Dixon's starting to get a pretty good lead as she's coming closer to that white flag. And the white flag is out and flying for Bentley Dixon. Just threw down a minute 45. Mason Watkins with a minute 46. Anderson Porter with a minute 46. And then Indigo Bartley starting to turn it up and got a minute 45. So our top 4 are all in. Eli Cotter-Payne still out there moving along. Still out on the lead lap. But this is Bentley Dixon's race to lose. Remember, this is just the prelim to get everything set up for the main event later on this afternoon. So there's Indigo Bartley and Anderson Porter on screen. They cut off just before the PCI Gunite. Up next will be the RS1 Youth Prelim. Should have 6 competitors in that one. And then we go into the 4400 main. Next time around for Bentley Dixon here in just a few moments. The checkered flag is out and ready. What a great day of racing it has been thus far, and we are only getting started. Again, this is the Youth 570s, part of the NorCal Rock Racing. And it is Bentley Dixon that grabs the checkered flag. It's flying out, and here we go. Bentley Dixon wins the prelim for the Youth 570. Followed closely by Mason Watkins, Anderson Porter, and Indigo Bartley. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So Bentley Dixon, number 224, out of Soquel, California, wins that prelim. And then Mason Watkins, number 99, grabs that 2nd position out of Sparks, Nevada. And then Anderson Porter, the number 66, out of Sloghouse, California, grabs that 3rd position. Indigo Bartley was right on their tail in number 4. And Eli Cotter-Payne will be advancing to the main event. Just waiting for the last one to come around, and there we go. There's our 6 RS1s, part of the youth class. And Eli Cotter-Payne grabs 5th position, part of the Youth 570s. Up next is the RS1 Youth Prelim. And then it's the 4400s. We'll have 2 separate prelims for 4400 cars. And they will all advance to the mains. So getting that pole position during qualifying yesterday, Alex Renullo, Arnold Gradick, Braden Story, Adrian Martinez, Tate Schweizer, and Maddox Leal. Rufus Racing is checking in, watching the kids. They're a lot of fun to watch, that is for sure. And I know we'll see you here in a couple short weeks, Chip. They're at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma, April 11th and 12th. The Believe Cam drone is flying above the RS1 use. So we have the 117 of Alex Renullo out of Stockton, California. And then the number 599 of Arnold Gradick out of Winter Springs, California. We have Braden Story, the number 427. And then we have Adrian Martinez, number 13 out of Sacramento, California. Tate Schweizer, number 44, and Maddox Leal, the number 620. Got a lot of great competitors out here on course, getting ready to take it down. Again, if you're just tuning in, we want to thank each and every one of you for checking out the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede here at the Prairie City SVRA, just outside of Rancho Cordova in beautiful Northern California. You can see the 117 of Alex Renullo running those Maxxis tires in that pole position. We've teamed up with Hammer King Productions and Take It Live to bring you this amazing racing footage. See the MetalCloak flag flying right there in staging. Gives them a great focal point to go get everything started. Give me 5 minutes. Yeah, right now. No, right now. So we have Chuck Mays tuned in, giving a shout out from all of the Co-Drivers Unlimited, having some fun. And then joining me in the Big B studio, we have Jaron Gunter. He's out here playing dad duty. You got your kids out there racing?
How's it going there, Miles?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Oh, having fun. The stress level's down. It's just the kids.
So it's got to be still a little bit of stress having your kids out there, right?
A little bit if there's a problem, because I got 2 cars, 2 radios, trying to talk to 2 kids at the same time.
And you're trying to chew bubble gum, so that's not good.
Oh, I know, man. I can't do 3 things. I can only do 2.
I get that. But again, I'm Miles Haskus. Jaron Gunter's hopping in the booth for a few minutes with me, having some fun. And man, what a great day of racing. Your kids are out there running earlier in the 170s. A lot of fun to watch. And yeah, it's keeping you busy.
Yeah, I enjoy this race. It's been fun. This was my first, in 2016, was the first time that I actually got a first place at this race. Look at you go. In the 4,800 class.
When are you going to break out your race car with us again?
I don't know. It's sitting there, and every time I look at it, I want to go drive it, but there's some things going on right now that I have to put it on hold for a little bit.
Yeah, adulting, huh?
Yeah, adulting.
Doesn't that suck sometimes?
Yeah, but it's fun. The car's it's available, but right. It's not. If we're actually thinking about putting Heidi in the car.
Oh, that'd be rad.
Yeah, and she might hurt some feelings if she comes out here in the sportsman's class.
Yeah, that'd be a good time for sure. So it's sitting there in the garage ready. You're just it's ready for the right time.
Yeah, it's fully prepped, ready to go drive. And
if I remember it, I saw it for sale, right?
It's
kind of
for sale. It's not on sale.
I get that. I like that.
Yeah.
If somebody needed it, you'd let it go, but it's not a fire sale yet.
No, it won't ever be a fire sale. But it's such a fun car to drive.
Oh, that thing, yeah, the UFO car is an absolute work of art. Love it out here. Saw Joe Thompson here's on site watching everything, and it looks like we are live green racing with Alex Renullo, and then Arnold Gradick, Braden Story, Adrian Martinez, Tate Schweizer, and Maddox Leal are out on course. This is part of the Youth RS1. You got any crowd favorites out there on course?
Not in this class. This will be the next step for my kids.
Okay. Going to kick them up?
Well,
how old
they're
are
9 and 7.
9 and 7. So you still got a little bit of time.
Yeah, so the 9-year-old is kind of natural at it.
Nice.
And he'll probably be in one of these before, I think the age is 11.
Okay. I'm new to the NorCal stuff. I'm trying to learn quick.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the age limit is to be in here, but I'm sure he'll be there before.
As soon as you can. Yeah. But yeah, the RS1s, they're a lot of fun to drive. It's a single seater. You sit in the front. The visibility is amazing. They're 1,000cc NA machines, and they're very competitive. It's a driver's class.
Definitely a driver's class because every car should be on the same level.
Yeah. Yep. They're in a whole lot of advantages out there. And
people will set
side by
stuff
side.
Oh, one's got out there.
We are having
wheel to wheel.
Rubbing is racing out here for the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede. We'll see who comes through the timer first. We had a little bit of bumping and grinding going on out there.
We got one with a little bit of smoke coming out. One just...
Yeah, it looks like engine smoke or possibly belt. I'm not sure on that fourth place car.
So it looked like King of the Hammers was pretty fun.
Oh, man, it was a blast, yeah. I mean, every year it gets bigger and better, and, yeah, the 2025 King of the Hammers was a big one, that's for sure.
That was the first one I've missed since 2016.
Really? Okay. Well, hopefully next time, huh?
We'll see.
Nice. Yeah, we had tickets were on sale yesterday, a pre-register. They were $50 a piece, and they sold out. So now they jump up to $100, and then they go up even more at the gate. So if you want to get a ticket for the 2026 King of the Hammers, they're available. Oh, and that one's still smoking.
That's got to be engine smoke, or that belt would have gone by now.
Yeah. If it puffs and stops moving, it's a belt, but that's got to be engine related.
Some blow by. Yeah, this class right here, see how they're all bunched up together? It's a definite driver's class.
Yeah, like I said, they're all on the same playing field, and I really love that part of it, that it's a driver's course.
They can set their suspension up a little different, but other than that, it should be real similar.
And that one's still moving. So Alex Renullo is actually in fourth position. My computer's having a little hiccup here. Don't have the timing up in front of me.
Yeah, this live feed is great. My family back in Tennessee was able to watch the kids, and then
awesome.
My brother out in Colorado was able to watch the race.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Obviously, at King of the Hammers, it's a full-blown production. We're definitely scaled back here, but we got a drone, a few cameras, and, man, it's some great watching for sure.
Yeah, the next race is going to be pretty fun.
The next two races are going to be pretty wild.
Yeah.
Because the first race, we got some great drivers. The second race, it's all the Gomez's. It's going to be wild.
I know that. I was talking to Jeremy Brown, and he's
in the mix with the Gomez. Him and Mahoney got the Gomez sandwich.
Yeah.
So it's going to be great. But heat number 1, we got Cody Addington, Brendan Thompson, Cole Johnson, Chuck Crossland stepping up from 48 and mixing it up with them. Kirk Jensen and Ken Goodall. Ken Goodall was having a converter issue, so he's having it swapped out so he can make it.
I was over there when I was staging my kids, and they were still working on it.
They're still working on it. Yeah, they had to have a torque converter driven up from Phoenix last night, 12 hours just to bring it up here and swap it out. Insane. But it's great racing on here. We got Braden Story, Arnold Gradick, Adrian Martinez, Alex Renillo, Tate Schweizer, and Maddox Leal out there still trucking along. Again, my computer's lagging a little bit. I don't have the timing pulled up right now.
Yeah, that race for 4th and 5th right now is pretty
really
good.
Close. 2 and 3's not too bad either. There's that 4th and 5th you were talking about, getting on 2 wheels from time to time.
Yeah, it's fun to watch these kids out there. This is the
absolutely.
youth, right?
Yeah, this is the Youth 1000 RS1s. So I guess they call it the RS1 class, but they are 1000cc machines, NA, naturally aspirated, no turbos. I was talking to Bailey Cole. He was in the booth with me a little bit ago, and he's got an RS1, but he's got a turbo engine and platform jammed in that one, so he's running the open class.
Yeah, that really bumps up the horsepower and those.
Probably doubles it almost.
And then your visibility, and then sitting in the middle,
it's
like a mini UFO car.
Yeah, that's a good way. Yeah, you've got a 2-seat UFO, which I absolutely love. And you took me for a rip. I think that was 3 or 4 years ago at Hammers. We went for a
went
day
down there
trip.
for pre-running.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. That was my first time out on course, really ripping for longer than just a 5-minute run.
Yeah, we spent the whole day out there that day.
It was great.
I think we ran all of lap 2 from the previous year.
Yeah, it was a good time. I thoroughly enjoyed it. We were out there with Brian Wood, I think.
Yep, Brian Wood.
And we were working, scouting course.
Absolutely.
I mean, having fun. All the same thing. So it looks like we do have my timing refreshed here. So it is Arnold Gradick out front. And then an Adrian Martinez, Braden Story, Tate Schweizer, Alex Renillo, and Maddox Leal. So I believe Maddox Leal's the one that's having that smoke issue.
Yeah, this battle for 4th and 5th is he gets up on him and he can't quite get past him. Here it comes.
He's going to stick the nose in. I think
I'll break
Alex
him.
Renillo,
There it is.
Yep, he got it.
He was done playing.
Nope, Alex Renillo gets around Tate Schweizer. They're by the PCI Gunite section.
Oh, look at him pull away now.
He is on the gas and hauling the mail, entering into the freight factory. But we do have a yellow
flag
out. So we must have had a pretty good tumble. We'll stay with
that
this
whoop
camera.
section.
Yeah, somebody's
I don't know if
up
that's
on his
whoop.
side.
That's rhythm section.
Rollers, yeah.
Uh-oh, there's a lot of cars out there.
So making sure everybody is A-OK. So the driver is out and moving, so we are A-OK, but the car is obviously going to have to get drug off that fence a little bit. And the checkered flag flies, and it's Arnold Gradick, Adrian Martinez, and Braden Story. 1, 2, 3. Alex Renillo grabs that 4th, so I'm not sure if that was Tate Schweizer or Maddox Leal that took the tumble, but tough break. They are okay out of the car. So it must have been Maddox Leal. Yep, Maddox Leal took the tumble. Tough break there. So Arnold Gradick, Adrian Martinez, and Braden Story. 1, 2, 3. Well, I assume you want to hop out there and watch the big boys that are getting ready to take off, right?
This is going to be a fun race.
Yeah. I mean, you can hang out with me or go watch in person, whatever you want to do.
I got a live screen right here in front of me.
It's not bad. Well, you can hang out. Since you're not out there racing, you can enjoy it from in
how many
here.
times I've heard that in the last 2 days?
More than once. I'm going to say it again later. I'll get you.
Everybody's asking, why aren't you racing? Are you missing it? Well, of course I miss it. Don't is
working
the
on
prep.
It? Yeah.
It's the fun part's going fast out there, but getting ready is not fun.
And like you said, it is stressful. Worrying about the car, worrying about all this, and now you're just kind of hanging out with your family. The kids are here racing. You're still hanging out with the Ultra 4 and NorCal family.
Well, let's put it this way. I've been told that I'm not allowed to race if my kids are racing.
I can see that, because that would be a little busy.
Oh, we tried it once with one other car with one of my kids, and it hasn't happened again since.
I can only imagine. So again, Maddox
that's stress
Leal,
level.
Oh yeah, it's high. So Maddox Leal does take a tumble, but is okay. We'll have to get his car back to the pits, make sure it's ready for the main later on today. But we have 2 more prelims to go, and it's the big dogs, the 4400s. We have Cody Addington, Brendan Thompson, Cole Johnson, Chuck Crossland, Kirk Jensen, and Ken Goodall. It's going to be a great race. Again, I'm Miles Hasquist alongside Jaron Gunter, and we are about to kick off the 4400s. I can see them over there. They're lined up and ready. It's going to be a great show. Do what?
Goodall's car is right there.
Yep. Okay. Yep, there it is on the backside of Jensen. So he got that torque converter swapped out, and he is ready to rip.
He's going to be up from the back of that pack.
Oh, it's going to be wild.
Cody and Brendan are going to fight it out right off the start.
It's going to be a dogfight, that's for sure. And we're on board here with Chuck Crossland. We'll have his onboard camera going. So
see what that 1,200 horsepower can do.
Isn't that incredible? 1,200 horsepower. Yours was a hot rod. It runs good, but I'm going to guess you're in that 750 mark.
Almost 8.
Yeah.
Right under 8.
Yeah, so 800 horsepower. He's got 400 more. Can you imagine that?
That's 50% more. It's crazy.
And then you add Chucky behind the wheel. So we'll run through the field right now. We have the number 888 of Cody Addington at pole position out of Forest Hill, California with ADD Racing in that Jimmy's Orange Dragon chassis. It's a single seat IFS. Schofield Performance 441. Nitto Tires, Vision, King, LaserNet, and OCD Graphics. And then we have Brendan Thompson, the 5150 out of Nevada City, California with Bam Bam Racing. And that UFO IFS single seat car with a Barillo tall deck LS 493 with 775 horsepower. He has an ATO 4L80E, Maxxis, SMT Performance Wheels, Brannick, FK, King, and WFO Gear and Axle. And then we have Cole Johnson, the 4482, with Sky Johnston, his brother in the spotter stand out of Tremonton, Utah, with SXOR Motorsports. In that SXOR 2C IFS machine with a horsepower unlimited LS3 with 500 horsepower, Maximum Turbo 400, Spider Tracks, Falcon, Baja Designs, KDM Shock Technology. And then we have Chuck Crossland, the 4869 out there running with the big dogs. That's going to be a lot of fun to watch. And then Kirk Jensen, the 4401 out of Salt Lake City, Utah with ORI Struts Factory Racing in a Jimmy's 2-seat IFS machine, OR Design front end with 74 weld portals, CBM 447 with almost 700 horsepower. ORI Struts, Jensen Brothers Off-Road, Maxxis, Raceline, Warren, and Optima. And then we were just talking about him. Ken Goodall made it to the line. Been working on that car all night and all morning out of Phoenix, Arizona with Goodall Racing in that beautiful built 2C IFS Campbell car with a Klein 540 big block with over 850 horsepower. He's got Dirty Life wheels, Mickey Thompson tires, Warren, Baja Designs, and 505 Motorsports. So that is prelim number 1, Jaron. It's going to be wild.
I think, wasn't that the car that Campbell was building right alongside his new car?
Yeah, it was side by side of Shannon Campbell's car. Yep. So it's an identical twin.
So here's with Chuck. He did not opt to put 40-inch tires on his car.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
He's still going to run 37s.
And talk about this. It's a 37-inch DOT tire. So traction-wise and strength-wise, he's got a disadvantage.
Strength-wise should be good, but DOT doesn't. We're not rock crawling. You don't need a sticky out here,
but usually a race tire has a stronger sidewall, I would assume, and that's my guess. I guess
sometimes.
All right. So Chuck Crossland, the number 4869 out of Los Molinas, California, with Chuck Crossland Off-Road and that Liberty Mountain Fab chassis, only child. He's got a Brian Tooley twin turbo LS62 with 1,200 horsepower. He's got that Hughes Turbo 400 and a Behemoth 205. Mickey Thompson tires, Dirty Life, Holly Off-Road, Yukon, and FK.
I remember the first year when my car was being built to qualify to go to Hammers, I upped my 4800 car to run as a 44.
And that's there's a little going on there because he's got you too, but single shocks per corner, 37-inch tire. But other than that, they're pretty similar.
Yeah, I mean, I was in a Liberty Mountain Fab car at that time also, so right. Very similar to what Chuck's doing right now. I did put 40s on mine, and I realized how much faster you can get through those rock sections with the 40-inch tire.
So let's talk about that for a minute, because 37-inch tire obviously is smaller, so they spin faster. So in the corners, is that an advantage sometimes?
Well, less sidewall, so you get a little bit of less flex. But bashing your axle with a 37 is a lot different than going through there with a 40.
So if there's no rocks, whatever, but the rocks,
37 all day.
Yeah, a 47 is a big advantage.
For short course, but if you're on the desert, 40 for the ruts and stuff. But it's amazing how much easier it is to get through the rock sections with a 40.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. And then up next is JP Gomez, Darian Gomez, Jeremy Brown, Marcos Gomez, James Mahoney. So we've got some heavy hitters out there this weekend. So again, if you need to take a break, do it right now, because the 4400 prelim number 1 will be taking off within just a couple minutes. And I can't wait to get this party started.
That second heat's going to be insane.
It's going to be wild. This first one's going to be good.
Oh, yeah.
But the second one is going to be wild. You put one Gomez on the course, it's going to be crazy. You put them all, it's going to be insane, right? I was chatting with him last night when we were posting up the results, and Darian's walking up. He's like, really? All of us in one? Split us up. We don't want to take each other out in the prelim. I was like,
I asked him what their strategy is going to be, and he goes, to get first.
Exactly. They don't know how to let up. Switch over here, check on the YouTube chat right quick. Everything looks like it's going smooth, and everybody's having fun. And the 4400 prelim number 1 is about to go down.
Did I see Casey Shear was there watching?
Yeah, he's tuned in back home. He's been chatting with us yesterday during qualifying and this morning with everything. He's got his Team Awesome crew there having some fun.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
Oh, this is going to be wild.
This is where I'm going to miss it.
Yeah, you're jonesing right now. I can see you twitching a little bit.
Yeah.
How far away is the car?
Hour and a half.
Oh, you can make it back for the main. I'm joking. So Cody Addington in that pole position on the inside, but Brendan Thompson side by side. It's going to be a drag race. And then we have Cole Johnson and Chuck Crossland, and then Kirk Jensen and Ken Goodall coming from the back. It's anyone's game.
Oh, yeah.
I do think Cody Addington and Brendan Thompson have the advantage starting up front. But
Cody doesn't like to lose.
Oh, yeah. Nobody likes to.
Right.
Some people just get used to it. I wasn't talking about you.
Oh, that's all right. I hear it all the time.
Oh, it's all in good fun, buddy. So making sure everybody's in their proper spots. Safety's all checked. Hearing some chatter. It looks like we're very close.
We're getting ready to go.
And here it is. Green flag is in hand. And we are underway right now. Cody Addington does look like he gets the early advantage over Brendan Thompson. But as they head into the MetalCloak rocks, Brendan Thompson takes a bad bounce and goes out of the K-rail. So he'll have to check up, enter the course when it's safe. But that's going to hurt his position. And look at that. Class Act He stops. Oh, I think he's hurt. I think he hurt the car on that
Well, he
K-rail.
knocked over 2 of those K-rails, so it could have done some damage.
I hate to see that for Brendan Thompson, but Cody Addington out front, and then Cole Johnson, Chuck Crossland, Kirk Jensen, and Ken Goodall is there in the Brannick
We've got Chuck in
Motorsports.
second place right now. Ken Goodall moving up to the third.
Boulders. So, yeah, Chuck Crossland in second, Goodall in third, Johnson in fourth, and Kirk Jensen in that fifth spot right now. And this is lap 1 of 5 here for the 4400 main.
A lot of action, not even done with first round yet, or first lap.
Man, what a wild start to this race. Tough break for Brendan Thompson. I hate to see that from anyone. So Cody Addington.
He'll get it back together.
Oh, he will. That guy is an amazing fabricator. Obviously, his brother is Brendan Thompson, the head honcho between UFO, and everybody's out there having fun, making it happen. It's Cody Addington out front. Then it's Chuck Crossland. Ken Goodall, and that brand new engine is starting to puff. Is that steam or is that smoke? I can't quite tell yet. Tough break.
That's smoke.
Yeah, he just got a converter in this morning, and now he's having issues. Hate to see that, but it is Cody out front with a 154 lap. Chuck Crossland, a 4800 car in that second position. Smoking is Ken Goodall in third.
He's pulling off. He's coming out of the exhaust.
Yeah, I hate to see that for Goodall. He has worked his tail off to get here and having issues. Tough break there. So that's going to put Cole Johnson in that third position, then Kirk Jensen. Kirk Jensen blows that corner a little bit wide, and just to his right is where the hot pits are if he needs them. But again, also this morning, I don't think the hot pits are going to be used until the main if he's a tire. But in short course, if you're in the pits, it's not looking good.
If you're at that point, you're there has the same problem that puts it back at level.
Yeah, exactly. Johnson out there pushing in that SXOR chassis. His family's been involved with 4 XRA and King of the Hammers for a very, very long time. And
look at that launch off the guide.
Time. Love it. Who was that? Was that Cole Johnson?
Yes.
Yes, it was. Completely jumping up the PCI gunite section.
That might have been the biggest jump I've seen off the gunite so far.
Out on lap number 3.
He's got a couple seconds on Chuck right now.
So there we go. Click back up. Chuck Crossland in that third position, and Cole Johnson not too far back in third. So they're spread out by about, like you said, 20 seconds per. So it's pretty good
even
race.
Between first, second, and third. Oh, no nose stand on that one.
There's Kirk Jensen still pushing, sitting comfortably in that fourth spot. So still running out front is Cody Addington on his third lap, followed by Chucky Crossland, then Cole Johnson and Kirk Jensen. As you see, Cody Addington clears the Brannick boulders, heading back towards the PCI.
Oh, we got to roll over.
Oh, it is Kirk Jensen and the Brannick
just keeps
boulders.
Going.
No, that's Cole Johnson. So he lands
was on
that
one.
K-rail. Wonder if he can get in.
He's going to try.
He's riding the skateboard out there, isn't it?
50-50 grind.
Oh, man. Hey, he takes a roll, doesn't lose a position. The car still looks like it's holding up. Those SXOR chassis are pretty stout.
Wow.
So we've had a couple of little incidents on this race. We had Brendan Thompson early on, and then Cole Johnson just had that issue. Ken Goodall has engine issues of some sort. So the attrition's already starting to set in. We should see Cody Addington here pretty quick.
It's a 5-lap.
5-lap race, yep. And then the main event later on today is 10 laps.
That's
going to be pretty gnarly. And running these cars that hard for 10 laps, you got to keep it together. As we got a great shot as Cody Addington gets a little slideways and clicks off another lap. So he's heading out on lap number 4 of 5 for 4,400 prelim number 1. And Chuck Crossland sitting comfortable in that second spot. Chuck Crossland, good on you, buddy. Stepping up from the 4,800 class, mixing it up with the big dogs. And Kirk Jensen's still there. John Rance has been tuned in all day. Appreciate you that. And giving Goodall a little hard time for spraying for the mosquitoes, puffing that smoke out the back. Thanks for tuning in, Big Blue Marbles. Got quite a few people tuned in, so thanks to each and every one of you. This is the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede here at the Prairie City SVRA in Rancho Cordova in beautiful Northern California. Waiting for the drone to swap some batters, and he'll take back off here in just a moment and see if he can chase down Cody Addington and Chuck Crossland.
Kurt Jensen just had a nice clean through the rocks where he had that roll, so
Okay.
it gets in your head.
Well, that was Cole Johnson.
Cole Johnson, sorry.
Yeah, Cole Johnson. Kirk Jensen's still out there.
Cole Johnson, sorry.
No, all good. Hey, I messed up once. I probably messed your name up a time or two, right?
You mean, yeah. I had to have my crew out there with a sign that says it's Jaron,
What
not
was I
John,
saying?
not
Not John, not Jack. Yeah. We had a lot of names for you.
Oh yeah, except for the right one.
And the white flag is out for Cody Addington being chased down by Chuck Crossland. And Cody Addington just threw down a 154.
Looks like they're comfortable with their spots to move into the main right now.
So almost identical lap times for Cody Addington and Chuck Crossland. Cody with a 154.5. Chuck Crossland with a 154.6. So within 10 seconds of each other. 10 tenths of a second.
1/10.
Yeah, 1/10. Within 1/10
of a second.
It's crazy. There's Cody Addington.
It's impressive that you have a solid axle single shock on 37s
with 1,200 horsepower.
With 1,200 horsepower.
Keeping up with one of the winningest chassis in Ultra 4 USA history of Cody Addington and the Orange Dragon, that Jimmy's car.
I have someone that's ridden in Chuck's car. I've never ridden in it. Says it pulls harder than anything he's ever ridden in street or dirt.
Oh, yeah. I can't imagine. It's got to be cool. So there's Cole Johnson running through the Brannock boulders once again, taming it down a little bit so he doesn't do a little rail grind. And there's Kirk Jensen, not too far off of Cole Johnson. And he was hanging that left front. Okay, yep, took the bicycle. I saw it starting to come up. So I think we'll be changing that white flag for the checkered flag for Cody Addington. Looks like he'll start in that pole position. What a great run for Cody Addington as he's in the Freight Factory finger section. So he should be coming into screen momentarily. And there he is, Cody Addington, number 888, out of Forest Hill, California, with ADD Racing, grabbing that checkered flag. What a great run with that Schofield Performance Jimmy's chassis with Nitto Tire, Vision, King, LaserNet, and OCD graphics. Where is Chuck Crossland? He was closer than that, I thought.
He was.
There he comes into screen. So Chuck Crossland, the number 4869 out of Los Molinos, California, with Crossland Off-Road Racing in that Liberty Mountain Fab chassis with that Brian Tooley twin turbo 1,200 horsepowers. Mickey Thompson Tires, Dirty Life Wheels, Holly Off-Road, Yukon, and FK. And here comes Cole Johnson with a great run, saving it there in the Brannock Boulders out of Tremonton, Utah with SXOR with that horsepower unlimited 5.3. Falcon Tires, Spider Tracks, Baja Designs, and KDM Shock Technology. 1, 2, 3. So tough break for Ken Goodall and Brendan Thompson. Hopefully they can get back to the pits, get it fixed up, and back in action. What a tough break for Brendan Thompson and Ken Goodall.
Said Goodall's was a brand new engine in that car?
Brand new. They were breaking it on the dyno 3 or 4 days ago. He lost a torque converter yesterday during practice. They drove it up from Phoenix 12 hours, put it in last night, this morning, and now he's having issues.
That's heartbreaking.
Tough break. And it looks like Brendan Thompson's going to get on the crane of shame. They're going to get the forks and get him picked up. Oh, no, they're fixing the K-rail. Okay.
I saw Brendan pull a little bit forward. I wonder if he just had maybe steering issues or something from going over that.
He hit that K-rail hard. So up next in that pole position, the fastest driver of qualifying is JP Gomez, number 82 out of Cameron Park, California, with Gomez Brothers Racing in that UFO single seat with Barella horsepower, ATO Turbo 400, UFO SES T-Case, Mountain F Enterprise, King Shocks, Nitto, Raceline Wheels, and UFO Motorsports. He'll be drag racing his nephew, number 90, Darian Flacco Gomez, out of Folsom, California, with Gomez Brothers Racing in an identical car. And then it'll be Jeremy Brown, number 50, out of Rio Linda, California, with Brown's Motorsports in a Jimmy's 4x4 chassis with a Mass Motorsports LSX 463. 750 horsepower. He's got an ATO Super 80, Atlas, Sierra Gear and Axle, Grateful Ones Motorcycle Club, Rock and Road Performance, and powered by Twisted Tees. And then the number 86 is Marcos Gomez, the oldest Gomez brother, with Gomez Brothers Racing in that UFO IFS and IRS machine. He's got Barella horsepower, Mountain F Enterprises, King Shocks, Nitto, Raceline, and UFO Motorsports. And then from the back of the pack, one of my favorite cars that's been around for a very long time, the 308 of James Mahoney out of Colfax, California, with Mahoney Racing, and that Ferravani Get Bent single seat car with 700 horsepower, Yokohama, PB Electric, FK, and King. So this is going to be a stacked field.
Only one of these cars in this group has not been owned by the Gomez brothers.
I guess Jeremy Brown bought his car from Cade Rod.
Yep.
Darren used to race Mahoney's Ferravani car. Yep, good catch on that one. The Gomez, they like to come out and play, and they come in style. They've been a huge part of Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers for a very long time. And they've got 3 King of the Hammers champions between the two of them, JP and Raul. So it's very impressive out there. So who's your pick in this one?
Fun. Who am I going to pick?
This is going to be tough.
Oh,
it's a dogfight. Literally anybody's race.
I'm going to go with Darian.
He's got what it takes. But, I mean, I'm going through the list. I'm thinking somebody, well, I can't count out anybody in this one.
You can't.
So it's going to be down to it. JP sitting in that pole position definitely has the advantage, but it's anybody's game.
And Jeremy's driving that car really well. He's getting used to it. I was talking to him. We're actually camped right next to him, and he's getting used to it.
Yeah, we showed up, I guess was that Tuesday afternoon, and went straight to his shop and did a tour, checked out the cars, did some interviews with RDP, and what a great team they have. It's a full family, and he bought that car just a few weeks before KOH, so minimal seat time. It came prepped, but it wasn't Brown's Motorsports prepped, he said. So he's learning the car and getting it all dialed in, and he is excited. This is his home track. This is where he comes practices, tests and tunes. He's excited to rip an IFS big power machine.
When I made that move from 48 to an IFS 44, you would come into a ditch and you're like, where you check up in your 48 car and then you hit it with the first 44 car IFS, and that was nothing.
Yeah.
And that transition took a little while to figure out what the car will do compared to what you were used to driving.
Yeah, and it just takes time and seat time.
Yeah.
It's a pretty incredible because the 48 cars, like you said, that Liberty Mountain Fab car by Licciardi, and that's a great car, but it's just a different ball game when you get that IFS, more suspension, more horsepower. Well, speaking about horsepower, Chuck's got the most in Ultra 4, I think, in the horsepower class.
Between the two classes is about the same.
Yeah.
But the solid axle single shock does not absorb what IFS will absorb.
37-inch tires compared to 40, whatever you want, 42s. But the common tire is 40s in this class. So this is the 4400 Unlimited class. Build it, dream it, come make it happen. They are over in staging, so they should be coming down here just a little bit. Looks like they got the K-rail fixed there in the MetalCloak rock section. Everybody's
They've got
getting
Brennan
in position.
sitting in front on the track right now.
They're trying
in the middle
to get
of
the track.
Yeah.
We should probably move him before we start the race. That's a good idea.
They got the grade all over there, or the sky track, picking him up.
Get him scooped off the course. And we're starting to stage. Bird's got him taken around. See Brian Trotter, our race director, in the spotter stand. John Goodby's up here in the booth making sure everything's running smooth. And it's been a great day of Ultra 4 USA and NorCal Rock Racing for the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede. This is going to be a good one. Obviously, we have to wait to get Brendan Thompson off track.
The main today is going to be insane.
It's going to be insane. Hopefully, they're all running for the main, but it's going to be a showcasing for sure. A very stacked field for the 4400 class. The 4800 class has the most cars that'll be out on course at once. So we got a lot of great races yet to come. This is the last prelim of the day before we start off the main events. So we'll probably take a quick lunch break, do some track maintenance, and the main events will be starting off here, I'm going to say within the hour. Well, Jaron, I think you're getting the itch. You want to go see this one in person, so I appreciate you joining me here in the Big B studio. I appreciate it, and we'll see you around, buddy.
All right, thank you, Miles. I'm going to go watch this chaos.
Awesome. Well, enjoy. It's always been a good time, and thanks for hopping up in here with me.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right. Take it easy, buddy. This is going to be a great prelim right here. We've got 4 Gomez's. We have Jeremy Brown and James Mahoney, and we are green flag racing. Who's it going to be? It is JP Gomez and then Darian Gomez, Jeremy Brown, Marcos Gomez, and James Mahoney. But look at this, Jeremy Brown going to the inside. Is he going to be able to make a pass? From third to first, Jeremy Brown just gets around JP Gomez. But then JP, it looks like, sticks it right back. So Jeremy Brown in the mix between JP Gomez and Darian Gomez. What a great race we have. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede. It's a great show. I'm Miles Hasquist, and thank you for tuning in. This is going to be a good time. We are qualifying, in the prelim race, getting everything set up for the main event. Our last race was Cody Addington, who won that one. They'll start from the front as they make it up the PCI Gunite section. Oh, and Jeremy Brown takes a tumble and lands on his side. Tough break for Jeremy Brown, making his debut in short course in that car. Tough break for Jeremy Brown. They've got a great team. They'll be able to get it back going together, hopefully. But it is JP Gomez, followed closely by Darian, and then Marcos and James Mahoney. This course is tricky. It's taken some competitors out there. So hopefully we can get Jeremy Brown righted off course and hands down. So it is JP Gomez with a minute 50. Darian Gomez with a minute 52. How far back is Marcos Gomez? There he is with a 2:01, followed closely by James Mahoney with a 2:01. So Marcos and Mahoney have identical laps right here, and JP Gomez and Darian out front running strong. It's a great race thus far, and it is only getting started. So we are here and racing for the 4400 prelim number 2. There is Jeremy Brown that is on his side, so the yellow flags are out. And we got Pam Hall here in the booth for a little bit. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Miles. This has been a great day so far out here. The weather's absolutely beautiful as well. But, Brown taking that tumble.
Oh, bad tumble. I hate seeing that for him. You've been running around doing a bunch of social media, keeping everything honest there. So thanks for keeping us up. It takes a team effort to bring it all together.
Yes, and again, the weather out here, the rain a couple days ago made it absolutely beautiful. But this right now, everyone's saying this is the Gomez show right now because we have all three that are registered to race in this prelim. So I just went walking through the spotters area, and it's like all Gomez.
Oh, yeah, they're here to party. And James Mahoney's in the mix. Jeremy Brown was in the mix, but now his prelim is obviously over. But JP was our pole setter yesterday and is out front running strong, staying out in front of his nephew, Darian Flacco Gomez.
Exactly, going off the starting line with them 1 and 2. And then Jeremy Brown, nailed it, went through that rock section, got in that number 2 spot, but may have been pushing it a little too hard.
Oh,
look at this.
Darian Gomez got around JP. I missed that.
Exactly.
So Darian Gomez is out front in front of JP. I wish I could have saw that on camera. I missed it. What a great run from Darian Gomez. How far or how hard is JP going to push? And their radio chatter right now is going off the hook. This is a 5-lap race, 3 laps to go, and out front, Darian Gomez followed closely by JP.
And there's such a gap right now between JP and then Marcos, and you got Marcos and James. They're going at it for that number 3 and 4 position, but there is quite a gap. So Darian and JP have just checked out of this prelim as they're making their way through that lovely rock section that's been
the Brannick Boulders. I love that part.
Brannick Boulders has been a challenging rock section this weekend, that is for sure.
Oh, it's taken some toll on a few of our racers out there. And look at Darian Gomez and JP. They are flying. Oh, there is a yellow flag. Oh, that's for Jeremy Brown still as they head up the PCI Gunite section. So Jeremy Brown is righted, I believe.
Looks like they still have him going a little bit slow, probably pulling him off. He is righted up, Miles.
He is on all fours, but not completely off course. So now it's wide open racing. And look at this, JP. Let's follow this because there is opposite rhythm sections coming up right here at the NorCal rhythm section. And they stay nose to tail. So Darian and JP right here in the mix. And remember, this comes down to strategy, Pam. How hard do you push it in the prelim? Because you want to make it to the main healthy.
Exactly, 100% on that. And Miles, talking about that rhythm section back there, that's always a catchy area because we have seen people pass in that section
as
well.
And they're opposite rhythms. So when one's going up, the other's going down, and it's crazy. And it looks like 2 laps to go, and JP is all over the back of Darian Gomez as they head into the MetalCloak rock section, and he gives them a little love tap heading in there. Is he going to try to turn out? Nope. Catches a rock. So JP and Darian are 1-2 battling strong, and then Marcos Gomez and James Mahoney are nose to tail 3-4. Looks like they're going through the rock section side by side. Marcos pulls them out.
I don't know if JP has a flat. It kind of looks like he might have a driver rear flat because he had a little bit of a gap, but this is going to be a tire game, I think, as well, because all day long I've seen people coming off the course.
Have you? Okay, well,
that's right rear flat.
That's awesome having you in there, getting all that information as well. And look at that, Marcos Gomez and then IFS IRS. And what is that? Independent front suspension and independent rear suspension on Marcos's black UFO right there. The built by Joe Thompson. Some of the nicest vehicles in Ultra 4 that race King of the Hammers down in Baja and everything. And one guy we're missing is Paul Wolf out here and his UFO. Him and Lauren Healy put on a show last year, and I definitely miss seeing both of those out here for this event.
Yeah, I bet you they're both missing being here as well because this is such a fun course. People love this course being the short course that it is. Being short course, people think it's easy, and I know I've said this before, but it really isn't. I mean, when you throw the rocks in and all these tight turns and these jumps, it's definitely not an easy course. But as we are watching, that is the area where we had some rollovers yesterday. But here we have the white flag, I believe, is coming out.
White flag is out for Darian Gomez, followed closely by JP. Darian had a 1-minute 43-second lap. JP had a 1:46. So is JP taking it easy, or is he going to turn it up on this last lap? We are about to find out. Darian Gomez driving an identical car to his uncle JP Gomez, 1 and 2.
You know, I thought that JP might have had a driver rear flat, but I don't possibly see that. It might be flat, but it looks like he's taking a little easy. So I'm not sure if he has something going on, or like you're saying, Miles, being conservative just to make it to the main event.
I think there's a little bit of strategy going right now. Well, maybe not. Look at JP. He's there letting Darian know that he's ready to party. So Darian Gomez and JP 1 and 2 chasing. Oh, he took that corner a little inside. And I know the whole Gomez crew is either here on site or back home watching and having some fun.
Yeah, he's definitely not letting him get too far out of sights, because also, what if Darian's pushing it and, you know, not knowing what might be going on behind him and make a mistake himself? And that opens the door right up for JP.
That can always happen. So Darian Gomez and JP Gomez 1-2, and then it's Marcos Gomez and James Mahoney 3-4, and then poor Jeremy Brown took that tumble early. He had a great start to the race, and then hey, racing happens.
Exactly.
It was going great until it wasn't.
The good old racing sayings. I guess that's actually race life sayings, but as we're watching Darian Gomez make his way around.
So Darian Gomez at the MetalCloak start-finish grabs the checkered flag, followed closely by JP Gomez. Only 1.5 second splits 1 and 2, Darian Gomez and JP Gomez.
And Miles,
so how
go ahead, sorry.
How far back is Marcos Gomez and James Mahoney? They should be pretty close to each other as well. They were running a pretty tight race.
And watching JP come off the course just now, it actually didn't look like he had a flat, so it just kind of probably just really hard on it in those certain turns.
And it is Marcos Gomez grabbing that third position just in front of James Mahoney.
So what is the time split? That was quite a gap out there on course.
Looks like it was about 10 seconds or so. So that was a great run by Darian and JP, followed closely by Marcos and James Mahoney. And then we know Jeremy Brown took that tumble. Hopefully he can get it fixed. There's going to be a lot of action in the main pit right now as we kind of regroup. We are going to take a lunch break, do a little bit of track maintenance, But Pam, what a great day it's been. Kind of give us a rundown on how your day's been going.
It's been really good, Miles. Out there, it's really fun because I know you like to do this at King of the Hammers, go out into the pits and get the stories.
Oh,
and
yeah.
everything. So that's what I've kind of been doing, except doing it for social today. And it's been a blast getting to talk to the drivers and see their strategies and what's going on. I mean, I was over there when Goodall was changing out their torque converter, got some video of that. Just seeing the struggles that the drivers are going through and the crew are going through as well. I mean,
but their never quit attitude,
yes.
I absolutely love
Yes.
it. They're here to make it happen. It's a lot of commitment to get here. And then you have an issue, you figure it out.
Exactly. And the teams that are coming together, I mean, literally in the pits, they're walking over and asking other teams, do you have this part or do you have this tool? And everybody's just helping everybody out, because what is the old saying as well in racing? You don't want to beat them in the pits. You want to beat them on the track.
Oh,
so you're
100%.
going to help them to get to that green flag and get them to that checker if you can.
And the Ultra 4 USA family with the NorCal Rock Racing family, that's what it's all about. Like you said, everybody's there to help. If you got a part, you can have it. How much is it? I don't care. We'll figure that out later. Get it on your car. Let's go racing and let's have some fun. Gomez brought extra parts and who was it? It was Brendan Thompson last night. We were talking with Goodall. He's like, yeah, I got a torque converter coming up. He's like, I got one in my shop. He's like, yeah, I got the long snout. He's like, I can weld the new snout on there and make it for. He's like, well, they're already on their way. Let me put that in my back pocket. But they're eating tacos talking about it, and they're there to help. So I love it.
I love it. I do love like all of the teams that do come together, and we always say that, Miles. It's like one big happy family. I add happy in there, but you can't be super happy when you're trying to work on your car. But it's all one big family, and it truly is. And again, seeing it happen and going, on in the pits all day long, and yesterday as well, it's just been awesome to see. And just I love talking to the drivers and getting their stories like you do as well. And again, this race weekend has been amazing. We started off with some pretty heavy winds the other day
and some rain
and then rain, and then today it's absolutely beautiful. So I don't think the racers and the spectators could ask for anything better.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like we have a little bit of a break in the action, so we're going to take a quick little lunch break. We aren't going to we'll be back racing, so don't go anywhere. Well, I guess go somewhere right now, but be ready to come back. So while we have a little bit of a break in the action, we're going to take a quick break and have more racing. The main events will be coming up here very shortly. So come back and see us. Rodarte. So we are live racing. This is going to be a 6-mile lap on a 2.5-mile track with no rocks. Thank you, everybody, for staying tuned in. It's a great day of racing, and it's just going to get better and better. Thank you for checking everything out. We had a quick lunch break. It was great to go over and check out Country Time, Lemonade, Dave's Dogs, Faded Barbecue. There was a big line at Mega Merch with Roxy at Ultra 4 and NorCal. Everybody was walking around the King, the Maxxis, Poly Performance, MetalCloak, Jeepers Jamboree, and California Customs in the vendor area. So thanks to all of our spectators for supporting everybody that's here on site. But right now, it's John Bonanno and Clint Stanley out front, being chased by Chris Pear and David Rodarte. So I've got my timing pulled up, ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com, right here in the Big B studio. Again, this is the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede, and they are coming through. Joe Bonanno with a big lead out front. What a great run for him in the 341. And then it's Clint Stanley, Chris Pear, and David Rodarte. This again is a 6-lap race. They are on lap number 2 as we speak. John Bonanno with a 1:30-minute lap. Clint Stanley with a 1:30. Pear with a 1:38. So they're neck and neck, and then David is right behind him. Again, this is all part of the NorCal Rock Racing crew. We will have 13 main events today. Getting an update from my buddy Kendall Glines that his Bronco will be in limp mode. They broke the wastegate actuator. They're going to do the best that they can. Tough break, but I love the never quit attitude. That'll be all part of the 4600 Spider Track stock class as John Bonanno finishes his second lap, heading out for lap number 3 with a commanding lead. And 2, 3, and 4 are neck and neck with Chris Pear, Clint Stanley, and David Rodarte. But John Bonanno way out front. We're trying to get the Believe Cam drone in the air so we can chase some of these racers. John Goodby walks in there, gives me a big smile and a wink. But everything's going smooth. Thanks, everybody here on site and back at home. It is race day. The main events just kicked off. We've got a few static cameras on course, and we'll get our Believe Cam drone up as soon as we can. But coming in the screen right there is our race leader, John Bonanno. There in the Freight Factory finger, and look at the lead he has. This time around, we'll make the halfway mark for this 6-lap race. And John Bonanno clicks off another fast lap, a 1:28. So we are at the halfway mark for the UTV Turbo and Sportsman. So it's John Bonanno and Chris Pear in the Turbo Pro, and the Turbo Sportsman is Clint Stanley and David Rodarte. Again, there are 2 races going on at the same time, racing each other, but they are scored separately. We will be giving away our awards later. I don't believe we'll be live with that one because we have to wait for 1 hour after the racing, so we will drop out, but we'll do some social hits. And it's kind of our time here at the track to celebrate who won this race today. We will be putting up everything online. Looks like we are having some technical difficulties with the drone. So we'll get that sorted. Sorry about that. The Hammer King Productions team has teamed up with Take It Live and bringing you some great action here for the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede. We need to give a huge shout out to Monster Energy, Warren Racing, Brannick Motorsports, All Things UTV, NorCal Rock Racing, Rock Crawler Suspension, Freight Factory, Spider Tracks, Factor 55, PCI, G-Force Suspension, MetalCloak, and Maxxis are the official sponsors for Ultra 4 USA. And then we'll roll over to the NorCal Rock Racing side. It's California Customs, Rugged Radios, MetalCloak, Griffin Radiators, and King Shocks. So please support who supports the sport. Without all of those amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today at the Prairie City SVRA in Rancho Cordova in Northern California. John Bonanno's putting on a clinic for the first main of the afternoon. It is almost 1 p.m. here in Pacific Standard Time. I know there's people tuning in all over the world. We appreciate each and every one of you. I'll be trying to check on the YouTube chat, so if you have any questions or comments, let's have some fun with it. I'm going to be bouncing between that and ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. And David Rodarte is off pace. We knew he had some issues earlier, and they're coming back to bite him. But he's still moving. And the white flag is out for John Bonanno as he comes through and is out for his 6th and final lap of this race. The spectators are starting to fill in. It's a packed house here, and everybody is having fun. And here comes second place in the Turbo Pro is Chris Prayer, being chased closely by Clint Stanley, who's winning the sportsman class. Caleb Thompson is tuned in from New Zealand, saying he wishes he was here. And we do too, buddy. But hey, you're missing out. But you got a good seat back at home tuning in. Still checking the drone right now, but we should have it squared away here soon enough. And you can see in the background of this shot right here, that's Hangtown. They're out there having some fun today, but not as much fun as John Bonanno as he grabs the checkered flag and wins the UTV Turbo Pro. John Bonanno, what a great run, buddy. So he'll be getting some hardware later on this evening. We're going to do awards after the 4400 main event of the day. So if you're on site, make sure to tune in. And we'll post the results as soon as we can after the racing is done. Make sure you go to Ultra 4 USA, click on the timing, and that'll take you to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com as the checkered flag flies for Clint Stanley, getting first in the UTV Sportsman. Right behind him was Chris Payer, third overall and second in Pro Turbo. So that is what we have right here. And David Rodarte does finish the race. A little bit underpowered, but he made it here. So again, it's looking like John Bonanno 1 in Pro Turbo, Chris Payer 2 in Pro Turbo, Clint Staley 1st in Turbo Sportsman, and David in 2nd in Sportsman. Up next is the UTV Ultra 4 USA race. This is going to be a good one with Cole Clark in that first spot. Then it's Mark Welch, then Bailey Cole, then Scott Lesage, Jordan Hewlett, Cole, Harley Gower, Dylan Trent, Marcos Gomez Jr., and Dustin Robbins, driven by Jason Watt. Cole Clark is racing the open class. He was supposed to race open and pro mod, but something happened to his pro mod car, so we mixed them all together. So we have 3 races going on all at the same time. So I'll do my best to keep this honest. But Cole Clark, number 24, out of Cortez, Colorado, with 2-4 racing in that single-seat Turbo Pro R with 465 horsepower with that K&T Performance, Maxis and Bill Stein. And then in that second spot is the number 88 of Mark Welch out of Folsom, California with Welch Racing. And that Polaris, his sponsors are his wife, Maxis, ZRP, and King. And then the number 13 of Bailey Cole out of Temecula, California with Bailey Cole Racing, part of the open class. And that Razor RS1 with Jegs Performance and Ford Performance, Fox, Yokohama, Vision, Freight Factory, and Yukon. And then first in the 4932 in the Pro Mod class is Scott Lesage out of Salt Lake City, Utah. In his single-seat Polaris Razor, Craftworks Supercharger, Maxis, KMC, Fox, X-Travel, RCV, Maxima Oils, and Tire Spine. So we are about to kick off here in just a minute. So in that 5th spot is Jordan Hewlett, Harley Gower, Dylan Trent, Marcos Gomez Jr., and Dustin Robbins. And I got another guest hopping here in the booth with me. What's your name, buddy?
My name is Braden.
Oh, all right. I recognize the name and the car.
Yes, sir.
How much fun do you have out there, buddy?
Yeah. It was just a little mishap. It was just like I just came around the corner trying to make the pass, and I actually got hit while I was making the pass. But it's all right. We got the car fixed.
Having fun, right?
Oh yeah, we got the car fixed, and I'm gonna be out for Maine.
All right, Braden. Well, that's awesome. And apparently you're a Lauren Healy fan. I like that shirt, the Fun Haver Off-Road.
Yep, Vaughn and Lauren.
Yeah, I wish they were here racing with us.
Yes.
But, well, maybe next time.
Maybe they'll be here in September. I hope.
There we go. I hope so too, buddy.
Yeah.
So what's your favorite part of the weekend outside of racing?
I just like being here. It's a great place. Everybody is really nice. And I just thank John and Andrea for putting this on. And yeah, it should be a good time.
It's going to be fun. Well, we are hot and open here for Cole Clark, Mark Welch, Bailey Cole. They're in the open class, so they took off first. And now we're taking off the Pro Modified with Scott Lesage, Jordan Hewlett, Harley Gower, and then we'll take off with the stock of Dylan Trent, Marcos Gomez Jr., and Dustin Robbins. We split them up. They're all racing at the same time, but they took off a little bit different. What do you think of that, Braden?
I think that's a good idea. That way we don't have to do 4,900 races.
Oh, I agree, buddy.
But, yeah, it's a good idea.
A lot of action on course this way, too.
Oh, yeah. A lot of action.
And there's a great shot of Bailey Cole and Mark Welch, part of the 4,900 All Things UTV Open class. Out here ripping it up.
Oh, yeah, totally.
So which race are you in, buddy?
I'm in the Youth 1000.
All right, so you're race number 6.
Yes, sir.
All right.
So I should be coming up here shortly.
Absolutely. Well, Brickhamson, it's a lot of fun having you in here. You
Yeah.
probably ought to get down there and check on the car.
Yeah, thank you to my dad and uncle. It was super nice of them to get it done. They worked their butts off. Yeah, and I just want to thank everybody for dropping all the parts off. It really helped. And yeah, it should be a good race. So
All right, well,
I'm ready to throw down.
Absolutely, throw it down. I like it. Well, Braden Malcolmson, always a pleasure. Thanks for coming up and saying hey. And maybe come up after your race and let us know how it went.
I definitely will. I'll see you soon, Miles.
All right. Thanks, Braden. And there is our race leader of Cole Clark, followed by Mark Welch. Cole Clark has 465 horsepower in that machine. And then Mark Welch and Bailey Cole have turbos on their machines, so they're pretty equal. But Cole Clark is really putting on a clinic out there. Oh, Dustin Robbins, driven by Jason Watt, is first in his class and fourth overall. He's got a great run going. And then Harley Gower, Dylan Trent, Scott Lesage, and Marcos Gomez Jr. in that Speed UTV. Love all the different manufacturers out here racing with us as they're making it through the MetalCloak rock section. There's Scott Lesage and Marcos Gomez Jr. I bumped into Gomez Jr.'s mom during the lunch break, and she was all smiles. He's had a rough weekend. He's lost a wheel twice out there on course. She was laughing about it and saying he's working his butt off, and he wants to come out here and race, and racing is what he is doing. So there's Harley Gower, Dylan Trent, out of Lake Tahoe, Nevada. Trent Fabrication out there in the mix, having some fun. His brother took a tumble during qualifying yesterday. He was unable to get his car back together, but they're still out here having fun in this 4900 stock class. So the Pro Modified class is presented by G-Force Suspension, and the Open class is presented by All Things UTV. I'm sure Dustin Robbins is back home tuned in, watching his buddy Jason Watt drive for him. Got a question about the pre-runner. That'll be race number 7. So this is race number 2. So we got 5 more races to go before the pre-runners take off. And Cole Clark with a 157. He is on a mission out there on lap number 3. And sorry, I forgot to tell you, this is a 10-lap race. We're stepping it up for this one. So there's a great shot of that Jegs machine of Bailey Cole. He missed his prelim run this morning, got a little mixed up on the times, but he is out there making it through the MetalCloak rocks. And he's being chased closely by Dustin Robbins and Jason Watt. And then it's Dylan Trent, Harley Gower, Scott Lesage, and Marcos Gomez Jr. Oh no, so that means Mark Welch has dropped out, and I've got a physical eye on him. He is in the middle of the track, stopped off course. Tough break for Mark Welch. And we got somebody on the side. Is that Dylan Trent, I believe? That is just past the MetalCloak rocks. So Dylan Trent took a little flop. Hate to see that for anybody. But there's a great shot of Scott Lesage and Marcos Gomez Jr. as they're heading into the Brannock Boulders right here in the Trials Rocks. And Jordan Hewlett's still plugging away, a little bit off pace, not sure what's going on in his car, but he's still moving. So the only one we have that's out of the race right now is Mark Welch is pulled off and stopped, and Dylan Trent is on his side. So we'll see if we can get him flopped over and keep on moving. I see Derek Trent walking out of the spotter stand, so that's not a good look. Tough break for Dylan Trent. Our race leader is halfway through this race, Cole Clark. He's running the open class. Sitting there in that first position. And here comes Bailey Cole. It looks like Jason Watt driving for Dustin Robbins is right on his heels. Remember, they're in 2 separate classes. So Dustin Robbins and Jason Watt are first in class for all things UTV, following Bailey Cole, who's in 3rd in the open class. Bailey Cole fresh off his 2nd place position at King of the Hammers in this car. And really cool to see Jeg step up in such a way. And speaking about that, there's Dustin Robbins, and driving is Jason Watt with all things UTV as the presenting sponsor for the open class. But he's running the stock class so he can showcase his parts that he sells to his consumers. Really like that strategy there. Oh, and Jason Watt was going to try for a pass in the Brannick Boulders, but just couldn't make it happen. He takes the inside line, and he's going to steal it away from Bailey Cole. And I think power-wise, these two are very similar. So Jason Watt driving for Dustin Robbins, 3rd overall and 1st in class. Bailey Cole with a great run going as they head up the PCI Gunite section. So there's Bailey Cole. Again, we got the Believe cam up in the air chasing these guys. Thanks for checking that out for us. Take It Live and Hammer King Productions have teamed up and bringing you some great racing action here for the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede here at the Prairie City SVRA in Rancho Cordova in beautiful Northern California. Oh, and that's great news. That's Dylan Trent. He's the one that was flopped over, but he is back in action. So that puts him just 1 lap down, but he's still 4th in class in the stock. And there he is back on screen. So both Dylan and Woody have tumbled this weekend. They've had some fun, maybe even a little too much fun. But poor Woody wrecked during qualifying. His car was too hurt to continue on. But Dylan Trent took a little wipe out, but is able to continue. This is a 10-lap race, and Harley Gower just came through being chased closely by Scott Lesage and Marcos Gomez Jr. So 4, 5, and 6 overall is the race we're watching right here in the Maxxis Rocks. This is a good one. Harley Gower is fairly new to Ultra 4 USA. Marcos Gomez making his Ultra 4 USA debut, and I think Harley is too. Scott Lesage has been racing with us for a very long time. Amazing fabricator, leading the pack of these 3. As they head into the Brannick Boulders, Scott Lesage, Harley Gower, and Marcos Gomez Jr. So we have a Polaris, a Can-Am, and a Speed UTV all on the same spot on the course. Love seeing this. Ooh, and Harley's trying to get a run on Scott Lesage, has to check up a little bit. So I think Harley's got something for Scott. Scott knows he's all over his tail. We have Jordan Hewlett that just clicked off another lap, so he's still on the lead lap, but has been lapped, by Cole Clark. Cole Clark is starting to lap some of the field. He is on an absolute blistering pace. It's been so much fun. We're on lap number 6 of 10. And I've got another young gun that's going to be hopping into the studio. How we doing, buddy?
Good.
You having fun?
Yeah.
All right. I'll probably recognize the name. What is it?
Mason Watkins.
Oh, Watkins. All right, buddy. You having fun out here?
Yeah.
I'll have to turn you up just a little bit. Let's try that. So what's your favorite part of the weekend so far?
Well, probably the finger over there.
Yeah, the freight factory finger. There's those rollers are pretty cool.
Uh-huh.
Have you been able to go side by side because they're opposing rollers? That's pretty
I
cool.
am not doing that.
No, oh come on. So what class you racing in?
570.
Oh, the 570. That's a cool class. So you're racing race number 11. So you still got some time to enjoy some racing before you get out there. Who helps you get out here to the racetrack?
Really just dad, mom, and grandparents sometimes.
Awesome.
Sometimes.
The whole family out here supporting you, letting you live your dream, huh?
Yep.
So Mason, how old are you? I'm going to guess 10.
11.
11. I was close. That's not too bad. My youngest daughter, Ella, turns 10 next week, and my oldest daughter is 12. So I got some right in your age, and they enjoy watching the racing, but they don't really want to get in a car. Unless you got one they can borrow.
Well, we have one. No engine.
Well, I'm not Flintstoning this thing. So, yeah, you like the finger on that back, and you skip the rocks. Do you wish you'd go through them, or do you like skipping them?
I kind of like skipping, but I also want to know what it's like.
I get that.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you can join some Ultra 4 USA racing in the future and dabble
Possibly.
in it.
Possibly.
Right. We got a good race on our hands right now. It's still Cole Clark that started in that pole and has not looked back. And then Dustin Robbins in that second position overall, but first in the stock class. Cole Clark is in the All Things UTV Open class. And Bailey Cole, third overall, but second in the All Things UTV Open class. Scott Lesage first in the Pro Modified. So where's Marcos Gomez Jr.? Okay, there he comes, dropped off pace just a little bit. Harley Gower and Marcos are still battling. And now it's Bailey Cole and Scott Lesage. And Cole Clark is running away with this one. But remember, to finish first you must finish. You like that one?
Yeah. I kind of want to put this thing on the front of my car, so if I'm in second place, they look through their mirror and look behind me, and it's going to say either I pass you or I crash you.
Pass or crash? I like it. Got a little play with words right there. I've seen a couple of the race cars out there with blinky lights. I like that. Get a strobe light on the front of that
Inside
thing.
to remind myself, I'm going to have it say... It's going to say go fast, don't die.
All right. I can get down with that.
Go fast, don't die.
Go fast, don't die. Old Mason Watkins up here having some fun with us. Trying to keep up with everything. Looks like Vinyl is tuned in. Shane Sawyer, thanks for tuning in to the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede right here at the Prairie City SVRA in beautiful Rancho Cordova. Thank you guys for tuning in. Mason, we're having some fun up here, aren't we?
Yep.
But you're going to have more fun in the car, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely.
Uh-oh. You must have a fan coming in here to want to say hi. Is that dear old mama?
That's Mom.
All right. She's having fun,
Come
huh?
here. Over here.
She's up here watching it, having fun. Let's give your mom a thumbs up. All fun. Mason Watkins.
This is my mom.
Good old mama making it happen, huh? Having some fun. He did thank you and Dad for helping him get out here.
Yeah.
He just snuck in. I told some of the racers come on up. He heard it, so he took the invite and ran with it. Perfect.
I'm good at finding anybody.
Yeah, there you go. All right, well, it's still Cole Clark out front, then Dustin Robbins, Scott Lesage, and Cole Clark is on his 9th lap of 10. So next time around for Cole Clark will be the white flag. How far back is Dustin Robbins in the stock class? Cole Clark is winning the All Things UTV Open class. And Scott Lesage is winning the G-Force Pro Modified class. Well, what do you think of the coverage so far as we see Bailey Cole jumping up the PCI Gunite?
Well, I honestly don't know.
Well, you can go home and go to the Ultra 4 USA YouTube page and rewatch it next week so some of your buddies show you how cool you are. Or how cool we think we are.
What you think?
But Bailey Cole's still running strong. He's second in class, 4th overall in the number 13 Jegs Polaris RS1 Razor. And we had your buddy Braden Malcolmson up here with us. It's cool to have you guys up here in the booth with me.
Mm-hmm.
Is that one of your racing buddies?
Well, kind of. I just met him up here.
Oh, okay.
Well, I met him at the racetrack.
Nice. So he's your racing buddy.
Kind of.
I
just met him today.
Oh, he's a brand new buddy.
Today.
Okay. I saw you guys running around having some fun.
Yeah, we have a lot of racing friends. We have a lot of racing friends. So.
Oh, yeah. That's what it's all about. That's what brought me into this world is the people. That's what it's all about.
Yep.
And there's Dustin Robbins in the Brannock Boulders. Ooh. Driver is Jason Watt. And here we go. The white flag is out for Cole Clark, who is winning
first place.
The All Things UTV Open class. And Dustin Robbins, we're still waiting for him to come through. But I believe this is a Grand Prix finish, which it is. So once the white flag flies for number 1, it flies for the rest of the course. So there's a great shot of Scott Lesage. He heads up the PCI Gunite section. That looks a little rough, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's rough.
So you think you want to try the rocks, but maybe not at race pace.
I want to try that.
All right.
That one looks fun.
You can really send it and get some hang time, right?
Yep.
Is that what you're into, full send mode?
Yeah.
All right. So we're still waiting on Dustin Robbins, who is physical second. So that means Cole Clark is just out there getting it done. Putting on an absolute clinic. As we flip back to the Freight Factory fender, it looks like that's Scott Lesage coming at us. And it is. Dustin Robbins comes through grabbing the white flag. Physical second on course, but first in the stock class. And first in the G-Force Modified is Scott Lesage. So our first 3 competitors are all winning their own race.
It all goes by so fast.
Oh, it sure does. This is a 10-lap race.
So's mine gonna be, I'm pretty sure. That's what Dad said.
Let's see, Mason, your race is 5 laps.
Oh, 5.
And your buddy Braden's is 5 as well.
Okay.
The 48s, the 44s, and these UTVs are the only 10-lap race. We have the 45s, the 46s that'll be coming up next. They are 8 laps. We did split them up, so we have a 4,500 modified class that'll be racing by themselves, and the 4,600 Spider Track stock class. And the checkered flag is out and flies for Cole Clark, first place in the All Things UTV Open class. What do you think, buddy? Pretty good.
Yep, that is a good race.
Absolutely. And there's Dylan Trent. Does finish a lap down. We'll see how it all shakes out. I think that's going to put him in 4th position in the stock class. What a great run. A lot of fun watching these guys and gals out there putting it all on the line.
So this is live.
This is live. This is happening right now. So tell your friends back home, tune in, Ultra 4 USA YouTube page. It's going down. So here's a car, I believe they're a lap down. That is Harley Gower, who should be 3rd in class for the stock guys. And Dustin Robbins, physical 2nd overall and 1st in class with All Things UTV. He's got his 1 fill-in driver of the season of Jason Watt And Scott Lesage wins the G-Force Pro Modified class.
I felt like it just started like 5 minutes ago.
It didn't. They're running about 2-minute laps, so it started 20 minutes ago. Time flies when you're having fun, isn't it, Mason?
Yep. But then when you're not when you're not having fun, it goes very slow.
Oh, yeah, just like school, right?
Yeah. Except some days.
All right. You'd rather be racing than at school, right? Did you get to school yesterday to come out here?
No, I was on spring break.
Oh, even better. I can't think of something better to do on spring break. All smiles from Mason Watkins.
I'm going to school on Monday.
All right. Get back in the rhythm, huh?
Kind of.
All right. So we have Bailey Cole, who was second in the open class. So let's run through open. It's Cole Clark 1, Bailey Cole 2, and then we'll go to the modified. Is Scott Lesage 1, and then it's Jordan Hewlett in that second spot. And then in the stock class and second overall is Dustin Robbins 1, Marcos Gomez Jr. in second, and then Harley Gower. So Gomez Brothers Racing already has a trophy to take home, as it looks right now. It's all unofficial till we check everything out. The short course is a little bit easier to line out. What'd you say, buddy?
As it looks.
As it looks. We got to dot our I's and cross our T's. So our next race is going to be the 4,500 Modifieds. I do see them lined up and ready to rip. You want to stay up here for one more race? You want to go run around with your buddies?
I'm going to stay up here.
All right, you got one more race in you. How about that?
Yeah.
So Mason's going to stay up here with me for the 4,500 Modified class, part of Ultra 4 USA. And we are having fun, aren't we, buddy?
Yeah, maybe half of it.
All right, okay, I'll let you bail out whenever you want.
Okay.
As long as you're having fun, though, that's why we're here. And look, they're looking at you right now. So wave to some of your buddies back home. Oh, it's a good time out here. And we got putting some water down. Look at the Mega Merch. Roxy's down there selling all the things. Have you gotten a shirt or a hat from a Miss Roxy yet? Oh, you're wearing it.
I'm wearing a hat.
King of the Hammers. That's what I'm talking about, buddy.
Never been there. Want to go.
What are you waiting on?
My dad.
Okay, well, you need to talk him into it.
Well, I try, but he's kind of hard to talk into.
It's his way or the highway, huh?
Yep.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that. And then just to our right is the NorCal merchandise. We have Country Time Lemonade, Dave's Dogs, Faded Barbecue, and the Snow Cone stand right there just to the right of Mega Merch. MetalCloak's right there in the center of your screen, our title sponsor, showing off all of their MetalCloak Jeeps. And I'm going to shout it out again. Mattson, if you're here, come on up and have a chat with me, buddy. We also have King Shocks, Maxxis Tires, Poly Performance, Jeepers Jamboree, and California Customs, all in the vendor area. So in between races, make sure you go check those guys and gals out. So up next is the 4,500 Modified class. It's the 218 of Dan Wyrick in that pole position out of Gardnerville, Nevada with DW Racing, and that UFO Toyota Tacoma with an LS7 600 horsepower with Off-Road Patriot, Raceline Wheels, FK, Warn, UFO, DW Acoustics, Brannick, and Yoda One Performance. And in that second position is Todd Miller, the number 1950 out of New River, Arizona with Goodall Racing. And that Stearns chassis with a Klein LSX 454 with the Dirty Life wheels, Warren, Mickey Thompson, Sound Capital, Maxima Oil Racing. And then in that third position is going to be the 4580 of John Matthews out of Auburn, Washington with Off Track Motorsports. And that 04 Jeep LS3 with everything Comp Cans has to offer with 550 horsepower. He's got Yukon, Trail Ready, Milestar, Auburn Off-Road, and Imagecraft Graphics. And then the 3105, which we have on board with as well, is Mrs. Megan Miller out of Shingle Springs, California with MDM Motorsports. In that Get Bit Fab CBM LS7 with 700 horsepower. Milestar Tires, Fast Friends, Raceline Wheels, Motive Gear, MDM Construction, which is her husband, Derek Miller, who's in the spotter stand. And then the 4583 of Eddie Oliver, JR himself, out of Federal Way, Washington, with Fueled Racing. In that 99 TJ with an LS1 383 stroker. Radflow, Milestar, NW Engine and Machine, Yukon, and Comp Cams. And then the 4532 of Steve O. Crawford, out of Paso Robles, California, with SC Firestone Racing. And that M&S Fab chassis, stroked LS 408 with 550 horsepower. He's got Brannick Motorsports, M&S Fab, LGE, Milestar, Trail Ready, and Fox.
I'm number 99.
You're number 99 in your class.
In my class.
All right.
Okay, fine.
So where do you live at, buddy?
Huh?
What's your hometown?
Reno, Nevada.
Oh, so you're not too far. That's a couple hours away, right?
2.
2 hours. Well, that's a couple. So this is a fun place. So this is your home track then. You raced the entire NorCal series?
No, we're just coming here for practice.
Oh, just for fun. Where else do you race?
East Street. That's my home track.
Okay, East Street. I've heard of it. I've never been there.
Oh, it's amazing.
It's amazing, huh? Well, I hope to see you at a few more of these NorCal racings.
Yep.
We'll be back. When are we coming back?
I don't know
September 5th and 6th. Nope, that's the Easter one. We'll be back here September 19th and 20th back here in Rancho Cordova. So maybe we'll see you again.
Maybe.
All right. Whatever your dad says, 'cause that's what you got to do.
Positive. Positively. Yeah.
Oh, Mason, we're having some fun up here, buddy.
Yep.
It's going to be a good show right here for the 4,500 class. In that pole position, the 218 of Dan Wyrick in memory of his son. And then Todd Miller in the 1950. And the 4580 is John Matthews. The 3105 of Megan Miller. And the 4583 of Eddie Oliver. And then the 4532 of Steve O. Crawford. And if you go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com, the same thing we have right here in the Big B studio. If you see the asterisks on there, they're racing for Ultra 4 USA and NorCal points. So they're double dipping, trying to get some more trophies and some more paychecks. So we have 6 competitors in the 4,500 modified class.
I feel like this is going to be crazy.
Oh, this is going to be a good one. These are some fun cars going out there, and we are
go.
off and running. And it looks like Todd Miller with the early lead, but Dan Wyrick's on the inside. Who's it going to be? It is Todd Miller. But this is going to be side-by-side racing as they go into the MetalCloak boulders, and Dan Wyrick takes it away. No, almost took it away from Todd Miller, but took a bad bounce.
There we go.
So that is John Matthews in third, right behind Dan Wyrick. Then Megan Miller, Eddie Oliver, and Steve O. Crawford.
Was off to a good start.
That's a good start, buddy. All right, and look at that. John Matthews all over the tail of Dan Wyrick as they head into the Brannick boulders. Ooh, Dan Wyrick on the inside, John Matthews on the outside. Dan Wyrick definitely has the preferred spot, but Matthews is wheeling through the Brannick boulders and gets it in there. Wheel-to-wheel brake checks. It's a drag race. John Matthews and Dan Wyrick getting her done. Oh, Wyrick takes a tumble. Comes in a little on the inside.
He's on his roof.
And catches that berm and flips upside down.
That was
Tough
crazy.
break. Woo, and Eddie Oliver about clipped somebody. So Dan Wyrick upside down. We'll get recovery back there. Make sure he's okay.
Hopefully he's okay.
I can see just his tires on the other side of the K-rail of the Brannick boulders as Eddie Oliver heads up the PCI Gunite section.
It didn't look like a too bad of a crash.
It looked pretty mild.
Yeah.
So hopefully the car's okay, gets righted. Hopefully he doesn't lose a lap but tough break for Dan Wyrick. That is probably the nicest 4500 car out there, built by Joe Thompson with UFO Motorsports. The Believe Cam drone is following away, and looks like that's second place of Todd Miller. No, that's first place because Wyrick went upside down. So Todd Miller with Goodall Racing for his good buddy Logan for the entire season. We hope, Logan, you're doing all right, buddy. I know you're in recovery, and our thoughts and prayers are with you.
That's a long lead.
That's a pretty good lead. So it is Todd Miller and then John Matthews. And it looks like John Matthews is pushing pretty hard now. Todd Miller came through with a 209. John Matthews with a 216, but he was battling. Now that he has clean air, I think it's got a good shot. Megan Miller has moved into third position, but Steve Crawford is hot on her heels. I love the look of that car with those mile stars on the side. It's a good-looking rig, isn't it?
Yep.
Megan Miller stepped up from the 4600 Spider Track stock class last year into this car, and she's still learning, but she's doing well in that car. That's an amazing machine for sure.
They're doing really good.
Yeah, this is great racing. This is rock racing at its finest. These cars are the Swiss Army knife of off-road. They race King of the Hammers, short course, desert.
Literally.
They hit mud, trees, the mountains. They do a little bit of everything and do it well. What do you think?
Yeah, I think good.
Yeah. So
they
you
do
watch
it well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you watch King of the Hammers at home?
Yeah.
All right, you tune in and check it out, huh? One of these days, hopefully, we can drag you out there. It looks like Wyrick is on all fours, but is not moving. So he may have broke something during that roll. Tough break for Dan Wyrick.
It kind of looks like an axle broke. Or
it's possible.
Maybe a little crack, because it's like how I saw it roll. It kind of just looked like it cracked an axle or something.
That may have happened. I don't think it was that violent of a roll.
Not that violent.
So there's Steve Crawford on screen chasing down Megan Miller. Todd Miller is in the lead of this race with John Matthews not too far behind.
John's trying to get up.
Oh, he's pushing hard.
Trying his
hardest.
hardest.
You can see them coming at us right here. That's Todd Miller, and John Matthews will follow them towards the MetalCloak start-finish. So there's second place, John Matthews, trying to reel in the top of your screen of Todd Miller. This is an 8-lap race, 1.5 miles per lap.
It's not too long. Not as long as the 10-minute.
Yeah.
Back in the rocks.
So this is the 4500 modified, and look, Todd Miller and John Matthews nose to tail in the MetalCloak rocks. Megan Miller still in that third position, but Steve Crawford is there if she makes a mistake. Eddie Oliver's, about 30 seconds back, so we still got a good race on our hands as Todd Miller and John Matthews enter the Brannick Boulders. Mason, this is a good one.
Yes, it is.
So you mainly just do short course racing?
Yeah.
Nice.
For now.
For now, okay. And Dan Wyrick still causing a local yellow caution right there. And Megan Miller with her husband Derek in her ear saying, hey, Steve's there. You got to keep pushing. Who's your spotter? I assume your dad?
Yeah.
And does he yell at you or just say go, or how's that communication go?
It's like in the middle of
It's in the middle. I like it.
I don't really know how to explain it.
But you're having fun, right?
Yeah, it's amazing.
You wouldn't want anybody else in there but your dad.
Uh-huh.
So Dan Wyrick still on his side.
This is probably one of the funnest tracks I've been in.
It's amazing out here at the Prairie City SVRA, just outside of Rancho Cordova for the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede. And they just launched up the PCI Gunite section. So we're chasing third and fourth right here of Megan Miller and Steve-O Crawford as they're heading towards the Freight Factory Finger. And at the top of your screen, that's Todd Miller and John Matthews. So they'll be clicking off a lap.
There they go.
Todd Miller with a 2:11 and John Matthews with a 2:09. So super close racing right there. Oh, and Steve Crawford gets around Megan Miller there at the MetalCloak start-finish. So now it's Steve Crawford in third, and Megan Miller in that fourth position. We got some more fans up here having some fun with us. It's the future of our sport, and that right front tire. I saw a white mark on the side of Megan Miller. Hopefully it's just some rock dust off something. Not sure if she's having a tire issue or not. There's the hot pits where you can pull in, but for short course, if you hit the hot pits, it's not a good day. And there are our race leaders. Oh, and we are on board with Megan Miller with Starstream. Taking a little bit of a hit. There we go. It clears up. This is a front bird view of how this race comes together. Sounds like Amber Slosson's in here. We're going to have a chat with her here in a little bit. And look at first and second. We got a battle between Todd Miller and John Matthews.
They're doing amazing right now.
Oh, they're doing great out there. What a great race between first and second with Todd Miller and John Matthews. And then in third and fourth of Steve Crawford and Megan Miller. Eddie Oliver's still moving, and Dan Wyrick took a tumble on his first lap. Tough break for him. So Todd Miller looks like we're about the halfway mark. As Todd Miller and John Matthews head through the MetalCloak rocks once again. And yes, we are on our halfway mark with Todd Miller out front and John Matthews.
I think I'm going to go know about that.
All right. Well, Mason, I had fun with you. Always a pleasure. I had a lot of fun. Thanks, buddy.
You're welcome.
All right, we got another young gun hopping here. You don't have to take your hat off if you don't want to. I'm bald, so I wear a hat all the time. What's your name, buddy?
I'm Arnold Gradick.
Arnold Gradick, all right. Is there two of you racing out there?
Yeah, Barrett Gradick is JR2.
Okay, nice. Yeah, I recognize the name.
Yeah.
So you up here having some fun, huh?
Yeah.
What class do you race in?
RS1.
RS1.
1000, not
nice.
limited.
So when do you race?
I'm race 14.
Oh, you're race number 12. You're
Really?
right before the 4400 main event.
Ooh.
Yeah, we moved a couple races around and joined a couple. So we pushed you up to race number 12. So you're right before the main event.
Oh, that's good to know.
Yeah. Get everything exciting?
Yeah.
So, Arnold, what's been your favorite part of the weekend thus far?
Racing.
Racing and hanging out with your buddies, right?
Yep.
And you got your mom and dad out here?
Yeah.
Who's your spotter?
Both.
Both of them, huh?
Yeah, my dad does it over in the finger,
Oh,
and
yep.
then mom's over here.
Here in the main pit spot. Nice.
Yeah.
So you got them both yelling at you and
Yeah.
telling you go, 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 right?
Yeah.
And if I remember right, you got first, right?
Yeah, that was pretty hard to pull off, but
Yeah, you were out there ripping and riding and got first place in your prelim, so you're in the pole position for your shot.
yeah, we'll see how the start goes.
Yep, your time to shine, my man.
Yeah.
And there's Steve Crawford. How far back is Megan Miller? Okay, there she is. There's about 15 seconds or so. Oh, it's 11 seconds. There we go. And it's only 2.5 seconds between Todd Miller and John Matthews as we're back on car with Megan Miller with her Milestar tires, Raceline wheels. How cool is this Starstream?
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing what George Hamill has been able to pull off in the last few years. It's definitely the future of off-road racing, and it's in boats and everything else.
Yeah, it's true.
So what are you a fan of other than racing yourself?
All sorts of stuff. I do jet skis.
Nice. Do you play sports as well?
Not really.
No, you
I
like racing and having fun.
Technically, I do motorsports, but
oh, that's a sport.
Yeah, it's a type of
100%.
sport.
It's my favorite sport.
Yeah.
But I didn't know if you play any school ball sports.
At school I do, but like not publicly.
That's just playing with your friends.
Yeah.
All
It'll
right.
interfere with the race schedule.
Oh, you can't have that happening.
No.
So you're going to race the entire NorCal series?
Yeah, we're planning to.
Awesome. And there is second place of John Matthews. We'll get a time split between him and Todd Miller. It was only 2.5 seconds, but Todd Miller's pulled a pretty good lead now. Yeah, he's got almost a 15-second lead.
Well, that's pretty far.
Yeah, so John Matthews needs to turn it up if he wants to steal the win away from Todd Miller. Part of Goodall Racing. We saw Ken Goodall, man, he put a new engine in it less than a week ago, had to put a torque converter in it this morning, and then only made it a couple laps, and his engine got mad. It was puffing at us. So hopefully Ken Goodall can figure out his car and try to get on the podium just like his buddy Todd is looking like it's going to make happen.
Yeah. I mean, but you know what's going to happen.
Yeah, you never know. To finish first you must finish.
Yes.
Racing happens. That's absolutely a fact, buddy. Checking through everything, make sure I'm not missing anything.
All right. What?
And there's John Matthews. Looks like he's a little bit off pace. So not sure what's going on with him. What are you thinking, Arnold?
I don't know. There's a million possibilities.
You are correct there.
Well, let's see if he can maintain the lead for a little bit.
Well, Todd Miller's in the lead, and a heartbreaker. It looks like John Matthews just pulled off course, having some drivability issues of some sort. So there is Todd Miller grabbing that white flag. One more lap to go for Todd Miller. We'll get this wrapped up underway and then see what happens up next.
Yeah, that's bad for Matthews, but probably pretty good for Miller.
So Todd Miller is starting to run away with that. So that could move in Steve Crawford in second, and Megan Miller could sneak out a podium as the white flag is out for the rest of the field. So Steve Crawford crosses the line but checks up. Oh, he must, I don't know, missed a gear something, but Megan Miller is only 6 seconds behind Steve Crawford. But coming into the MetalCloak Rock, she is hot on their heels. So there is Todd Miller, our physical race leader, making it happen. So Todd Miller heading up the PCI Gunite section for his last time. Arnold, you having fun up here, buddy?
Yeah.
Nice. So there's Eddie Oliver heading out for his 8th and final lap. He's physically in that 4th position. We saw Dan Wyrick take a tumble early out of the race. John Matthews was battling 1st and 2nd for most of the race, and 1 lap ago pulled off course. Not sure what happened. Hate to see that for John Matthews. Always a solid competitor. And there's Todd Miller heading through the NorCal Rhythm section. Back there in the Freight Factory finger. So 1 more turn to go, and the checkered flag will be flying for Todd Miller. The number 1950 out of New River, Arizona, with Goodall Racing in that Stearns car with Mickey Thompson tires, Sound Capital, Maximum Racing Oils, and the checkered flag is out and flies. Todd Miller is your winner for the 4,500 class. Arnold, he put on a clinic, didn't he?
That's true.
So we'll see how far back is Steve Crawford and Miller. Eddie Oliver still moving, but he was a little bit off pace. Steve Crawford and Megan Miller were only 6 seconds apart heading out for their 8th and final lap. And I do see John Matthews on the rope. So he's on the struggle bus. Hate to see that for anybody. Do you get towed off the course much?
Last one, once every race.
And Megan Miller grabs 2nd position. Go girl. Megan Miller gets 2nd. Where is Steve Crawford? So Eddie Oliver, if he keeps moving and Steve Crawford pulls off, he could sneak into that podium position. Wow, things have changed during this 8-lap race for the 4,500 class.
Like I said, you never know what's going to happen.
You never know, buddy. So to be in the 4,500 class, oh, here comes the checkered flag. And it does look like it's Eddie Oliver. So Steve Crawford and John Matthews went out of the race late in it. Man, what a tough break. So what is the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class? You can have 2.5 shocks per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel, maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire, and a front-mounted engine. Well, Arnold, it's been fun, but I'm going to let you get back out there and go playing with your friends. I got another guest I want to bring in.
All right.
All right, Arnold. Thanks, buddy. And we got one more young one in here that wants to have fun. What's your name, buddy?
Cooper.
Cooper, all right, I recognize that name. What class you in?
The limited RS1.
Oh, you're in okay. Well, you said RS1?
Yeah.
I don't see you in this one. You got to be on there somewhere, but you're out there having fun, right?
Yep.
And you got the whole clan up here making it happen, huh? You got all your buddies back here heckling us a little bit?
Yep.
He was just giving you the bunny ears. I don't know if you knew that.
I can tell.
But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. You guys are the future of our sport, so make sure you go through the pits and say hi to some of these racers. They're great out there. Do you guys recognize Amber Slauson?
No.
She almost won the 4,800 class at King of the Hammers this year. This close.
Dang.
Yep. All right, Cooper. All you guys, it's a lot of fun having you up here. I'll let you go enjoy the pits. It's been fun. It's been real. We'll see you out on the track. Thanks, buddy.
See ya.
So up next will be the 4,600 Spider Track stock class. All right, so I'll switch through my papers here, and we do have a great guest hopping in right now here. Is Amber Slauson. How are you doing?
I'm great, Miles. How are you?
Yeah, I've seen your mom out here. She's been out here the entire time. I hadn't seen you yet. When'd you sneak in?
Oh, just last night.
Okay, there we go. Got you fixed up there. So, yeah, got in here last night and just out here hanging out with the race family, huh?
Yeah, coming to races and not racing sucks. So
Yeah,
I came
I'll
down and got hooked up with Nate Church.
Okay,
so
Churchill.
Spotting for him later.
So was it your fault he landed on the back of the car?
I wasn't here for that.
Oh, it wasn't your fault. Okay, all right.
That was
That was pretty impressive. I've seen a lot of wrecks, but never one that landed that perfect on its back.
Stuck the landing.
Yeah.
Wrong way.
Tough break there. But yeah, fresh off your King of the Hammer debut in that bomber car, like I said, this close to being a queen there at the Hammers. It happens, but you put on a great show. Congrats.
Well, thank you. If you can't win the game, be the show.
Yeah, there you go. And that's what happened. So where is your bomber car? Why didn't it out here?
It's back at home. We raced the Yerington 250.
Oh, that's right. And Randy overhauled that race. He smoked it.
Yep.
And then was it Chris Wicks got second, right?
Justin was actually riding with Randy.
Oh, that's why. Okay,
yeah.
I saw the names. So they weren't racing against each other. They were. He was his co-driver.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And
okay.
so Corey Allison took first in 48 class, and I took second.
Nice. Yeah, you were out there having fun. But yeah, Randy overall, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, for a rock crawler to overall a desert race.
Yeah, that's cool. a straight axle rock crawler.
Yep.
Yeah, those bomber cars. There's a few of them out here ripping around this weekend.
Yeah, we've got 2 of them, Johnny Valadez and
Valadez
Gavin Ravioli.
Yeah. And Andrioni, right?
Andrioni.
Okay, don't mess with me. I mess up enough names. So you're out here spotting for Churchill. He's in the 4701. That's the old spec car, right?
Yep, the old spec car.
That's cool. He was asking for a number a little bit ago and wanted to keep the 47 number. And yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, it's old. What were those things? 2014.
That sounds right. Yeah, they're Jimmy's cars. They ran a Chrysler Hemi in them, and it was I think there was like 6 of them, and it was a 4700 spec class car, and there was a kind of some fun drivers come in there and drive them around, and I know Ricky Johnson drove them, Jim Marsden.
Jesse Combs took the win.
Yeah, Jesse Combs won in that car.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's won in the stock class and in the spec class.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was a rad chick, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And she was and you're part of her foundation, right? Weren't you in the Jesse Combs Foundation for a little bit?
Well, I still do work with him.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. The females in the sport is really rad, and she was a very special person.
Yeah, she really paved the way for the rest of us.
100%.
Megan and all the other girls that are out here.
I saw you hooting and hollering. We saw Megan got second.
Oh, yeah. I'm so excited for her.
Oh, yeah. Chicks got to stick together, right?
Yep.
But seeing out there battling with all those big dogs, it was King of the Hammers was a good year. That was a fun one.
Oh yeah, everybody I talked to said this was the best year.
Everybody always says that. This is the biggest and best year, and then the next year, rinse, repeat. You got to get bigger and better, right?
That's true. That's true, and it does every year.
Yeah, Dave put together an amazing race course. Probably my favorite course to date.
Oh, that was definitely my favorite qualifying course. I even gave him a big hug that week and said, Dave, that was the best qualifying ever. That was the first time I'd ever qualified, but still.
Okay. You never qualified the old Samurai, huh?
Never had to.
I don't think the Samurai would have made that gap jump.
Not the gap jump. Not that I've never done a gap jump, but I wouldn't try that one.
Yeah, I saw you post up a little bit ago. You hit a gap jump, but it looked like it was just a crack in the road.
Yeah, it was basically a crack in the road. It was a washout.
So it looks like, the 4600 Spider Track stock class is up next. And what is a stock car? You have to have a stock OEM frame. Wheelbase must stay within 3 inches. You have to have a factory engine, but may be replaced with any available engine the same year, make, and model. Factory transmission, 35-inch DOT tires, single 2.5 shock per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel. Factory suspension like leaf springs, coil springs, TTB, or whatever came from the factory, and mechanical steering. This is definitely a fun class. You've raced this a long time in the old Samurai.
Yep.
Joel Dulac, I believe he's going to make the start, isn't he? Yeah, he's starting.
In a Samurai.
He's in a Samurai, 63 horsepower. That's what he told me. I don't know if that's right, but it sounds right.
Mine, stock, they came with 60. So with a little bit of souping up, you can get 63.
A little bit of souping up and you get 3 horsepower.
Yeah. Well, it's almost a 10%.
Yeah. I guess you're right. Not far off. Well, if I'm doing my math right, that's only 5%.
Okay, 5%.
6 horsepower would be 10%.
There you go.
See? I don't even have my flip-flops on and I got that one right.
Math is hard.
It depends on the day. And yeah, you're one of the lead fabricators there at Bomber Fabrication. What do you got going in the shop right now?
We're building Randy a new 48 car.
Oh, a 48 car.
Yep.
He doesn't want you to take all the glory, huh?
Yeah, I know, right?
Will you be racing 48 again this year?
That's the plan.
Are you racing any Ultra 4 USA or just hammers?
Just hammers.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, it's keeping busy and just cherry picking a few here and there, having fun with it.
Yep.
Nice.
And we get out in the desert by the house as much as we can too. So
That's awesome. Yeah, I follow along with your adventures. You go up in the mountains and do some camping and all that stuff. And looks like you guys are having a blast. So do you have a fan favorite right now out there on course? We have John Williams, Trent Roberts, Brexton Glines, Kendall Glines, Chris Minley, Joel Dulac, and Albert Contreras.
I'm going to go with the Toyota and the Samurai there.
Oh, yeah. The underdogs. I like it.
Yep.
So the 46-23 of John Williams with his brother Nate behind the wheel is Logan out of Logan, Utah with Crossfire Off-Road in that Ford Bronco with Ford Performance. With those 74 Weld and Priority 6, Fox, BFG, and KMC. And then it's the 46-02 of Trent Roberts out of Clarksburg, California with TWC Racing. And that 2005 Toyota 4Runner with the 4.7 V8, 74 Weld Portals. Price Family Dealerships, Toyota Walnut Creek, Mickey Thompson Tires, 74 Weld, Warren Racing, Marlin Crawler, and Willwood and Rugged. And then it's the 46-89 of Caden Glines. We got that mixed up on my sheet. Out of American Fork, Utah, with Glines Motorsports and that old Jeep with Nemesis, Yukon, Maxxis, Vision, Nacho Lights, Impulse Off-Road, and Megan Meyer Racing. And then we have the 46-91 of his dad, Kendall Glines, out of American Fork, Utah, with Glines Motorsports with the same sponsors and that Dynatrack Ford Bronco, but he is in limp mode. He's got a wastegate malfunction, so he's going to be a little bit off pace.
So maybe his kid will pass him.
Yeah, again.
Hey.
And then the 46-63, we have Chris Minley in the old Toyota out of Paradise, California with Mean Street Racing. And that 85 Toyota with Raceworks 22RE, Marlin Crawlers dual cases, Skies Off-Road, Raceline, Poly, and Perry-built Dilfs. And then we have the 46-29, one of your Samurai buddies of Joel Dulac out of Springfield, Oregon with Dulac Motorsports. And that 1989 Suzuki Samurai. Stock drivetrain with, we were talking about, 63 horsepower. Hand-cooked tires, Raceline wheels, Beckman Fab, and Dulac's cabinets. And last but not least, one of the favorites of our sport is Albert Contreras, who took a tumble earlier out of Compton, California. And we are live racing with Jeep Thrills Off-Road and his factory Jeep JL, Mickey Thompson Tires, Raceline Wheels, Coyote Beadlocks, Race Choice, and Gin Right. He was the Ultra 4 Sportsman of the Year back in 2018. So Albert Contreras from the back of the pack has his work cut out for him. So it is Trent Roberts out front getting around Nate Williams already. So we already have a mix-up in the line.
That Toyota is really impressive. It's running portals, so.
Yeah, really, it's running portals and leaf springs. Nice. So right now it is Trent Roberts, then John Williams, then Caden Glines, then Chris Minley, and then Albert Contreras, Kendall Glines, and Joel Dulac.
Samurai taking up the bag.
Yeah. Hey, he's out here having fun. You know all about that. How many times did you race your Samurai at King of the Hammers?
I raced it 5 years at King of the Hammers, and I raced it here once.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're a glutton for punishment. Did you ever get an official finish?
Not an official finish, but the last year I raced it, I finished 30 minutes out of time.
Hey, it's not on paper, but it's a win, right?
I got the little plaque for it, so.
All that matters. So this is a 8-lap race for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. We have 7 cars out on course, and it's going to be a fun one. So this is a lot of Toyotas, a lot of Jeeps. We have the Broncos out there. It's great to see the factory's support to some of these vehicles. This is our 4th race of the afternoon for the mains. So if you're just tuning in, I am Miles Hasquist, joined by Amber Slauson for the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede here at Prairie City at the SVRA in Rancho Cordova. And there's our leaders. That is Trent Roberts and John Williams with his brother Nate behind the wheel. You can have one fill-in driver per season, and John's using that here today with his brother Nate. And then Caden Glines. I believe he's racing in the NorCal points. We have NorCal and Ultra 4, so it's tough to keep
figured out, but they'll figure that on the back end.
Right.
So you hanging out tonight and heading home tomorrow, or are you going to bail out early?
I'm not sure what I'm doing yet.
Okay. Just play it by ear, huh?
Yep, playing it by ear, waiting for Nate to get his finish. So it's fun seeing the Glinds out here. I know they beat me in a rock crawl a couple years ago.
Okay, yeah. And it's great to see the father and son out on course. Usually Brexton gets to drive the spare car, but Caden's behind the wheel. And then we know Kendall's in the mix, but down on power, running in limp mode. So far, so good. This coverage of Ultra 4 USA for the MetalCloak NorCal Stampede is presented by MetalCloak and brought to you by our official sponsors, Brannick Motorsports, PCI, NorCal Rock Racing, and by Warren Racing. So thanks everybody for tuning in to the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede. Looks like we have a pretty good crowd watching. Your mom's tuned in, standing right here saying you're in here with the booth.
Yeah.
Oh, Dolly golly. Checkpoint Dolly.
Here comes Little Samurai across the rock section.
Joel Dulac in the Brannick Boulders as we speak, having some fun. So Joel's out there trying to push. He's coming from the back, but hey, that's all right. He's out there having fun.
Yeah, with those things, you can just put your foot on the floor and leave it there.
You don't even have to let up in the corners, do you?
Never.
Momentum is key in a Samurai.
Oh, yeah. That's all you got.
So it looks like Nate Williams gets ahead of Trent Roberts. So we got a mix-up for the lead in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. So John Williams, driven by his brother Nate, out front, and then it's Trent Roberts by 2.5 seconds. Trent Roberts is pulling double duty. He's racing in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class as well later on today. So John Williams, Trent Roberts, and Caden Glines.
So Trent Roberts is literally hopping out of this car and hopping into his 48 car.
Well, 48's not for little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where's my other sheet? There he is. Oh, no, you're right. It is back-to-back.
Oh, boy, that's a big
That's
one
a
for him.
glutton for punishment. In the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, that is up next. You're right. We'll have 18 competitors out on the course at the same time for 10 full laps.
That's a stacked course.
Oh, it's going to be wild. So John Williams and Trent Roberts out there battling. So Trent Roberts up the PCI Gunite section with Caden Glines not too far. So 1, 2, 3 is a pretty good race out here with Ultra 4 USA and NorCal Rock Racing. As they're heading back towards the Freight Factory Finger. Again, if you're here on site, make sure you go check out all of our vendors. We got Roxy with the Mega Merch with Ultra 4. We have the NorCal merchandise trailer. And then a bunch of our other vendors is King Shocks, Maxxis Tires, Poly Performance, MetalCloak, Cheapers Jamboree, and California Customs. And then we got some great food vendors here on site as well. Country Time Lemonade, Dave's Dogs, and Faded Barbecue. And we got snow cones as well.
Oh, yeah. I saw a kid ride by earlier with just finished his race and had a snow cone in hand.
That sounds like a perfect day to me.
Right.
I saw the Gomez tent had a bunch of snow cones in it a little bit ago. They got a bunch of kids in there. This is their home track for sure. And I can't wait for the 4400 main.
Oh,
it's
man.
going to be insane. So Trent Roberts still trying to reel in John Williams, driven by his brother Nate. And there's Caden Glines still in the mix. They're out on lap number 4 of 8. And there's our Eric, our Believe Cam drone pilot, keeping all the action in, coming in to swap up some batteries. And it is Chris Minley, Kendall Glines, and Albert Contreras, nose to tail for 4, 5, and 6 as they come across the MetalCloak start-finish. We got a great race in the back and in the front. Kind of two different pods out there. So yeah, you started in the 4600 Spider Track stock class, but then moved up into the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and that's got to be a world of difference.
Oh yeah, it took me at least 5 or 6 weeks of seat time in that car. Just
Oh, I guarantee it. Oh, and you can't see it on camera, but I see Kendall Glines on the top of the PCI Gunite section on his side.
Bummer.
Tough break for him. They had brake issues. They're fighting a limp mode issue, and now upside down. Tough break. But his son, Caden Glines, is still running strong. And there go our leaders, John Williams, Trent Roberts, and Brexton Glines. No, I called that wrong. It is Trent Roberts that's upside down. There goes Kendall Glines past him. So our second position was Trent Roberts, but he's the one that took a tumble. I apologize. I missed that one. They're both red, and from this far away, I couldn't tell who was who.
Yeah, the furthest part of the course.
Yeah.
See that part.
Bummer for Trent Roberts. He had such a great race going.
Yeah, he was cooking.
So now it's John Williams who's starting to run away with this race. Kendall Glines is backed by about 7 seconds. As you can see, 1 and 2 on screen right there. Again, this is the 4600 Spider Track stock class for the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede. And Caden Glines is not too far off. He's reeling old John Williams. I guess it's Nate Williams, the Williams car.
Reeling him in, pushing it as fast as that Jeep can go.
So Caden Glines still going strong. And if we can stay with this camera, we'll see Trent Roberts rolled over at the top of the PCI Gunite. And there he is. He was upside down. At least they got him to his side. So tough break. And that's him with his helmet on. He is out of the car. He is okay. But his race is over. So now what do? He's got to race next. He's got to get that car either figured out or leave it there for the takings later.
Yeah, hitch a ride back to the other side of the track.
That's probably what I would do. Hop in with a recovery and say, hey, take me to the start line. I got to start this next one.
Yep.
Tough break for Trent Roberts. Ain't that for anybody.
Glad he's okay, though.
Yep, that's what it's all about. Safety is first. So there's Chris Minley and Albert Contreras Boulders. And the Believe Cam FPV drone is getting in there and tied. I love it. Those drone pilots are amazing, aren't they?
Oh, yeah, to stand there with the glasses on your face the whole time and driving the way they do.
Yeah, flying in, swapping up batteries. So Albert Contreras, who took a tumble in his prelim, is back in action and running strong. So we'll see if there's anything going on with Trent Roberts.
Looks like it's on his wheels.
Okay, he's back to on all 4. We'll see if it's drivable or not. But they are on the inside of the corner, so I don't think there's a yellow flag there anymore. So it's John Williams' driver record with his brother Nate driving for him in that 46-23 out of Logan, Utah with Crossfire Off-Road Racing. Getting caught up, make sure I'm not missing anything, but everything's so far so good with John Williams up front, then Caden Glines, then Kendall Glines. And then Albert Contreras in that 4th position for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. Ooh, Chris Mindley's right behind Albert Contreras. Well, Amber, we got a pretty good race on our hands.
Oh, yeah. These stock class racers know how to do it.
They're getting her done and having fun.
That's got to be one of the best ways to get into racing out here, too, is these little stock cars. You learn how to push them to their limits, then you hop in a big car. I mean, I did it this year. And
yeah. I mean, it teaches you the craft. You have to save the car to be there at the finish.
Exactly. And saving these cars that are stock frames and stock axles and those things, it goes a long way.
Yeah, Tom Lou's been here helping us all week, who was your co-driver during King of the Hammers.
Yep.
And, man, you guys put on a great show. It was a lot of fun watching. He's been a huge help here on site. And, yeah, just fun keeping it in the Ultra 4 family.
Yeah, I was pretty stoked this year that my co-driver was the one that helped build the gap gem.
Oh, yeah, yep.
So he talked me through that one.
Well, what's that? Hit the gas.
Yeah. I heard him get nervous when we got into the corner, so I hit the gas.
There you go. He gets nervous doing whatever thing. Will you keep him in the car for next year's King of the Hammers?
That's the plan, yeah.
Awesome.
He was with me last weekend, too.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Didn't know that. And here we go. That's our race leader with 2 laps remaining. John Williams, driver record with his brother Nate, driving this car. That Ford Performance Ford Bronco is looking good. As he's through the Brannock boulders. So Nate Williams out front and running away with this one. He has got a 9-second lead over Caden Glines. And then Kendall Glines is in 3rd. Oh, if we can get Caden and Kendall Glines on the podium tonight, that'll be one happy camp. They're running those Maxxis tires and everything's still looking smooth for them. But Albert Contreras is still in the hunt. How far back is Chris Mindley? There he crosses the line. So everybody is on their 7th lap of 8, minus Joel Dulac a little down. And then Trent Roberts is obviously still out of the race.
I remember the one year I raced this track, I got lapped too. So.
That happens. Like I said, when you got double, triple the horsepower, you got an advantage.
Oh, yeah.
But the smile on the face is what it's all about, making memories.
Making the memories, and once you're ready to step up, there's no replacement for running one of those little cars.
Exactly. So we're swapping batteries once again on the Believe Cam drone. So the white flag is out for John Williams. And he is still ahead of Caden Glines he's stretched it out to 18 seconds now. How far back is Kendall Glines? We'll find out here very shortly. So Joel Dulac clicks off another lap. He's on his 7th lap. But once the white flag comes out, it comes out for the rest of the field. This is a Grand Prix style finish. It's been another great race out here for the 4600 Spider Track Stock class. The fastest lap of the weekend thus far is JP Gomez. So white flag flies for Kendall Glines in that third position. John Williams has a minute lead over Kendall Glines in third. But Kendall Glines is running with one bad break and in limp mode.
Still pushing it. He's still out here, so.
Still making it happen.
Oh, yeah.
So Albert Contreras is in the MetalCloak boulders as we speak. And how far out is John Williams? This must be Chris Minley coming in the screen, it looks like. And it is. So Chris Minley in that fifth position, trying to chase down Albert Contreras, Kendall Glines, Caden Glines, and then John Williams. And the checkered flag is out and flies for John Williams, the number 4623 out of Logan, Utah with Crossfire Off-Road. What a great run for John Williams, sitting at home, but his brother Nate Williams just put on a show. So Amber, I think your race is up next, right?
Yes, I'm spotting.
So you're spotting, yeah. So I'll probably let you get down there, get all your gear going. But thanks for jumping in the booth with me. And if you want to come back later this afternoon, please do.
Sounds good. Thanks.
All righty. Always good seeing you, Amber.
You too.
So we're still waiting. Oh, I missed it. It is Caden Glines getting that second position. Great job, Caden Glines, second spot. And I got another special guest in here in the booth with me. What's your name, buddy?
Hunter.
Hunter. All right, what are you racing?
170 limited.
Nice. And you wanted to give a special shout out to somebody that's back at home watching, didn't you?
My grandparents, Nani and Papa.
And somebody else, you said, right?
Yeah, and then my other grandparents, Mima and Jeepa.
Oh, I love it. And they're at home watching you race, and now you jumped in the booth with me. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. My mom is at my friend's RV over there.
All right, and you're Hunter Hibbard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Making sure I got my sheet right. It's been fun chatting with all these young guys and gals up here, and you're having fun. You're at the racetrack. What else better could you do?
My mom promised me $100
Oh.
if I get podium.
Oh, $100. Well, I'm wondering if I could help you do that, we could rearrange some. I'll split it with you. What do you think?
Maybe.
No, I'm joking, buddy.
Amazon. I can just spend it on
Oh,
Amazon.
Amazon's dangerous. That thing is awesome. I order way too much stuff from Amazon.
I'm got an RC car.
Oh, heck yeah. What kind?
Maybe like a Baja-like car.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Heck yeah. Now your grandma and grandpa are at home watching you race.
Yeah.
When's your race? You said limited, so you're race number 9. So we still got a few races for you head out there on course.
My mom told me to come up here.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad you did, buddy. Thanks for coming up. And it was really cool to be able to give your grandparents a shout out.
Yeah. I called my grandparents earlier, and they were cheering me on.
Awesome. Well, I'm sure they're all smiles right now, and they'll be really rooting you on here in just a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, Hunter. Well, I'm glad you came up here and said hi and shouted out your grandparents, your mom and dad, and I hope you win $100.
Yeah.
All right, buddy. Well, thanks for coming up. If you get bored, come back and see me, all right?
Okay.
All right, thanks, buddy. Up next is the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So we'll flip through here. and get my next race ready. Everything is going good. So we'll bring in John Matthews, who just had a great race until he didn't. Tough break there. But up next on the line, getting ready to take off, is Chuck Crossland, Trent Roberts, Matt Bradley, Jacob Pacheco, Dylan Summers, Austin Thompson, Tony Howard, Derek Summers, Gavin Andreoni, Matthew Slingstad, Johnny Valadez, Eric Weichel, Nathan Churchill, Luke and Daniel Guttenberg, Travis Riley, and Corey Lewis. So we'll have 17 cars on course for 10 full laps. Wow, this is going to be a race. And now we got here joining me, John Matthews. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right.
Yeah, you're doing all right because you were doing great. What happened?
I don't even know what happened. It started sputtering a little bit and act like we ran out of fuel, but I know we didn't.
Yeah, so fuel pump, something
like that. Or I don't know if when Dan and I got to get together, something got bumped loose.
Yeah, you and him were battling there. It was a great race, and all of a sudden I could see you slowing down, and I was like, this isn't good, and I saw you pull off. I'm like, dang it.
Yeah, I had Dan right there. I was on the inside. He was going around. I thought he had me, so I lifted, and then he clipped a tire or something as he went by me, I think.
He caught the berm. Yeah, you guys were side by side. He caught the berm and flipped him over.
All I saw was his roof.
Yeah. Tough break, buddy. I know you're always a fierce competitor, and you were giving it all you had, and here we are.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun, battling with Todd. I would have loved to hang with him for a little while longer.
Yeah, you were right there in the hunt, that's for sure. So what's the plan the rest of the weekend? Just kind of hang out and party?
Ready for a margarita.
There we go.
You'll have to come over later.
Okay, I might be able to make that happen. So, yeah, this is going to be a great race coming up next. Yeah, so I hate to hear you had issues out there, but hey, to finish first you must finish, right? You've probably heard that before.
Oh, yeah.
Well, tough break there, man. Who are you excited to see up next?
Oh, I love watching Chucky out here.
Yeah, Chuck's always a fun one to watch, that's for sure. So Chuck Crossland, the 4869 out of Los Molinos, California, with Crossland Off-Road Racing, side by side with the 4811 of Trent Roberts, who just wiped out in his last race. Hopefully has better luck here, out of Clarksburg, California, with TW Racing. And then the number 91 of Matt Bradley out of Ron Hurt Park, California, with Last Minute Mad Motorsports. Then it's the 4812 of Jacob Pacheco out of San Martin, California, with VP Racing. And then the 170 of Dylan Summers out of Bonnie Doon, California, with Summers Racing. And then we have the 130 of Austin Thompson, Bam Bam Jr. out of Nevada City, California, with Bam Bam Racing. Then we have the 4805 of Tony Howard out there going to be in the mix. And then the 1006 of Derek Summers. Then Gavin Andreoni, Matthew Slingstad, Johnny Valadez, Eric Weichel, Nathan Churchill, Luke Campman, Daniel Guttenberg, Travis Riley, and Corey Lewis, running 10 full laps for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Yeah, what a good time, buddy. Well, you're more than welcome to hang out here in the booth with me. If you want to go out there and get in the mix, you can do that too.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go see what we got to do, get the car running so we can load it up and then relax the rest of the night.
I get that. All right, John, always a pleasure to see you. Thanks for coming up, and tough break. So it's been a great one thus far. John Matthews just put on a great show until he ran out of fuel or something. Drivability. He said he's not out of gas, but it quit running. So we got another one hopping in here with me. Mr. Bailey Cole. I believe you just got third in your race, right?
Second.
All right. Second at Hammer, second at here. That's not too bad.
Yeah, no complaints.
Yeah, I mean, we've only had, 72 races today, so I kind of forgot. Yeah, sorry about that.
That's fair. Saving my car in the prelim, worked out in the main.
Yeah, all by design, huh?
All by design.
It's always something. But yeah, up next, this is probably going to be one of the best races of the day. We're going to have 17 4800 cars out there at once. It's going to be a battle.
That will be a really big battle.
Oh, yeah. We know old Chuck Crossland's got the onboard. Who else? Not sure if I see any. Oh, Guttenberg's got onboard as well. So this should be a pretty good show.
Roberts also has it, right?
Oh, yep, and he was just in the last one. So we got possibility of onboard with 3 cars during this race.
And both on the front row.
Yeah, it's going to be wild. And Chuck Crossland with, I believe, the most horsepower in Ultra 4 USA, period.
Yes.
I mean, that
him or Horschel?
Horschel's only got right around 1,000. Only 1,000. But old Chucky's got 1,200, he says. I don't know if I've seen the paperwork.
You know, we all like to say we have a little more horsepower.
It's kind of like fishing, right?
Exactly.
You got to have a little story. And now we're going through our live streams right here. We just saw Chucky. There's Guttenberg. And if I may have missed it, not sure if we saw Trent Roberts on board. Oh, this is going to be a good show.
And then you also got 1,200 horsepower on 37-inch DOTs.
This is going to be wild, and he'll be stepping up and racing with the 4400s later on today as well.
Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. Chuck Crossland put on a great show earlier. Oh, here's Trent Roberts. So, yep, all 3 of them are working. It's been a little bit of glitchy today, so hopefully they stay in tune. But, man, it's so cool what Starstream has brought to racing in general.
Yeah, no, just getting that view is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, obviously your dad, Dave Cole, is Mr. King of the Hammers, and he's brought the best off-road racing production-wise I've ever seen, and it's so cool. And when Starlink came out, it was a game changer covering hammers because each individual camera was his own guy.
Yeah.
Didn't have to rely on all this other stuff. And now with George Hamill stepping up with his Starstream, oh, it's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, no, just getting that perspective because you lose that.
Way just a little bit. Got something in your face. There we go. You look a little better now.
Thanks. No, getting that perspective of the drivers, being able to see what they're actually going through live out on course.
It's
just
amazing
don't get that perspective.
because you don't think about it, from a helicopter or drone up top. It looks cool, but it looks smooth. And then you go to the in-car and it's bam,
slamming.
It's crazy. Oh, it's wild for sure.
What do you mean? Just smooth gravel road out there, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, speaking about smooth, we were in Crandon, Wisconsin. I think it was 2 years ago, and Sal Fish, legend of the sport, he was out there, and it was a cool little quote I got from him. He said, typical short course cars are like ballerinas, but ultra Ford cars come out like gladiators ready to battle. And that was after he's watching the Pro 2s and Pro 4s just kind of dance around.
Yeah.
And then he called us gladiators. That's a story I'll remember for the rest of my life. It was pretty
it's
wild.
accurate, though.
Oh, and it's true. Yeah, for sure. Well, Bailey, this is a good show. We're about to kick it off. We got Chuck Crossland up front, then Trent Roberts, Matt Bradley, Jacob Pacheco, Dylan Summers, Austin Thompson, and the list goes on. 17 cars, if I'm not mistaken.
Who's your pick through the rocks first?
Ooh, Chuck Crossland's going to be tough just because he's got the horsepower advantage. And, man, he drove pretty smooth down there, so I think he's got the leading edge. If he can keep it together.
Yeah. I think Trent's going to be second going into the rocks, but I know he likes to send it, so we'll see what happens.
We call that rock racing.
Yes.
And it's going to get interesting there in the MetalCloak rocks right there up front. So 10 laps for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
And if I remember from the prelim, Trent liked the left-hand line.
Yeah, and he's in that side right now.
Yep.
So speaking about the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, you can have a front or rear-mounted engine, unlimited horsepower. Vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side, single shock per corner, maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire, and must have a solid axle front. So that kind of is a great spot for some of the older 4400 cars to go retire, but a lot of specific cars built for this class. Very competitive.
Both ways.
It's a drive.
I mean, you even look like the 5150 car of Austin Thompson. That's an old UFO car.
That's probably the oldest UFO car. Him and Guy Miller have the 2 oldest UFO cars I can think of.
Yep. But then you get like Chuck's car, new 4800 build.
Yeah, and it's wild.
Looks like they're about to go green. Revving up.
And we are
green
racing with Chuck Crossland and Trent Roberts side by side. So we'll see who it's going to be into the MetalCloak rocks. And you were right, Chuck Crossland first in there, but Jacob Pacheco bonsais through there. Is it going to be him or Trent Roberts?
Austin Thompson.
It is Jacob Pacheco in that second spot, but the whole shot goes to Chuck Crossland. And what a great battle we have. Eric Weichel there in the mix. Travis Riley. Oh, this is going to be a race.
And that little bobble with Pacheco slowed the rest of the field down, gave Chuck a little gap.
Well, I don't know if it was a bobble. I think it was a full
send, yes.
And he got a little crossed up. As we're on screen with Trent Roberts, I believe he's in third position.
He is in third right now.
And look at his hands on the wheels, back and forth, sawing it out. And here's Daniel Guttenberg with his Star Stream.
All pushing hard right now.
Oh, man.
And it's hard to tell from that.
That was Tony Howard, maybe. Quick glance, looked like Tony Howard is on his side. He started in that 7th position. Oh,
that sucks.
That's a bummer for sure.
There's
Johnny Valadez.
Yep. That's that right turn right after the gun. It's getting really rutted right now.
So I guess you're done racing for the day, aren't you?
I am, yeah.
But you get to take home some hardware.
Yeah.
And some points. So for the 4,900 All Things UTV Open class, you're looking good for the Western Series points.
Should be solid.
And Nationals, right? Really?
Yep. Yeah, because I don't think we're going to see Hager at many more Ultra Fours.
I doubt it. Yeah, he's a desert guy.
Yep.
He impressed me at King of the Hammers. Full bar for sure. I think he's probably the best off-road racer that we have, period, right now.
Yeah,
winning Dakar, Baja, King of the Hammers, the Mint.
Yep.
I mean,
he's on a streak right now. That's tough to beat.
It is incredible. So through the line there, it is Chuck Crossland, Jacob Pacheco, Trent Roberts, Matt Bradley, Dylan Summers, Gavin Adrioni, Austin Thompson, Matthew Slingstad, Johnny Valadez, and Eric Weichel. And I don't see Tony Howard, so I believe he was the one that was rolled over. Chuck Crossland just threw down a 2:03. But only has a half a second lead over Jacob Pacheco. Uh-oh. I see smoke in the distance, Bailey.
Ooh, can't tell who that is.
Yeah.
Oh, that's probably Howard trying to get it fired up.
Oh, that could be. That's probably the area he was rolled over. Okay. So hopefully nothing else is wrong. Because obviously he was upside down, got oil in the cylinders, fired up in that big puff of blue smoke. But just... quick thought, I was scared.
Yep, and it's going away right now, so that's probably it.
Okay, good. I think we're A-okay. There's Eric Weichel and Johnny Valadez.
Bouncing through those trials rocks.
The Brannick boulders are a lot of fun out here. Looks like we have everybody through except for Tony Howard. I don't believe Travis Riley or Corey Lewis started this race. I know Travis Riley was having issues, hoping to get started, but wasn't able to make it, it looks like.
Chuck is working his way past Howard, who looked like he had a hood flapping.
So Tony Howard rolled over, got set back up, but had a little bit of lap traffic, but I do think it looks like Chuck Crossland gets around him. Now we're back on with Trent Roberts, who took a little tumble during the 4600 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, but is back in action. Ooh, and there's Matthew Slingstead and one of the Summers, and now Austin Thompson was parallel parking in the middle of a corner.
Yeah. Hopefully he just spun it and it wasn't a tumble.
Well, you're right. We don't know that. Oh, he's back in action.
Back going.
I see him. Don't forget to go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com for the same timing we have here in the Big B studio. Oh, and Summers clips the Factor 55 flag. At least he didn't chuck it and run it completely over.
Right? Had a little.
Weichel gets his pass in there.
So
around
I know
Austin Thompson.
lost his orbital in the prelim.
Oh, so had some steering issues.
So it's a new orbital, so hopefully it's not giving him issues. But it looks like it.
Yeah, it looks like he's fighting something a little bit. So I believe that's Nathan Churchill and so they're heading into the Brannick Boulders. There's Austin Thompson in the bottom. I should know this one. And then Nathan Churchill.
Riley and Winkle.
Do it?
No, Winkle's out in front.
Yeah, I'm mixing up on a couple cars. I apologize.
Captain and Gutenberg, probably.
Okay, yep. Good call. And Chuck Crossland checks off another lap. He's being chased closely by Trent Roberts. And, Jacob Pacheco's actually in that second position.
And Pacheco's keeping him right in that danger zone where if Chuck makes much of a mistake at all, he'll be right there.
So we are out on lap 4 of 10 for this 10-lap main event for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Well, Bailey, it's been a blast, but it looks like we got a few drivers stacked up.
Sounds
so
good.
Thanks for hopping in, chatting. Bailey, always a pleasure, and we'll see you on the podium later. So Chuck Crossland is here, chased closely by Jacob Pacheco, and then Trent Roberts, then Matt Bradley. So there's Dylan Summers. And we got another guest hopping in the booth, Jeremy Upside Down Brown. How's that sound?
that sounds great. Yeah,
all in good fun. It looks like
I know it does.
But you're okay, right?
Oh yeah, we're good to go.
And how's the car?
The guys were able to get it back together, and I think we're going to give it a shot.
Okay, so you're thinking everything's okay?
Yeah, we fired the car up, checked out the steering. Might be missing a fender or two, but
okay.
We'll be out there.
But, man, when you guys took off there, it looked really good. In the rocks, you were side by side. You sent it through there, made a pass, and you were battling.
Going up to get some great talent there. John made sure to put me in there with a good talent,
Oh, yeah.
Just a little bit of pressure. And going into it, I knew I had to have a game plan. So had the spot on the other side, my son-in-law, and I asked him, I said, well, if you see a hole, let me know, and I'll go. So that's
and you
went. Yeah, I did.
So you just caught a tire? Did you hit somebody else's tire or just caught the berm?
No, I think it was Darren was ahead of me, and the track's pretty tacky up top.
So you just caught an edge and flopped over. Oh,
yeah,
tough
that's what
break.
happened, man.
So you'll be coming from the back of the pack with a pretty stacked field. You got your work cut out for you.
Yeah,
but
that's all right.
You're not going to give up.
No, absolutely not.
You picked this car up just before King of the Hammers, so you had a little bit of seat time, and then you raced Hammers, and now short course, whole different animal.
Yeah, so the short course is that's where I really like the short course stuff. So I tried to keep it together there, get a game plan. Hammers worked out for us. I ended up getting the 18th position finish, and it was time to dial this car in for short course. So that was the plan to come out here. Did a little practice, got a feel for it, and then did qualifying. The car was feeling great, and I got a position 5, I believe. Yeah, and then went out there and made it happen.
And you were doing great until you weren't, but that's racing. But I know you're going to come back and give it your all.
Yeah, absolutely.
But what are you thinking about your good buddy Chuck Crossland right now? That guy is on fire out there.
He looks a little lonely out there, though, would you say?
Yeah. Oh, I never thought of this. Guess what? You get a race with Chuck in the 4400 class.
Oh, yeah.
And he's starting ahead of you.
He is. That's okay. He'll be thinking about me, though.
Oh,
He'll
yeah.
be
You'll let him know you're there. No, it's pretty cool. He's stepping up and double dipping with the 4400s as well.
Oh, yeah. No, Chuck knows how to have a good time, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
So I'll be back there, put some little bit of pressure on him.
I like it.
Yeah.
So we have Chuck Crossland out front, then Jacob Pacheco, Trent Roberts, Matt Bradley, Dylan Summers, Matthew Slingstad, Derek Summers, Johnny Valadez, Travis Ryler, Nathan Churchill, Eric Weichel, Daniel Guttenberg, Luke Kamen, Gavin Andrioni, and Austin Thompson is stopped, and the MetalCloak rocks.
Yeah, I think Austin had a little trouble out there. Looks like he was all over the track. I don't know what was going on.
Bailey was saying he just changed an orbital, so maybe there's something more to that they don't know what happened or couldn't get it bled correctly or something. I don't know. But
I think father like son, because I think that's what happened to Brendan. He went through the K-rail.
Oh, man, he KO'd that K-rail.
Yeah, I didn't get to watch it. I was getting in the car. Yeah, I seen him down there, though.
He hit the MetalCloak rocks and just stood it up and hit the K-rail and knocked her right over and got stuck right on top of it. Yeah, so we got a great
Brendan
battle
down there.
here. Oh, Brendan is getting towed off the course.
Yeah, I seen Brendan down there, and he said he got all back together and he's going to be back out there. But
Okay,
I
good.
think that was Austin.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
I may
yeah.
have said Brendan.
Yeah.
I meant Austin
I know what
Thompson.
you meant.
There's too many of these father sons. I could say Gomez in the next race.
Right.
and be
Look at
pretty
this.
close.
On
Yeah,
screen
Daniel
footage, that's great.
Guttenberg, pretty cool.
Yeah.
We had yours for a minute. We hope to have it a little bit longer.
Yeah, we took out a camera, but we will have it back up and going.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
So here's Trent Roberts on screen. You can see he's got a little bit of mud on the other camera, but that camera watching him saw the wheel is pretty cool.
Oh, yeah, this is great. I had people from Oklahoma messaging saying the live feed was doing awesome.
Awesome. I love to hear that.
Yep.
All over the world. We had Oklahoma, up in Canada, down in Baja, over in UK. People have been tuned in.
Yeah, that's good. To be able to reach people in this sport that far away is awesome. And the simple fact that there's a demand for it. You know, people are asking about it, so that's great.
And Bigfoot Media is tuned in from Australia. Thank you for that.
There you go.
AMR Motorsports. So, yeah, if you're tuned in, let me know where you're coming from.
Oh, look like Jacob's going for a pass. He's
In
trying.
the MetalCloak rocks. So, and Chuck Crossland goes over. Pacheco
He's
gave
trying.
him a little bit too much. And Chucky's on the gas. Don't do that too much. You're going to run out of oil, buddy.
Yeah.
He is trying, but can't
pressure.
flip her back over. Oh,
think
Chuck Crossland, tough break for our leader.
Yeah, that's too bad. I think he felt a little pressure there.
Oh, Jacob Pacheco was all over the backup. I believe it was clean. I think Chucky just got a little too excited and pulled a brown.
Yeah, it looked clean to me.
Chuck
That's too
Crossland,
bad.
tough break. He was running so strong.
Looks like we get another caution down there by the trees after the trials rocks.
It's a lot of all at once. Oh, man. Well, Jeremy, thanks for joining me in the booth, and thanks for giving me that tour behind the scenes at your shop
you bet.
this week. We had a lot of fun.
Glad to have you, Miles.
Always good to see you. So here is Eric Weichel. He's sitting in ninth position, still running strong. And old Chuck Crossland tipped over. And we got another one coming through. And fresh off his win in the 4600 stock class is Nate Williams. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Miles. Had a great weekend out here. Super fun, and I couldn't be happier with the weekend.
And now you get to brag to your brother that you got first place.
Of course. I like to think I'm the success behind him, but yeah, it was good. Very happy.
No, I'm sure John was back home watching, and you just drove a great race, and now you can say, hey, I beat you.
We got it. We did talk on the phone a lot, and so we had a game plan. I stuck to it and worked out really well. He was still here in spirit.
Well, that's all that matters. You can have one fill-in driving per season, and he brought his brother Nate in here, and he brought a ringer.
Yeah, we got it done. So
that's pretty exciting. So congratulations on that win, and what a great time. We'll be handing out some trophies later.
Yep, we're going to stick around and pick up some hardware.
Absolutely, and some points.
Yep, we're
That's
chasing
what it's
that
about.
points championship.
Are you guys running just the West?
Just the West.
Just West, all right.
Yep.
So your next race will be Area BFE in
Area
Moab,
BFE.
right?
Yep.
And
so
obviously-
John's excited. He's going to get back in and drive it.
Will you
and-
come to the race?
Yeah, I'll be there. There's another race going on. We may split up, and I might go do a different desert race.
Okay.
So we'll have to see
Yeah.
if
time
my
will
wife
tell.
will let me.
Yeah, I get that. Luckily, my wife's pretty forgiving and lets me do a lot of this.
Yeah.
I call it work, but
That's what I say. It's work. I got to be here. And sometimes they understand, sometimes they don't.
I get that for sure. But we got a great race out there. Jacob Pacheco out front, Matt Bradley in second, and Dylan Summers in third. He debuted for the first time at King of the Hammers, and he is looking good out there today. Matthew Slingstead, who debuted at King of the Hammers as well, is in fourth. Derek Summers, Dylan's father, is in fifth. Travis Riley, Eric Weichel, and Daniel Guttenberg are top 8 on their 8th lap. So Area BFE is May 9th and 10th, so we got a little bit of time.
We got some time. Luckily,
the
our
Bronco
car's
in
still
pretty
in good
good shape?
shape.
Yeah.
So we'll easy get it ready to go.
Nice. Somebody's pulled off. Can't quite tell who that one is.
There's been a lot of rollovers on this one. This is an action-packed race for sure.
100%. And I do see Chuck Crossland back out there and moving. He is a lap down from going upside down. Tough break for him, but he's still pushing. And we're going to see him once again in the 4,400 class as well, as we're riding along with Chuck Crossland with Crossland Off-Road Racing. But in the lead right now is Jacob Pacheco, then Matt Bradley and Dylan Summers, all on their 9th lap of 10. So just a couple more to go. So next time around for Jacob Pacheco will be the white flag. I believe that's Dylan Summers. Dylan Summers and Derek Summers' car look identical. They're
hard to
making
tell
it
them
tough
apart,
on me. But they can share parts a little easier, I guess.
That's really nice doing this kind of racing.
Yep, we got another car pulling off. They're starting to drop on us. The attrition is starting to set in. And the white flag is out for the entire field. How far back is Jacob Pacheco before we see the white... Sorry, before we see the white flag come out. It has not came out yet. My bad. Oh, Eric Weichel rolled, but is back on all fours and back at it. Thanks, Joe, for keeping me honest. And there's Tony Howard, who took a roll earlier today, so glad to see him back in action. And yes, the white flag is out for Jacob Pacheco. Even though Chuck Crossland is down a lap, he is battling out with Pacheco. Oh, Chuck Crossland has a left front flat tire, so he's definitely going to be slowed down some. So Jacob Pacheco in that trim fabrication machine out front and looking good. And now Dylan Summers has moved into second position in that Jimmy's chassis. So the white flag is out for the rest of the field. Nate, this has been a great race.
Super fun to excite, to watch. It's nice weather. It's really nice out here.
Absolutely. So fourth position is Matthew Slingstead, part of Range Fourth, and that Steel Nuts off-road machine. Yeah, the weather, I kept checking it last week, and there was chances of rain off and on. It rained a little bit yesterday, a little bit the day before, but the day has been absolutely beautiful. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede here at the Prairie City SVRA in Rancho Cordova. Well, Nate, we got a few more we're going to rotate through here.
Yep,
Always a
thank you.
pleasure. Congratulations on the win.
All right,
What
thank
a
you.
great run.
See you at the next one.
Sounds good, Nate. So here we are. The white flag is out. We are on our 10th and final lap. And now we got Caden Glines out here.
How's it
You
going,
got
Miles?
Second place, right?
I did, yeah.
Right
First
in front
in
of
the
your
NorCal.
dad, right? In front of your dad.
In front of the dad.
You have to say that again.
Yeah, in front of my dad.
Okay, perfect. Just
He's
want to
right
make sure
there.
he heard it. But yeah, first in NorCal. I forgot
Yep.
about that. It's kind of a little tricky. There's a lot of stuff going on up here.
Yep, we won every race here in NorCal last year in the Jeep, and we're looking to do the same thing again.
Oh, that's awesome. What a great was. Williams put on a great run, but you were right there. And the checkered flag is out and flies for Jacob Pacheco grabbing that first place and Dylan Summers in that second. Great run by those two gentlemen. And it looks like Matt Bradley rounds it out. So again, unofficially, Jacob Pacheco won, Dylan Summers 2, and Matt Bradley in that third position. What a great, great race it was for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
Yeah, I'm here looking where Travis Riley ended up. He actually lended us some parts to get the Jeep back together.
Oh, I love hearing
So, shout out to Travis. We wouldn't have got the podium without him.
And Travis Riley actually helped us set up a lot here behind the scenes. He was here on Wednesday and Thursday helping us set up as well. So he's
Amazing.
definitely driven to come out and have some fun with us.
Absolutely. Well, yeah.
Matthew Slingstad in that fourth position, and it looks like Derek Summers rounds out the top 5. What a great race it was. We still have a few more to go.
Is Travis still on course?
Travis should still be
Let's
out there
see.
plugging along. Coming through, he was a lap down because he took that roll. So hopefully we see him out here. He's out on his 10th and final lap. And so is Daniel Guttenberg. Eric Weichel is a lap down, but still plugging away. Luke Campman, Trent Roberts, and we saw Nathan Churchill earlier, but I didn't see much more from him. And here comes Daniel Guttenberg. And we had another one cross through. Oh, it may have been Tony Howard just a minute ago. So this is race number 5 of 13 of the day. So we still have quite a bit of more racing yet to come. Up next will be the NorCal Youth 1000, then the NorCal Pre-Runner, then the Youth 170 Stock, and then the Youth 170 Limited, then the NorCal 1000 Pro, the Youth 570, the Youth RS1, and then the 4400 Main. And it's going to be a wild one for sure.
All right, before I go, Miles, I just want to say big shout out to Maxxis Tires. They help out with the event. They help out with their team, and we love Maxxis. We had 0 flats this weekend, and we're loud and proud Maxxis.
Heck yeah, and they're here on site supporting you, supporting Ultra 4 USA. It's great to see Chris Shaw and the entire Maxxis team. And old Rosie was tuned in earlier having some fun,
Awesome.
so I'm sure she's excited for you guys.
Amazing. All right, I'll let Dad jump in here and
So you
have fun,
beat
Miles.
him on the track and in the booth, huh?
Absolutely.
All right, Caden, all in good fun. Thanks, buddy. So we had just wound up the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And that first position is Jacob Pacheco. And number 2 is Dylan Summers. And in that third is Matt Bradley. Great run by all of those competitors. And third in the 4600 stock class, none other than Kendall Glines. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, I'm fantastic. The weekend started out A little iffy.
A little rough.
A little rough.
But you
Yeah.
made it happen, and the smile on you and your entire family's face says it all.
It's amazing. Yeah, it's so fun to come out here and do this. We love NorCal. We went to every event last year. We love Ultra 4. They're just both series is just so much fun.
Oh, it's fun, and yeah, you've been racing with us quite a while now. It's been a good time. It's been great. So thank to you and your Tyler family coming up. You've raced that Jeep for quite a while, and then stepped into this new cool Bronco. New car blues a little bit this weekend, but you'll get it back and figured out.
It's definitely a real thing, new car blues.
Oh,
Absolutely.
yeah, it's part of it. It's going to happen, but you live and learn, and you come back bigger and stronger, hopefully, right?
Absolutely.
Or at least that's the plan.
Oh, 100%. We'll be back. We're going to race all the NorCal events. Definitely going to do the Ultra 4 West.
Okay, so we'll see you next in Moab, huh?
Yeah, next in Moab? Absolutely.
So will you only race the Jeep here at NorCal? You bring the Bronco to Ultra 4?
We might race the Jeep at Moab. 'Cause that's
Okay.
our home track.
Oh.
You know, we live in Salt Lake, so
yeah, so that's
not
only a
too
couple
far.
hours away, right?
Yeah. Brexton really wants to go race the Jeep at Moab. So.
Oh, I can't say I blame him.
Yeah.
So that makes you guys pretty busy in the garage, huh?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We're super busy, just having a blast. Building
Getting a
memories.
thumbs up from Brian Trotter, our Ultra USA director. All smiles and keeping everything running.
Absolutely. You guys do an amazing job.
We try. It's a lot of work.
It is.
And nobody's
Yep.
perfect, but, man, we have some fun doing it.
Absolutely do amazing.
Well, we
got to get a
appreciate
huge
that.
shout out to Dynatrack. You know, Dynatrack's on the Bronco this year, and Max's Tires. You know, they're our two top marketing partners, and have a whole list of people behind the scenes and that are on the car that help us. But we'll get a shout out to those guys. So.
Awesome. And I was reading through my sheet earlier, and Megan Myers Racing. She's one of my buddies back home, and she's been helping you on the marketing side, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Megan Myers, amazing.
It's cool when, obviously Ultra 4 USA is nationwide, and then one of my buddies from back home said, do you know Kendall Glines? I'm like, yeah, he's one of our racers. He's like, yeah, they joined one of my seminars. I'm like, small world.
Absolutely. No, she's instrumental in our program. She runs our social media. So if you guys want to do what we're doing, get a hold of Megan. She's got time to help a few more racers, and
awesome.
We'd love to get her some more time. And you know what? She's going short course UTV racing.
Really?
Absolutely, yeah.
She's a big time drag racer. Her and her whole family's been drag racing for a long time. So she's got that. Is she doing it in the Wildcat?
She does have the Wildcat.
Yeah. Okay. That's her sand machine. I know.
It is. Yeah. She's talking about getting a dedicated race car. And we're gonna do everything we can to help her out.
Awesome.
And get her some seat time in the off-road world. So.
Nice. Yeah, I'll have to look her up when I get back home and have a chat with her. That's pretty cool.
Absolutely. We're hopefully that we lit a fire and just started a little fire. Let's make it grow.
Oh yeah, my whole crew went to the dunes a week or two ago, but I was stuck at work.
Right.
I was, in Pennsylvania having fun.
Yeah.
And but yeah, they went out there, and all right, that's cool.
So, yeah, we're excited to help her get started in a new discipline. And yeah.
All right. Well, Kendall, congratulations on the podium. I think it's going to stick. We got to check everything out, but it's looking good. But while you have a little bit of the break in the action, we're going to do some track maintenance, and we'll be back with more racing action coming up soon. to the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede. We are kicking off the Youth 170. Sorry, the Youth 1000s. We have Jackson Duncan out front, and then Cooper Zaslov, and then Anderson Porter, and Nathan Millat. Sorry about that. I had my audio turned down. That is my fault. We are back and racing for the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede. This is the combined classes. For the Youth 1000, we have Jackson Duncan, Cooper Zaslov, Anderson Porter, Nathan Millay, and Braden Malcolmson. I had Braden Malcolmson in the booth with me earlier on today. Had a fun little chat with that young man. So I know he's got some fans back home rooting him on. But right now, it is Jackson Duncan. There are some chatter through the race radio before the race start. Brian Trotter, our race director, had to communicate to the spotters that after the Brannick boulders that they skip, there is a big hole that they wanted to warn these young drivers about, that if you come drifting through there, you could catch it and take a tumble. So that's why you need a spotter in the stands, to have that communication to keep everybody safe. So we are racing for the Youth 1000, part of the NorCal Rock Racing Group. As they just made their way through the Freight Factory Finger. This is a 5-lap race, and they are on lap number 2, and it's actually Anderson Porter that came through, and then Braden Malcolmson moved from 5th to 2nd. And now we have Nathan Millay, and then Jackson Duncan and Cooper Zaslov. We have 2 classes racing at the same time. So in the 1000 limited up front is Anderson Porter, then Braden Malcolmson. And then the Youth 1000, it is Nathan Millay running out there. And then third in the 1000 limited, it's Jackson Duncan and then Cooper Zaslov. So right here, there's a hole right where they were looking. I didn't quite see it, but they wanted to warn all these racers. Bird's been keeping everybody honest. Jeremy Condinson on course, as well as Abe Gonzalez. Brian Trotter, the Ultra 4 USA director for USAC, is here in the spotter stand, making sure everything running smooth. Tennessee Mike is in staging, making sure everything's going good. RDP's in the pits, running on some great video for some highlight reels we'll be debuting later on this week. Pam's doing the social. Roxy's selling all the things there at the Ultra 4 Mega Merch. Make sure you go check her out, as well as the NorCal merchandise trailer. We have King Shocks on site, along with Maxxis, Poly Performance, MetalCloak, Jeepers Jamboree, and California Customs. So in between races, go check out all of those amazing vendors. And we still have Country Time Lemonade, Dave's Dogs Faded Barbecue, and Snow Cone Stand out there slinging some grub. I just had one of Dave's Dogs on my quick little break, and it was pretty good. I highly recommend it. And there is the 77 of Braden Malcolmson out there pushing strong. It was fun having him in the booth with me just a little bit ago. And that was the 714 of Jackson Duncan on screen. The Believe Cam drone is trying to chase him down. 3rd in class and 4th overall. So Jackson is still screaming through this course. Remember, this is NorCal Rock Racing, so they are skipping the rocks. They don't go to the PCI gunite sections out back, so this course is about 1.25 miles for these young guys. I'm checking the ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com for the same live timing I have here in the Big B studio. Tuning in from Australia, everybody's having fun. Yeah, bummer to see Chucky tumble. Thanks, Bruce, for checking in. And Mario P. And we'll do a little bit of house cleaning up there. If you're out there and you know Julie Weed, we've got your phone and your wallet. So Julie Weed, if you're out here or you know of her, tell her to come up. We've got your stuff here in the booth. So out front is Anderson Porter, and then it's Braden Malcolmson, then Nathan Millay, Jackson Duncan, and Cooper Zaslov on this 5-lap race. They're on lap number 4, so next time around for Anderson Porter, the white flag will be flying. We need to give a huge shout out to Monster Energy, Warren Racing, Brannick Motorsports, All Things UTV, NorCal Rock Racing, Rock Crawler Suspension, Freight Factory, Spider Tracks, Factor 55, PCI, G-Force Suspension, MetalCloak, and Maxxis. They help Ultra 4 USA. And then on the NorCal Rock Racing side, it's California Customs, Rugged Radios, MetalCloak, Griffin Radiators, and King Shocks. All right, we got Julie fixed up. She got her wallet back. Thanks for coming up and seeing us. Glad that worked out. And the white flag is out for Anderson Porter. Got about a 9 seed over Braden Malcolmson. Out there having some fun. And then Nathan Millay. Jackson Duncan grabs a white flag, and Cooper Zaslov has only finished 1 lap. Tough break for him. This is the NorCal Rock Racing Youth 1000 Limited and Youth 1000 race. Combined race, they are scored separately. But it's looking good for Nathan Millay in the Youth 1000. And then the limited race, it's Anderson Porter out front, Braden Malcolmson, and then Jackson Duncan. This coverage of Ultra 4 USA and NorCal Rock Racing for the MetalCloak NorCal Stampede is presented by MetalCloak and brought to you by our official sponsors. Brannick Motorsports, PCI Race Radios, NorCal Rock Racing, and by Warren Racing. So thanks to all those marketing partners. Without them, we would not be racing here today. In beautiful Prairie City, SVRA, just outside of Rancho Cordova in Northern California. And Anderson Porter grabs the checkered flag and wins his race. Great job, Anderson Porter, number 66. Out of Sloghouse, California. And then number 2 goes to our buddy, Braden Malcolmson. And then winning his class, 3rd overall, 1st in class, is Nathan Millay. 3rd in the limited is Jackson Duncan. And then Cooper Zaslov does cross, obviously a lap or 2 down, but made it happen. What a great race. Again, Anderson Porter won. Braden Malcolm 2, Jackson Duncan in that third in the limited. And then the Youth 1000, Nathan Millate wins his class. What a great day of racing it has been, and it's not over yet. And joining me here in the Big B studio is Woody Rose. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good, Miles. Definitely bummed out I wasn't racing today.
I was going to bring that up. You had a fun qualifier. You were smoking until you caught that berm, went for a roll, landed it, kept going, rolled again, kept going, and then finished, but the car was hurt.
I was always told to finish strong. Definitely,
and you did that.
Definitely should have just stopped after the first one. Wasn't really thinking, wasn't sure what to do or what to expect. It was my first time.
Gas. Yep.
Yeah, I hit the gas. I was like, well, the car seems fine, so might as well just finish it out. Pushed a little too hard after the second roll. I decided to just coast it through the finish line.
Yeah, tough break. But again, that just goes to show you the Trent Fabrication cars, they kept you safe. You're a little bummed, you're a little beat up. I'm sure you're a little sore, but look at you. You look fine.
I feel great today.
Oh, you're not even sore?
No, not too
Oh,
bad at
man,
all.
I wish I was in my 20s again.
I know, it's definitely a plus being young. Helps me out a lot.
You calling me old?
No.
I am. No, Woody, I hate to see you not out there. Just such a bummer, but that's part of it.
Yes, there is that. Wish I could have finished out the weekend strong, but had something else in store for me, I guess.
Yeah, yep. And then your brother Dylan Trent was out there ripping around, and he pulled a Woody and put it on his lid.
Yeah.
But he got going, and he finished. Where'd he finish at? Decent, right?
I want to say third. I know he was racing 4 cars, so either third, possibly second. I'm not too sure.
Okay, so he may get a podium.
So yeah, hopefully that's the goal. At least someone did.
At least if that could happen, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm stoked for Pacheco. He actually
drove
a hell of a race.
That battle between Pacheco and Chuck Crossland, man, that was awesome. I hated to see Chuck Crossland roll, but Pacheco, I think it was clean, but I think he was pushing Crossland so hard, he made a mistake.
Yeah, no, he was right on his tail basically all day, or slowly gaining on him all day, and I think Chuck finally realized, he's like, oh, okay, I better push it up, and too much throttle on that 180 out of the rocks. But yeah, definitely sad I wasn't in that mix.
Yeah,
you would have made for a good day.
You would have made for a good show, that's for sure. That was the best race we've had so far today. There is so many cars out there having fun. It was great showmanship for sure. And you would have been added to it. Dang it.
I was trying to make a good show during qualifying.
Oh, you did?
Not the show I wanted to. But I'm all safe. Everything on the car is fine, minus a little bit of the top. So we're going to do a quick turnaround for Moab. That's going to be a fun one. Going to gather up all the boys, hopefully. And we're going to be busy.
Yeah, that's going to be busy. You're right. That's going to be fun, though.
Yeah, 1 month. So.
Well, and what all you have to do to your car?
Basically
do some structural
retube
stuff.
the top.
Okay.
The front bumper that took a hit, but I've done damage to the front end. 2
More
years
than
ago,
once.
back east, incident with a tree. I don't like trees or mud, but I guess dry conditions are harsh too.
Yeah, anything can bite you, that's
Yes,
for sure.
anything can.
But again, I saw you out in the crowd, so I was like, come chat with me because you took a tumble, but I wanted to show everybody you are okay and you're going to make it.
Definitely spooked me a little bit. I didn't know what it was like to roll, but now I do. So glad I know and pushed my car to its limits. So
now you can back it down just
I
a
can back
tick.
down a little bit. I love telling people whenever I got to races, I'm like, oh, I'm just going to take it easy.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that doesn't work out.
Well, we
I'm
are
like,
live racing right here for the pre-runner class with John Zinder out front, then Stephen Mosley, and I'm glad to see Kyle Mosley out there. He was puffing some pretty good smoke earlier on, and it's looking like he's already off pace. Tough luck for Kyle Mosley.
Yeah, that
These
is a bummer.
pre-runner
That is
trucks
a
are
really
pretty sweet.
They are. That's a clean looking one too. I was checking
Yeah.
it out earlier.
Okay.
Very well done job.
I've been stuck up here, so I didn't get to see too many of the cars. But I could see your car out the window yesterday. Did you guys take it home already?
Nope. It's
No, okay. Just
locked
on
up
the
in
trailer. Okay. Because you're Reno area, right?
Yep. Yeah, about 2 hours out.
Nice.
We did debate about either bringing it back home, doing a quick
and pulling all
8-hour all night, and redoing the top. But decided it's better safe, just hang out for the weekend. Enjoy the racing.
And watch your brother race.
Yes.
Instead of, making a hectic weekend out of everything else.
I got a spot for him all day, so that was a plus. He listens pretty good.
That's fun. Really? Does he do that at home too?
Nope.
No.
Just
when you're racing.
on the track only.
Well, that's all right.
It's okay. I'm working it up to him.
All right. Well, still John Zender out front, and then Stephen Mosley, part of the pre-runner in the NorCal Rock Racing Series. And John Zender won his prelim, and he's looking good out front with a pretty good lead already. And they are running 5 laps. So lap number 1 is done. And he gets a lap time of a 1:41. Pretty respectable on this 1 mile and a quarter track. 4 more laps to go for John Zender. And then there's Kyle Mosley, about 11 and a half seconds back. But it's a pretty good run thus far for the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede.
Yeah, this short course looks like tons of fun. With no rocks, don't have to have any worries about tires. Definitely makes for a good show.
Yeah. You guys in the rocks, you probably had to worry about some tires, right?
Yes.
I mean, you had a tire in the hot pits, I'm sure. I mean, you would have had that plan.
Yeah. That's never the plan, but you never know what happens. Anything can happen, as I've shown this weekend. A little to the right, little to the left will do a lot of damage. I'm excited for the 44 race.
Oh, it is going to be an awesome race. All the Gomez, James Mahoney, Cody Addington, and Brendan Thompson. I mean, there's a stack. Jeremy Brown's new.
I hope
to this
Jeremy Brown
class
gets his car back. I'm pretty sure they were going to race.
Yeah, he was just up here. He said the car's back and ready.
Perfect.
And they think they're good to go. Obviously, you never know when you take a tumble, but they feel pretty solid, and they're going to go out there and come from the back of the pack and see what they can do.
I did see that Chuck was in the 44 prelim.
Yes, he is.
That was an exciting run. He didn't have the Gomez brothers, though, but he did keep a good pace with Cody Addington.
He kept a very solid run, so we'll see how it all plays out. But it's going to be fun to see Chucky in that 4800 car mixing up with the big boys.
On 37-inch tires.
On 37-inch
I was all like, did you bring your 40s?
tires.
Yeah. I asked him, I was like, did you bring 40s? He said, nope, these are DOTs.
Well, and he didn't know what he was going to do.
Yeah.
Well, Woody, always a pleasure. Tough luck on your qualifying run, but I'm glad you're okay. You're here. You're still having fun and enjoying it. Always a pleasure. Good seeing you, buddy.
Yep. You take care, Miles.
Woody, always a pleasure. Best of luck. We'll see you around soon. All right, and join me in the booth once again is Braden Malcolmson, fresh off your second place finish. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's awesome. I worked my butt off. My car was absolutely totaled.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
What was wrong with it?
In the back corner, I got pitted on the last, or not the last, but like the last race.
Okay.
And I went tumbling, broke the A-arm.
Oh, no.
Bent the axle, so it was a tough break.
What place did you end up getting?
I ended up getting second.
That's what I thought. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So that's still pretty impressive after a pretty good tumble. So
Yeah, it was challenging, but I overcame the challenges.
hey, that's what I'm talking about. Good for you, buddy. You made it happen. So there's Kyle Mosley on screen right now. We did see Stephen Mosley on the strap, and we were worried about that because during his prelim, his engine was smoking pretty bad. So tough break for Stephen Mosley. But Kyle Mosley is still trucking along, trying to chase down John Zender on this 5-lap race. And it looks like he's about 32 seconds back. So John Zender out there with a strong lead for the pre-runner class for NorCal Rock Racing. Well, Braden, you excited to get a trophy later on tonight?
I am stoked.
Heck
I
yeah.
haven't got a trophy since, I want to say, 2017 or 18.
Oh, it's been a bit, so you're excited.
Yeah, it was at the NorCal Winter Nationals.
Nice.
Yeah.
So you get to take that trophy to school for show and tell?
Well, I'm actually online school, but
Okay.
yeah, teacher knows. So I'm gonna bring it to class, and that's gonna be my face.
Oh, I love it. That'll be fun, man. We'll see how it all shakes out, but it's looking good for Braden Malcolmson as we see Kyle Mosley still out there, about the halfway point of this track as he's heading toward the Freight Factory Finger. And John Zender just went out. He grabs a white flag. 1 lap to go for John Zender. He's out there ripping strong. And there is Kyle Mosley, physical second. And look at the crowd here. There's a lot of people out here watching you guys race.
Oh yeah.
Is that exciting or does it make you nervous?
I was only nervous because I totaled my car in the fast race, but that's the only reason why I was nervous. I feel like the more people, the better.
Oh, absolutely. We love showcasing Ultra 4 USA and NorCal Rock Racing.
Sir.
So Kyle Mosley grabs the white flag. 1 and 2 are out on their 5th and final lap. Hopefully we can find our race leader. And there he is. We'll follow in John Zenders. He's getting ready to hit the NorCal Rock Racing rhythm section. What'd you think of those jumps out there, buddy?
Gnarly.
Yeah, they're gnarly. You got to hit them.
There's a specific line that you have to use.
Okay. And hopefully somebody else isn't in that line, right?
Hopefully.
All right. Well, John Zender, one more turn to go before he hits the MetalCloak finish line. So John Zender is pushing strong, and the checkered flag is out and flies for John Zender, winning the pre-runner class for the NorCal Rock Racing. Great John by John Zender.
Yeah, they did pretty good.
Yeah, it was a fun one, wasn't it?
Yeah, the
Braden.
pre-runners are really cool.
Oh, you should get one of those so you can drive it to high school.
Yeah.
And then you can come racing.
Yeah.
See, double duty.
No, I'll leave high school on Friday. Then, yeah, I'll just drive here.
Heck yeah. That's what I'm talking about, buddy. Would you want to try to race the rocks one of these times?
Maybe.
All right.
I feel like I can do it. I've done it in our 6-speed manual Jeep. So
Heck yeah. All right. Well, the checkered flag is out once again for Kyle Mosley, grabbing that second position for the pre-runner class. So John Zender won and Kyle Mosley in that second position. All right, so up next will be the UTV 170 stock class. That'll be 5 laps, and it's going to be a good one for sure.
Oh, yeah. I used to be in the 170.
And you're progressing up. Yeah, the
Yes,
future
sir.
of our sport is right here. Started in the 170s, moves up to the RS1s, right?
Yes, sir.
And then up next, you'll be the 1000 pros, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like it, Braden. So did you race any of these guys that are coming up, or gals, in the 170s? We have Weston Blevins, Peter Abt, Jackson Fernandez, Hunter Valadez, Maverick Hibbard, and Trevor Haynes.
I think I had 1 year with Blevins.
Okay, cool.
Yep. 1 year with Weston.
So Peter Abt out of Santa Maria, California. Jackson Fernandez out of Sebastopol, California. Hunter Valadez, number 222, out of Agua Dulce, California. Maverick Hibbard, number 11, out of Vacaville, California. And then Trevor Haynes, the number 95, out of Pollock Pines, California. You know where Blevins is from? I don't have that on my sheet.
Not that I know of.
Okay,
now.
no worries.
Yeah, but I just love watching them. They're the future of the sport.
Yeah. I mean, you started there. You've made your way up, and you're going to keep moving your way up. So, Braden, it's always fun up here, and you're more than welcome to sit and help me call this race if you want.
Let's do it.
Absolutely. I like it. The future of our sport is about to kick off.
Yeah, I just love seeing the look on their faces as soon as they come up track.
Absolutely. They will cut off the Freight Factory finger out back. They don't run the PCI gunite section, so they're probably running about a 3/4 mile of a lap. 5 laps in total. This is going to be some fun racing for the 170 stock class.
Yeah, they might be little, but they throw down.
Yeah, they might be little, but they're mighty.
Yes, they are.
I like it, Braden. If you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you for the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede here in Prairie City, just outside of Rancho Cordova, and we are racing. Looks like Papa Poe and Tillman Ewing is checking in from Mississippi, and Casey Shear is rooting on Peter Abb. And they are off and running. It is Weston Blevins, Peter Abb, Jackson Fernandez, Hunter Valadez, Maverick Hibbard, and Trevor Haynes. So they're going to be bypassing the Brannock boulders as we speak. And they were saying there was a hole right in this area.
Yes,
Is that
there
where?
was.
Did you see it?
Yeah, right about there.
Okay, right about where they're at. There's a hole right in the middle of the track, huh?
That's also a really slippery turn.
Okay, so you come through their little slideways. You don't want to catch a tire and flip her over, huh?
Oh.
Uh-oh.
It looks like, he's all right. He's all right.
Okay, everybody's still moving.
Yeah,
Somebody
it
caught
looks
an
like-
edge a little bit.
Yeah, that was Jackson. Yeah, that coming out of that corner where that little jump is, it's like a kicker.
Yeah,
It's
so Jackson Fernandez took a little bit of a nose stand, but obviously was able to keep it back together. And I'm sure his dad in the spotter stand says, go, go, go.
Yep. I mean, for a second, it looked like he was on 3 wheels.
Yeah, he probably was.
And, my bad. I looked like he was on 1 wheel.
Oh, he had 3 wheels in the air.
Yeah, 3 wheels in the air.
So here's where they cut off the Freight Factory finger. And they're heading through, so we'll get some lap times. And it's still Weston Blevins. In second position is Peter Abb. Then it's Hunter Valadez. Then Jackson Fernandez. Trevor Haynes. And then Maverick Hibbard. So they're all racing still. And all within 12 seconds. Weston Blevins does have a 3-second lead going into lap number 2 of 5.
That's impressive for 170s.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, Weston he ran a good time on this list.
Yeah, and you said you used to race against him in the 170s, huh?
Pretty sure I did, yeah.
Awesome. I love the smile you got there, buddy.
Yeah.
Braden up here with me in the Big B studio calling the Youth 170 main stock class for the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede.
Oh.
And another big jump. They did that one again. Was that Hunter Valadez, I believe?
Yeah, I
So
believe
she
that's
hit
right.
that same kicker and about lost it, but was able to keep it under control. She did a great job saving that jump.
Yeah. I was aware of that because in the 1000, I went around that corner and I saw the leader in front of me, and his front 2 wheels, he was on those for a good 3 seconds.
Oh, boy. So obviously you race in 4-wheel drive, I assume, right?
Oh yes, 4-wheel drive.
Yeah. That way the front tires can pull you out of that.
Yeah.
Obviously these Youth 170s are only rear wheel.
Yes.
But they're on a solid axle, so it's 2-wheel drive all the time.
Yep. Yeah. I honestly think it's a good thing. Oh, it looks like Peter.
Yep.
He
Peter
just made the
Abb
road. Oh.
is in first position,
Yes,
followed
sir.
closely by Jackson Fernandez. Does have a 3-second lead.
Something must have happened to Weston.
Yeah, Weston Blevins, good call. He dropped back a little bit. We don't see him because in first it's Peter Abb, then Jackson
I
Fernandez.
see the rescue car going that way, so he
Uh-oh.
must have flipped.
Yep.
That's
Must
no
have been
big
a
noise.
flip for Weston Blevins.
Unfortunate.
Uh-oh. And Hunter Valadez goes a little wide. Not sure if she caught an angle and went wide or pulled off to let the pack pass her. But up front, Peter Abb, Jackson Fernandez, Maverick Hibbard, Hunter Valadez, and Trevor Haynes. We're looking for your buddy, Weston Blevins.
Yes.
What happened? We don't know. Hopefully he's okay and can keep moving on.
Yep. It looks like he probably rolled right in the corner before he goes onto the finger. So he probably rolled on that corner.
Yep, we'll see what happens. Well, Braden, this has been a fun race, and it's not over yet. We have 3 more laps to go. Can
Yep.
Peter Abb keep it together?
Let's see.
His dad, Edwin Abb, has been racing Ultra 4 with us for a very long time, and he is excited to get his son, Peter, behind the wheel of these 170s. He wants him to grow and eventually drive Ultra 4 in the 4400 class.
Yeah, I love the 400. The 4400, sorry.
All right, who's your favorite that's out here racing this weekend?
This weekend? Ooh. This weekend I have to say Cody Eddington.
Cody Addington, I like him. How about all-time Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers?
Vaughn Gittin and Lauren Healy.
Okay, Team Funhaver, I like it. They raced here last year with us. I know they're going to be racing in Crandon with us again, but they're kind of exploring other racing series and
Yes,
having
they
some
are.
fun with it. They're
I hope they'll
getting to the
be
desert
here in
side.
September.
Do what?
I hope they'll be here in September.
I hope so. We'll see. You'll have to send them a message and say you want them to come out here racing.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, do it.
I will.
So Peter Abb still out front. Then it's Jackson Fernandez, Maverick Hibbard, Trevor Haynes, Hunter Valadez, and it looks like Weston Blevins did get back and going.
Oh,
He
that's
is
good.
a lap down, but still moving.
Still moving. That's good. So looks like they got 2 laps here. But
Yep,
so
2
that means
laps to go.
so they should be getting the white flag.
You're getting the hang of this, huh?
Yes, yeah.
I like it, Braden. So I believe that's our race leader, Peter Abb. So we'll see.
Oh, I raced them too. Peter
Okay,
Abb.
you raced against him. Nice.
Yeah, 2 years ago. I remember
Cool.
he had to get taken off by the blue forklift.
Oops. Yep, the crane of shame, I
The
call
crane
it.
of shame.
All right, well, Peter Abb grabs the white flag. 1 lap to go. Can he keep it together? I know Edwin's in his ear saying, go, 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 because Jackson Fernandez is there in the mix.
Yes, he is. Looks like Weston just got onto his 3rd lap.
Yep. Yeah, he's out on his 4th lap.
Oh, 4th lap.
Yep. So again, him and Hunter are a lap down. I think Hunter should be clicking across through here anytime. But Peter Abb is at the halfway mark right now.
On his way home.
On his way home. Just a few more turns to go, and Peter Abb will hopefully grab that checkered flag.
There he goes.
So Peter Abb is making his way here.
Almost there.
Almost. But He's not here yet.
He's not here yet.
Anything could happen.
Anything could happen.
How far back is Jackson Fernandez and then Maverick Hibbard? We had Maverick up here a little bit, or they had his brother up here a little bit ago. It was fun chatting with all your buddies up here in the booth a little bit ago. Yep. And here it is.
Here it is. Oh.
That's Hunter Valadez, the other red car. See, he got you too for just a minute.
Yeah.
But here it is.
Brings
Peter
it
Abb
home, Peter.
It's the checkered flag. Way to go, Peter Abb, number 575.
That was a good race.
And right behind him is Jackson Fernandez. What a great run. Peter Abb won, and Jackson Fernandez in that second place.
I know how Jackson feels right now. I guarantee you he's pumped.
Oh, 100%.
To those kids and everybody, especially me, a second is a win in my book, especially after totaling my car. That's a win.
Absolutely. All right. Well, it looks like Maverick Hibbard rounds out the top three. So in first place, Peter Abb. Second, Jackson Fernandez. And that third spot, Maverick Hibbard.
Yes, sir.
Well, Braden Malcolmson,
It has
thanks
been
for
a
coming
pleasure.
up here. It's been a pleasure. Thanks for coming and say hi.
Of course.
And we'll see you on the podium
Yes,
here
you
in
will.
just a little bit.
See you guys.
Good job, buddy. And we got another guest we're going to bring in here, Mrs. Megan Miller. And it looks like Hunter Valadez is still trucking along. All right, Megan's in the house. How we doing?
Hey, Miles, I'm great. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. You had a great run going on there, and it looks like you're on the podium, right?
Yeah, we ended up second place.
Yeah, you were in the mix, dropped back a little bit. You were battling, and some had some issues, and hey, you took advantage of it.
You know, it was an interesting day because we started out in we're the slowest 4,500 car qualifying. And I thought, okay, well, I'm new to this car. We did a prelim, kind of maybe moved up a spot. And then I'm sitting in staging for the main, and I realized my transfer case popped out.
So you were in two-wheel drive.
I was racing in two-wheel drive all day.
Well, your spotter needed to tell you that. Derek's slacking, huh?
I thought it was me.
No, you got to blame somebody else.
I know. I need to get better at this. I don't know. But yeah, once we put it in four-wheel drive, that thing was a rocket ship, and
it makes a big difference.
It makes a huge difference. So I had all the power, and then we were able to, all the traction. We were able to really put the pedal down and make some laps. So it felt really good, and I honestly didn't expect to get on the podium, but second place, I'll take it.
Oh,
I mean, I feel so good about that.
How fun is it racing with your husband being your spotter? And your co-driver in other races.
I know. It's really great because, he gives me feedback all the time when he sees me doing stuff, and he's like, you need to work on this, you need to work on that.
But he says it politely, right?
Oh, yeah.
Most of the time.
He's really good about it. My favorite part about him spotting for me or being in the co-driver's seat is he's really positive. So he'll tell me to work on something, and he's like, yeah, do that again. You were doing really good. And so, I like to pat on the head, tell me I'm doing a good job. So
yeah, relationship building 101 is get in a race car with either your wife or your husband and make it happen. I absolutely love that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a true test of your relationship, I gotta say, especially at Hammers with such a high stress environment.
Oh, for sure.
But
I've got some fun stories just canoeing with my wife. I mean, so getting in a race car and making it happen, good on you two. I love it.
Yeah, no, we're having a lot of fun out here, and I couldn't be happier with the new car. I'm just so excited to have this car. It's amazing. I haven't had this much fun in years. I loved racing the stock class, and I had so much fun in that car, but little did I know. And in this car, it's renewed, just all my passion for racing. I had such a good couple of days here.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun watching you out there run. And I did see Rick Lavezzo, I believe, here, and that's his old car. He's here on site, right?
He is here.
Helping you out where he can?
Old car. Yeah, he's
cool.
He's back at camp right now, and it's really great visiting with him. That family is just amazing humans. So
oh, yeah.
We're really glad to be in that car and glad to know them.
I remember when you bought that car, they delivered it to you, brought it in their semi, full race support. I mean, you can't ask for more than that.
You really can't. I mean, their level of hospitality puts everyone else to shame.
No, they're some of the great ones. I mean, everybody in Ultra 4 USA is amazing. That's what I love, is walking through the pits in the evenings, getting the war stories, and seeing who's helping who, offering who needs parts. It's amazing.
I mean, we're all a family out here. It's such a great community, and I think that's, what keeps everybody racing, what keeps Ultra 4 separate from other, race promoters. It really just is a family, and everybody helps each other out, especially in class. Like, you'll get the guy next to you going so that you can beat him on the track.
Oh, 100%. Helping the pits so you can beat him on the track. So on the track now is the Youth 170 Limited and Mods. It is Barrett Gradick, Jackson Cotter, Cody Summers, Parker Croft, Dalton Bleck, Jackson Gunter, Harrison Drackman, Hunter Hibbard, and Cody Gunter. So we'll see how it all shakes out after their first lap. This is another 5-lap race for these Youth 170s. So Brother Al's son, Harrison Drackman, number 34, out there having fun right there in that blue car in the back of the pack, trying to make a pass.
Well, thanks for having me on, Miles. It's always good to see you.
Thanks for coming to say hi, Megan. Always a pleasure. And we'll see you later on the podium. So we got some good racing out there. Barrett Gradick out front. Jackson Cotter, Cody Summers, Parker Croft, Dalton Bleck, Jackson Gunter, Harrison Drackman, Hunter Hibbard, and Cody Gunter. Uh-oh, Chucky's coming in the house once again. He had an amazing race until he wasn't. But seriously, Chuck, you were on fire. It was a great race, and Pacheco was behind you, put a little pressure on you, and you turtled out.
Yeah, I definitely got a little greedy coming out of a turn and just
got excited, huh?
Yep, hooked the rut. I tried to channel my Insta Monster Jam.
Oh, you were giving all of the beans, huh?
I was trying to rewrite it.
Yeah. I was excited for the first about 3 seconds, and then I was like, oh, you're going a little longer than I would have. But
I was going to keep going.
But somebody was yelling in your ear saying, hey,
yeah,
dummy.
pretty much.
Good.
Yep.
But yeah, what a great race. I mean, you were out front. You and Pacheco were battling. It was great. And then you took a tumble. That happens.
Yep.
But
it's racing.
You got redemption here in
I do
just
have
a
some
little
redemption
bit.
coming up. Yeah, we're getting ready to run 4,400 race.
And where do you start in that one?
I think third row.
Yeah, third row.
Next to Mahoney.
2, 4, 6. Yep, next to Mahoney.
Yep, next
Look,
to Mahoney.
you can count. You even got shoes on. I'm proud of you.
Good. We got it.
No, it's been a great weekend out here with NorCal Rock Racing and Ultra 4 USA, and it's not over yet.
Not yet. We
And
got Bradley out here for you, too.
Oh, perfect.
Cool,
And
cool.
what do you think about these Youth 170s? How cool is this? I
Dude,
love it.
The 170s are so much fun to watch. I will tell you, if you really want a life-altering, terrifying experience, go out and help spot.
Oh,
or
I'll
work
bet.
staging. It's more scary than staging big cars.
Well, our buddy Glennie Page is tuned in from Canada, and he said you couldn't handle the pressure, but he's also saying good luck.
Attaboy.
All in good fun. Well, Chuck, good seeing you, and good luck with the big dogs.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Miles.
Yep, always good seeing you, Chuck. So out front is still Barrett Gradick, then Jackson Cotter, Parker Croft, Cody Summers, Jackson Gunter. Harrison Drackman is in 5th in Class 6 overall. Dalton Bleck, Hunter Hibbard, and Cody Gunter. So we got a great race on our hands. So far, so good for the Youth 170 Limited and Mods. And we got another guest. Who we got?
Matt Bradley.
Oh, Matt Bradley. I know your car.
Yeah.
The red one, 91 on the side.
The big one on the roof. So you guys
And the
can
one
see
that
us
was
out there.
upside down. Yeah. Whoops. No, you didn't roll, did you?
No, I got third.
You're saying on the roof. Gotcha. The
Yeah.
numbers on the roof.
Correct.
You weren't like Chuck on the roof.
Nope.
Okay.
Did a little better than he did. This time at least.
Yeah, this time. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. That 4,800 race was awesome.
It's a blast. The course they built out here this year is fast. It's fun. It's got the jumps. all the rock sections. It was competitive. It was really fun.
Oh, it was good. And there were 17 of you out there.
Yeah.
But by the end, you dropped a few.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just like Chuck.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you got third, if I remember right?
Yep.
Okay, that ain't bad.
Yeah, I had my spotter in my ear the whole time, just telling me to wait it out, and I flatted a tire coming up the gunite. And
I missed that one. Okay.
Summers passed me the last lap for second. So
okay, well that's what happened, huh?
Yeah, I've never finished out here before, so just finishing was
well,
cool.
To finish and be on the podium, you got to be pretty stoked.
Yeah, so I'm always breaking stuff or rolling over, so this was a good weekend.
Yeah, and it's still Barrett Gradick out front, then Jackson Cotter and Parker Croft. Cody Summers is in the mix for the limited. And in the modified, it looks like Barrett Gradick is walking away with this one.
Yeah, these little 70s move pretty good for how small
Yeah,
they
they're
are.
not bad for literally 170 cc's. That's what 170 stands for.
Exactly, yeah.
But it's, the future of our sport is out there growing. I just had Braden here in the booth with me. He started it here. Now he's racing our RS1, and
it's
he
going to
loves
be crazy
racing.
to see some of these kids grow up and get into bigger UTVs or bigger cars, and how much faster and how much more experience they're going to have.
Yeah, because when we were kids, these weren't a thing. It was a crummy go-kart at best.
Or a dirt bike.
Yeah. So to see them getting the advantage racing here with us on the same track, they've got leaps and bounds of just
racing experience.
Racing experience. There we go. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
So in the modified, it is still Braden Gradick out front. But in limited, it's Jackson Cotter, then Parker Croft, and then Cody Summers. And they are out on their fifth and final lap. The white flag has flown and will fly for the rest of the pack. So we'll see how soon they come through, but it's looking good for Barrett Gradick. So the white flag's coming out for the rest of the field right now. You can see them heading up towards the MetalCloak start-finish. All part of the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede.
All right, on Miles. I think I'm going to go get something to eat and
All
head
right.
down and watch 4,400
Well,
race.
Matt, a pleasure, and we'll see you on the podium here in
There's a
just a
shirt
little
for you,
bit.
too.
Well, thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Matt Bradley. It's been a great time up here in the Big B studio, rotating through all these great racers. We're still waiting for some of our sponsors. Hey, Matson, where are you at, buddy? You're supposed to come say hi. So the checkered flag flies for Barrett Gradick and then Jackson Cotter, both winning their classes. Great job, Barrett Gradick and Jackson Cotter. Parker Croft just finishes second in class, third overall, and then Cody Summers as well. So we've got 3 Summers out there racing today, and Cody Summers looks like he ended up on the podium. And there's the 88 of Hunter Hibbard and Jackson Gunter and Dalton Bleck. So we had Jaron in the booth with us earlier. His son Jackson just finished 4th in class and 5th overall. Love seeing the future of our sport out there running on the same track as the big dogs. If you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede. Casey Shear was a fan of Braden up here with me. Rooting on Harry. And Barrett has some fans out there. who just locked up first position in class and overall. So actually, Matson Brakey is not here on site. He's actually homesick, but he's tuned in watching the MetalCloak NorCal Stampede, and he's going to send up his buddy Danny to come chat with me. So at least we'll have one of the MetalCloak representatives come up here and chat. Matson, I hate that you're not here enjoying it because I know you're such a huge fan, but thank you for all of your support for over the years helping us here for the MetalCloak NorCal Stampede. And there's Old Glory flying, looking beautiful. Looks like we have 1, 2, 3 races to go, but for the 4,400 main event. We have the UTV 1000 Pro up next, then the Youth 570s, then the Youth RS1 main, and then the 4,400 main event. In that pole position is Darian Gomez. Then in number 2, starting next to his nephew, is JP Gomez. In row number 2 is Cody Addington and Marcos Gomez. In row number 3 is James Mahoney and Chuck Crossland. Next row is Cole Johnson and Kirk Jensen. Then it's Goodall and Brendan Thompson. And starting from the back of the pack, Jeremy Brown. So up next is the UTV 1000 Pro. We have Brendan Cook, Jordan Skaggs, Austin Thompson, Justin Radford, Marcos Gomez Jr., and Wyatt Blevins. Getting everything caught up, but we're about to get going. I don't see any cars out there, but up next is the UTV 1000 Pros. So we have a little bit of a break in the action. I'll step away for just a minute. Don't go anywhere. The action will return right after this.
No, I'm good. I'm parking right in your fucking way. No, you're good. I'm parking right here. You were looking right through it going, ah, dick. No, you're good, man.
Welcome back to the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede for some of the best side-by-side racing we have, and we are off with the Youth 1000 Pros. We have Brendan Cook out front, then Jordan Skaggs, Austin Thompson, Justin Radford, Marcos Gomez Jr., and Wyatt Blevins. We saw Marcos Jr. on the course a couple times today, racing his Speed UTV earlier, but now he's in his Youth 1000 Pro. Sorry, not Youth, UTV 1000 Pro. These are some fast competitors out on course, and it looks like we may have a pass. No, it looks like Brendan Cook. Oh, it's 3 wide as they're drag racing up here. We may get a pass here. He's on the inside, and it does look like it. Gets the pass. Oh, and a little bit of rubbing there, but keeps her on course and still moving. What a great run we have going. This is a lot of fun watching all these races today. What do we have? 16 prelims. We're going to have 13 mains. So that's almost 30 races we ran today. So again, a huge shout out to NorCal Rock Racing and Ultra 4 USA for keeping everything run smooth. We'll see who it is, but I do think Brendan Cook got past. I apologize. I don't know these guys quite as well as I should, but that is Wyatt Blevins up front. And then Jordan Skaggs. Marcos Gomez Jr. has moved into third position. And then it's Brendan Cook. And then Austin Thompson. Where is Justin Radford? So we have Wyatt Blevins out front, starting to pull a pretty good lead, and then it's Jordan Skaggs. Marcos Gomez Jr. sitting in that third spot, but Brendan Cook's right there waiting for them to make a mistake, and Austin Thompson is not out of the hunt. We'll see how this all shakes out before we go into the Youth 570 main, and then the RS1 Youth as well, before we kick off the 4400. The biggest and baddest names in our sport will be throwing down here within the hour. And right there at the NorCal Rock Racing Rhythm section, they're getting a little bit of Western out there. But look at Wyatt Blevins pushing strong. And the crowd is excited, it is building. And Wyatt Blevins just throw down a 131 lap. I believe it's going to be Jordan Skaggs, and it is. Right behind him, Marcos Gomez Jr. with Gomez Brothers Racing. Austin Thomas has moved from 5th to 4th, making some moves out there. So 2, 3, 4, and 5 are with all in about 3 seconds of each other, but Wyatt Blevins has a 9-second lead. This is a 5-lap race. They're on lap number 3, so we are at the halfway mark for the UTV 1000 Pros. Oh, takes that one a little wide. Marcos Gomez Jr. right there. Can't quite close the deal. Jordan Skaggs and Marcos Gomez Jr. are battling, and look at that. Austin Thompson is right on their heels, and Brendan Cook can't count him out. But Wyatt Blevins, look at him at the Freight Factory finger with a commanding lead. And Wyatt Blevins just clicked off another lap. One more lap to go before the white flag flies for Wyatt Blevins. And Jordan Skaggs in second. Then it's still Marcos Gomez, Austin Thompson, and Brendan Cook. Tough break for Justin Radford. Wasn't able to make it. But 2, 3, 4, and 5 is a great battle out on course. But Wyatt Blevins is walking away. Great run from him. Wyatt Blevins out front early and has not looked back. But it is a great run from Jordan Skaggs, Marcos Gomez Jr., Austin Thompson, and Brendan Cook. Look at that. 2, 3, 4, 5, all nose to tail. We'll see how this shakes out, but it's looking good. A lot of fun right here for the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede here at the Prairie City SVRA, just outside of Rancho Cordova in beautiful Northern California. So I believe we're going to have Danny come in. Mattson told me Danny was going to come in, but I guess we get third string, huh? So Mattson's at home, feeling a little bit under the weather, but I'm glad that you came up here and talked to us with MetalCloak.
Yeah, it's always great to be part of NorCal Stampede. Being a manufacturer right here in Northern California, we get all this crowd out here to witness this show that John puts on, and it's great to be part of this.
Yeah, and MetalCloak has been supporting the Stampede for a long time. We were able to do a tour last year of your guys' plant. Absolutely beautiful. That's such a cool facility. And you could eat off the floor, and that place is big.
We appreciate that. Doesn't seem like that on a daily basis, but
I can see that.
When we get comments like that coming back, it really feels like we're doing a good thing. We build an amazing product. We have amazing customers that support us. Off-road community up here is second to none.
Yeah, and I mean, you guys are not too far from Ford Ice and Rubicon, and your Jeeps are there all the time, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, we try and get as much trail time in as possible.
We call that R&D, so you're working,
exactly,
right?
Exactly, yeah, R&D. Yeah, get the company to pay for the fuel on that one too.
There we go.
Develop a product.
And the checkered flag flies for Wyatt Blevins, winning the UTV 1000 Pro. What a great race he had. And it's going to be down to the wire between Jordan Skaggs, Marcos Gomez Jr., and Brendan Cook. Who's it going to be? Austin Thompson is right there in the mix too. So who is it? It is a drag race to the finish. And it looks like it is going to be Marcos Gomez Jr. in that second position. Then Jordan Skaggs. What a great run. Austin Thompson in fourth, and Brendan Cook in that fifth position. That was a great race.
Always fun to watch.
Absolutely. So, Justin, you're here with MetalCloak. You are the title sponsor for the MetalCloak Stampede, and it just means a lot to us at Ultra 4 USA. John with NorCal Rock Racing. It's been a great relationship, and thanks for all the help.
Yeah, we appreciate being part of the journey and have an opportunity to partner with you guys. Again, like being up here in Northern California, great crowd, great race, always a good time.
Yeah, 100%. And Mattson usually comes out here and hangs out with us. Hate that he's at home, but thanks, Justin, for coming up here. And, man, MetalCloak built some nice stuff, and to to support the sport like they have for so long, it's something very special.
Again, we appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Well, I know the big race is coming up, so I assume you want to get out there and watch it.
Got to go feel some horsepower downstairs.
100%. All right, Justin.
Good.
Well, a pleasure meeting you, and
Likewise.
thanks for representing MetalCloak. And I'm sure Mattson's pretty stoked at home to see you up here hanging out with me.
Absolutely. Thanks,
All
man.
right. Well, MetalCloak up here representing the MetalCloak Stampede. Thank you guys for coming up, saying hi. What a great run we had. We've seen a lot of the MetalCloak Jeeps down there, showcasing down there in the Fender area. So what a great run we just watched. So 3 races yet to go. Up next is the UTV Youth 570. We had our buddy Mason Watkins in the booth with us just a little bit ago. He's starting in that second position, side by side, the pole setter of Bentley Dixon. And then it's Anderson Porter, Indigo Bartley, and Eli Cotter. And we are off and racing. The green flag's up, and it goes. Green flag racing. Bentley Dixon with an early lead. Then it's Mason Watkins, Anderson Porter, Indigo Bartley, and Eli Cotter Payne. We'll see who it's going to be. But right now, Bentley Dixon out front for this 5-lap race. Up next is the Youth RS1s. And then the 4,400 main event. So Bentley Dixon is here making it happen. We'll see how it shakes out. So we wait for them to cross their first lap. Let's give a huge shout out once again to Monster Energy, Warren Racing, Brannick Motorsports, All Things UTV, NorCal Rock Racing, Rock Crawler Suspension, Freight Factory, Spider Tracks, Factor 55, PCI, G4 Suspension, Maxxis, and last but not least, MetalCloak for being the title sponsor for the NorCal Stampede. And speaking about NorCal Rock Racing, we need to give a shout out from them. California Customs, Rugged Radios, MetalCloak, Griffin Radiators, and King Shocks. So please support who supports the sport. Without all of those amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today for the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede. We're about to click off lap number 1 of 5 on this 1.25 mile track they're racing here. And it is Bentley Dixon, Mason Watkins, Indigo Bartley's made a move, and then it's Anderson Porter. How far back is Eli Carter? So Indigo Bartley was in 4th and moved into 3rd position. There's Eli Cotter Payne. What a great run from these youth 570s. Again, they're stair-stepping from the 170s to here and then the 1000. So it's great to see have so many racing options here with NorCal Rock Racing. So Indigo Bartley out front. Mason Watkins trying to reel him in. And then Indigo Bartley still in the mix. Anderson Porter still back there. Eli Cotter still pushing through. The crowd right here at the Prairie City SVRA is starting to grow. We have this race to finish, one more to go, and then the 4,400 main event here in about a half hour. So Brentley Dixon has been out front, chased closely by Mason Watkins, and then Indigo Bartley moved from fourth to third. And it is still Bentley Dixon out front, then Mason Watkins. How far back is Indigo Bartley? There they are, right with Anderson Porter. Looks like Bentley Dixon has a 2-second lead over Mason Watkins. They've got a 5-second lead over Indigo Bartley. And then Anderson Porter is right on Indigo's heels. What a great race we have on our hands. Eli Cotter Payne still on that lead lap, pushing through. So Bentley Dixon still running a very strong race. Great to see so many guys and gals out here on course having the time of their life as they head back on the Freight Factory Finger. We have a lot more racing yet to come this season with Ultra 4 USA. We'll start with the Western Series. We're here for the NorCal Stampede. Up next is the Area BFE in Moab, Utah, May 9th and 10th. Then we'll return to Vegas to Reno, August 13th through the 16th. And then we'll be back here for the NorCal Joker Race in Rancho Cordova, September 19th and 20th. We'll move over to the Central Series. Next up for Ultra 4 USA is the Crossbar Ranch Off-Road Park in Davis, Oklahoma, April 11th and 12th. Then we'll go to the we'll go to the Badlands Off-Road Park in Attica, Indiana, June 6th and 7th. And then we go to Sturgis, South Dakota during Bike Week at the Buffalo Chip, August 1st and 2nd. And then over Labor Day weekend, we go to the Big House in Crandon, Wisconsin for the Crandon Ultra 4 Short Course World Championships. We've already raced the Pennsylvania race in Roush Creek. And up next for the Eastern Series is Beach Bend Raceway in Bowling Green, Kentucky, May 2nd and 3rd. And then we go to the AOP Park in South Pittsburgh, Tennessee for the Adventure Off-Road Park, June 27th and 28th. Then we'll end up back at Beach Bend Raceway in Bowling Green, Kentucky during LS Fest, September 5th and 6th. And then we end up the year for the Ultra 4 USA Nationals at the Laughlin Desert Classic, October 16th through the 18th in Laughlin, Nevada. So we are on lap number 4 of 5, and it's still Bentley Dixon, Mason Watkins, Indigo Bartley, Anderson Porter, and Eli Cotter Payne. And the white flag is flying, and it is still Bentley Dixon, but Mason Watkins is only a half second out of the lead. So this lap is going to be very interesting between Bentley Dixon and Mason Watkins. And then third and fourth is heating up between Indigo Bartley and Anderson Porter. What a great race we have on our hands. Our Believe Cam drone is chasing our race leaders, Bentley Dixon and Mason Watkins. Is there enough time for Mason to put a pass on Bentley? I don't know. Bentley's drove an amazing race, so we'll see if they can hold off Mason Watkins. Bentley Dixon with a great run thus far, but Mason Watkins is there trying to put the pressure on. Make a mistake by Bentley. What a great day of racing it has been, and it is not over yet. This one's about wrapped up. Then we have one more RS1 Youth, and then the 4400 main. And the white flag is out for Eli Cotter Payne. And we've got another guest in the house, Austin Bam Bam Thompson Jr. How you doing, buddy?
Pretty good.
You've been out there racing a lot today. You just got out of your car, had a great run. Wasn't quite enough, but you were in the mix.
It was hard to drive with all that mud in my visor and in my face.
Bet. And the checkered flag is in hand and flies for Bentley Dixon 1 and Mason Watkins in that second position. Who's going to be next? Is it going to be Indigo Bartley or Anderson Porter? And it's here. We're about to find out. And it is Indigo Bartley in that third position, then Anderson Porter. So again, congratulations. First place goes to Bentley Dixon. Second place, Mason Watkins. Third place, Indigo Bartley. That wraps up your podium. But Anderson Porter drove a great race, was just out of the mix, and then Eli Cotter Payne will finish their fifth lap. Well, Austin, I got to ask you, what happened to the 4800 car? You were parked sideways, trying to parallel park in the middle of a racetrack. It looked like you were having steering issues.
Oh, I was. I changed an orbital valve earlier today, and then that ended up not being my issue.
Oh, no. So you thought that was what it was, and then you still fought at the next race, huh?
Yep, it ended up being my ram seals blew out, and it's bypassing the fluid.
Yeah, that's not good.
No.
And then and the rocks you were stopped for a bit, was that steering issues as well?
No, that was fuel pressure issues.
Oh, okay. So you were fighting everything today.
Yep, it was not very good.
Well, but you still had fun. You raced your UTV, you raced the 4800 Legends car. I mean, that's awesome.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
And now you get to root on your dad here in just a minute in the 4400 main.
Yep, I wish I was signed up in that one too, because I want to race all of them.
Well, Chuck did it in his 4800 car, but I think yours still needs a little love before he goes back out on course.
Oh, yeah, definitely today. I've done it in the past at NorCal races, but then had issues in the race.
Yeah, you'll have that. Are you going to spot for your dad during the 4400?
No, me and him can't spot for each other.
Well, at least you guys know that. That's funny.
Yeah.
So what's next up for old Austin Thompson?
I think our next race will be Moab.
Okay, that's coming up. That's going to be a good one. I love that course.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my dad to let me race the Pro Mod out there, too.
Well, just do it. What do you mean you got to ask for permission?
I don't have enough funds for that right now.
I get that. But it looks like Maxis has been standing strong behind you and your dad for a very long time. And I don't think you had a single flat. You missed a tire, but that just fell off. The tire was still good, right?
Yep, the tire was still good. I put that same one on and fixing it right after that.
What happened? Did the lug nuts get loose or broke a hub or what happened?
I broke a hub and sheared the axle off.
Oh, that's handy.
Yeah, I think the wheel bearing was going out, and then all of a
Okay.
sudden that was when it wanted to go.
and it left the chat, huh?
Yeah, I'm just glad it didn't happen in the first corner because I would have been going for a long ride.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, kind of getting everything checked off. We got 2 more races to go. Up next is the RS1 youth class, and I think you used to race that here, didn't you?
No, I actually jumped that one.
Okay, but you had an RS1 for a bit, right?
I still do.
Okay, see, I remember some things.
Yeah, that was the one that I was racing today.
Okay, but you skipped over the youth part and just raced it in the Pro 1000.
Yep, I jumped straight into Pro.
Okay, look at you go.
Yeah, I went from 170s to Pro 1000. Then
That's
to
a
the
pretty good
4800.
jump, yeah.
Yep.
And eventually maybe the 4400, huh?
Oh, that's coming.
Oh, yeah.
Don't know when, but it is coming.
I like it. Yeah, obviously your uncle is Joe Thompson, the mad scientist behind UFO Motorsports, and I'm sure he's kept you under his wing, and it's pretty cool seeing what you guys do.
Yeah. My uncle has some ideas for a car for me, but we don't know when that's ever going to happen.
All right, well, you got to keep consistent on it, keep poking at them.
Yeah.
And your dad, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And I assume you want to get out there in the crowd and watch the 4400 race. So you're more than welcome to stay for this race if you want or bail out. But for the 4400, I know you want to go out there and watch your dad.
Yeah, I'm going to go out there and watch. I'll probably go watch this one, too.
All right. Well, Brendan,
good.
always a pleasure seeing you.
Yep.
It was a great time having you here in the booth, and best of luck, and we'll see you up next in Moab, Utah area BFE in April.
All right. Thanks, Miles.
All right. Good seeing you, buddy. Great run from Austin Thompson, Bam Bam Jr. So up next, we have Arnold Gradick, Adrian Martinez, Braden Story, Alex Renullo, Tate Schweizer, and Maddox Leal. And the green flag is in hand, and it goes flying, and we are live racing with Arnold Gradick out front. Adrian Martinez still in the hunt. Braden Story, Alex Renullo, Tate Schweizer, and Maddox Leal. Got a clean start, and we are out there running strong for the RS Youth 1000 main event. And then up next will be the 4400 main. This is going to be a showcase for sure. Some super heavy hitters in that pole position. It's Darian Gomez side by side with his uncle JP Gomez. Row number 2 is going to be Cody Addington and Marcos Gomez. Row 3, James Mahoney and Chuck Crossland. Row 4, Cole Johnson and Kirk Jensen. 5th row is Ken Goodall and Brendan Thompson. And from the back of the pack, Jeremy Brown. It's going to be exciting to see for sure. But speaking about exciting, look at this one. The top 4 are nose to tail, pushing each other strong. Make sure you go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com for the same timing I have right here in the Big B studio. And we're going high and wide on the inside. Who's it gonna be? Oh, catching a little bite there, but keeps it under control. And what a close race, but it's still Arnold Gradick, but Adrian Martinez is 0.2 of a second behind him. And then it's Braden Story and Alex Renullo, all within a half a second. And then Tate Schweizer's only 2 seconds off. What a great run thus far for the Youth RS1 class. Man, getting all sorts of slideways there, but keeping her under control. What a great race we have right now. And the big main event is yet to come. So be sure to grab your snacks, grab your beverages. The show is about to start for the 4400 main event right after this race. But this race is just as exciting right now. I can hear some of the 4400 cars lining up. This is going to be a great showcasing of Ultra 4 USA. As we watch the NorCal Rock Racing right now. Oh, and we've got one pulled off. Not sure what happened, but they're back in the mix. So I believe, yes, that's still Arnold Gradick out front. And I believe that's Martinez in second. We're about to find out. Arnold Gradick running a great race. Adrian Martinez still right there. Braden Story, Alex Renullo, and Tate Schweizer. And it looks like Arnold's got about a 2-second lead, and then Alex Renullo's in that second spot. Braden Story in third, Tate Schweizer fourth, and Adrian Martinez in that 5th position, all within 6 seconds of each other. What a great run we have. It's been a wonderful weekend. Thank you, everybody back home and here on site, for tuning in to the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede here at the Prairie City SVRA in Rancho Cordova in Northern California. We've had some wind, we've had some rain, and then picture perfect right here on race day. And Arnold Gradick running a smoking run out there. We were lucky enough to have him here in the Big B studio earlier. And it's still Arnold out front, but only 0.3 of a second behind him is Alex Renullo. And then Braden Story, Tate Schweizer, and Adrian Martinez has moved back into 5th position. So Alex Renullo is knocking on the heels of Arnold Gradick. We'll see if he can keep this lead. They're on lap number 4 of 5. 2 laps remaining for Arnold Gradick. See if he can keep Alex Renullo in his rear view mirror. And Alex takes a little bit too far on the inside, catches that berm. So Gradick gets a little bit of a lead right here, but so far, so good. So Arnold Gradick running a great run here. We'll see who's got it. But right now, Arnold Gradick should be grabbing the white flag here in just a moment as they finish the Freight Factory finger. And the white flag is out and flies. Arnold Gradick still out front. 2 seconds behind him is Alex Renullo. Then Tate Schweizer, Braden Story, and then Adrian Martinez. John Matthews just hit me up that said the suction side of the fuel line fitting is what took him out. Tough break there. We saw him battling in the 4500 modified class earlier. But here we are, the 5th and final lap. And it's still Arnold Gradick out front. Then Alex Renullo, Tate Schweizer, Braden Story, and Adrian Martinez. So Arnold has had a great run. 2 more turns to go. Does he have what it takes to bring home first place in the Youth RS1 class with NorCal Rock Racing? Checkered flag is in hand. 1 turn to go. And it looks like it's going to be wrapped up. Arnold Gradick should grab first, and he does. Right behind him, Alex Renullo, and then Tate Schweizer, followed closely by Braden Story and Adrian Martinez. So first place, Arnold Gradick. Second place, Alex Renullo. And then in that 3rd spot, Tate Schweizer. What a great day of racing it has been. We're going to water the track a little bit. So if you have anything you need to do, go to the restroom, grab a snack, grab an ice cold frosty beverage. I'd do that right now because here in just a few minutes, we're going to kick off the 4400. The main event of the weekend is about to go down, and the crowd is thick here on site. Great to see such a great showcasing, showing their love for Ultra 4 USA and NorCal Rock Racing. I see Pam's down there grabbing some social media for us. And it's going to be a dogfight of a race. We have Darian Gomez, JP Gomez, Cody Addington, Marcos Gomez, James Mahoney, Chuck Crossland, Kirk Jensen, Cole Johnson, Kenneth Goodall, Brendan Thompson, and Jeremy Brown. And I could see somebody heading in the hot pits possibly in this one if they catch a tire. I've seen it before, but if you're in the hot pits, you're not winning. Again, thank you everybody for tuning in all over the world to the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede. Vincent Racing is congratulating Arnold. Thanks for tuning in. We're waiting for some of our chase trucks to swap out. Head on in to the hot pits. So we should have 11 of our fastest drivers out there on course for the 4400 Ultra 4 USA main event. What a wonderful weekend it has been, and it's boiled down to this final moment. And they are heading down. So in that pole position is number 90 of Darian Gomez out of Folsom, California with Gomez Brothers Racing. Side by side with his uncle, number 82, JP Gomez out of Cameron Park, California with Gomez Brothers Racing in that UFO single seat machine. Row number 2 is number 888 of Cody Addington out of Forest Hill, California with ADD Racing in that Jimmy's Orange Dragon. Side by side with him is number 86 of Marcos Gomez out of Lotus, California with Gomez Brothers Racing and another UFO, but this one has IFS and IRS. And then in that third row, it's the 308 of James Mahoney out of Colfax, California with Mahoney Racing in that Farafani Get Bent Fab single seat IFS Monster. And then coming up from the 4800 class is Chuck Crossland, number 4869 out of Los Molinas, California with Crossland Off-Road in that Liberty Mountain Fab 4800 car with 1200 horsepower. And then it's 4482 of Cole Johnson out of Tremonton, Utah with SXOR Motorsports and his SXOR 2C IFS car. And then it's the 4401 of Kirk Jensen out of Salt Lake City, Utah with ORI Struts Factory Racing in that Jimmy's 4x4 2C IFS machine. And then in the 779, it is Ken Goodall out of Phoenix, Arizona with Goodall Racing in that 2C IFS Campbell car. And then the 5150 of Brendan Thompson, Bam Bam himself, out of Nevada City, California with Bam Bam Racing in that UFO IFS single-seat machine. And from the back of the pack, it is Jeremy Brown, number 50, out of Rio Linda, California with Brown's Motorsports with that Jimmy's 4x4 car. And joining me in the booth right now is none other than what do we call you? Commissioner, Ultra 4 USA Commissioner, John Goodby. How we doing, buddy?
Oh, how's it going?
Oh, it's been great. It's been a good day, and It's been building to this exact moment.
Yep, this is the show, right? Everyone lays it down out there, but these guys, this is what everyone comes for.
Oh, 100%. It's going to be a wild race, and I've tried to get you in here me a couple times, so thanks for joining as the green flag drops, and it's a drag race between Darian Gomez and his uncle JP, and it looks like, they're going in side by side in the MetalCloak Rocks. Look at this. The Gomez is up front. 1, 2, 3 right now. What a show, John.
Oh, yeah. These guys are going to lay it down. This is home track. JP's won multiple championships here. It's going to be a good show.
Yeah, Cody Addington in that 4th position. And then it's James Mahoney. Chuck Crossland in his 4800 car, Brendan Thompson, Kirk Jensen, and Cole Johnson wrapping it up. So I don't see Ken Goodall out there. I know he was having engine issues. I hate to hear that for him. He just put a new engine in that thing 3-4 days ago, put a transmission.
Transfer case?
Nope.
Torque converter?
Torque converter. There we go. Man, it's been a long day. He put a
connector.
torque converter, the connector part in the transmission. Put that in this morning, and man, he gave it his all, but it just wasn't quite enough.
This is the first time I got to see any of the live show stuff, so this is pretty cool.
It's pretty
busy
impressive.
today.
Yeah, Hammer King Productions and Take It Live are bringing us some awesome actions. We just rode along board with Chuck Crossland for just a moment. So Pam is updating. Goodall did blow his motor, so tough break there. That's a brand new motor. And then Brown is off in the rocks already, so
Yeah,
tough
I think
break
he
for
was
him.
he was a little worried about how the car was after the roll. He said he was going to take the start and see how that went. So maybe it's not. Maybe it doesn't feel 100%.
We see how it went. Not good
worth
enough.
it. Yeah.
So it
There's
is
his in
number,
car.
Yeah, and it is number 82 of JP Gomez out front with his nephew Darian Gomez in second position. So who's on car did we see? Was that Jeremy Brown's for a second?
What's that? Yeah, that was Jeremy Brown sitting in the
Okay.
rocks over there in the corner.
Yeah, tough break. But JP Gomez, who has won here before and is a prior King of the Hammers champion back in 2024, JP Gomez out there doing what he does. I'm sure Jill's here, excited to see her husband out there having fun doing what he loves. But Darian's not letting up on him.
No, he
They're
got around
starting to
him.
pull away.
No, JP got around him.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Oh,
JP
yeah.
got around Darian.
Yeah, and then you got 23 and 24 NorCal champions right behind them.
There we go, and Marcos Gomez. So it's a Gomez sweep on this 10-lap race right now. They're only on lap number 2 of 10. This is a 1.5-mile lap, and they are through the Brannock Boulders. And look at Brendan Thompson and James Mahoney battling. And then it's Chuck Crossland and Cole Johnson battling as well. Kirk Jensen still moving strong. Tough break for Jeremy Brown, getting out of the race so early. Hate to hear that for him. Ken Goodall blew another engine. Tough break. And look at the Freight Factory finger right there. We got a battle between JP Gomez and Darian Gomez, and JP gives him a little bit of a roost. So we had a lap time of a 151 of JP. His qualifying run is a 148. So he's still pushing strong. And it's still JP 1, Darian 2. But Darian's trying to stick a nose in. And JP shuts the door. They're going to bonsai through the MetalCloak rocks. This is what it's all about.
Darian's got the inside.
Had the inside, but
Oh.
JP shuts the door. That right rear may have been wiggling a little bit. Maybe it was just a dust mark. I'd hate to see one of those Nittos go out on them. They're pushing strong out front. So it's 1 JP, 2 Darian.
Chuck got around Mahoney.
Nice.
Oh, no, Brendan just got back around everybody.
Okay. Right there in the MetalCloak
battle's
rocks. We got battles all over this race course.
I think Chucky's still racing in with 37, so he's
Yes,
definitely
he
a
is.
disadvantage.
Single shock, 37-inch DOT tire, but 1200
turbo.
horsepower. Yeah.
Yeah,
And you
1,000.
know all about turbos. You love those things.
Oh, yeah. Everyone
If
likes to
there's-
whistle.
Oh, yeah. If there's a turbo under the hood, it's time to party.
Oh, people making moves out there.
Oh, yeah. And there is action all over this race course. And
There's
if
a
it
famous-
could be, oh, look at this. Cody Addington, I missed that, moves into third position.
Yeah.
So it's JP 1, Darian Gomez 2, Cody Addington 3, James Mahoney 4, Chuck Crossland in the top 5. But Brendan Thompson, Cole Johnson, Kirk Jensen, and Marcos Gomez are all in the mix. Marcos is a little bit off pace, not sure what happened with him. As we're back in the Freight Factory finger, it's still JP Gomez up front and Dario Gomez breathing down his neck. And JP clicks off another 150 lap. Consistency is key from JP Gomez. And Darian decides to follow him through the rocks this time. We got the Believe cam down, changing batteries. We'll bring him back up as soon as we can. Because what a race we have. And here it is. It is Brendan Thompson who moves into third. Where is Cody Addington? There he is. So Brendan Thompson gets around Addington, and James Mahoney does as well. So now it's JP Gomez, Darian Gomez, Brendan Thompson, James Mahoney, and Cody Addington. Followed closely by Cole Johnson and Chuck Crossland. What a race we have, John.
We're not even halfway.
No doubt. This is a 10-lap race, so they're on their third. 7 laps to go. We see Jeremy Brown that pulled off early. Hate to see that for him. He got that car just before KOH, so he's still learning it. He'll get it back in the shop and make it happen. And there's Kirk Jensen running those ORI struts. Some amazing shock technology out there. Have you been around those ORI
We couldn't do this
stuff?
5 years ago.
No, nope. 100% couldn't.
Even the static cameras are getting the shot.
Oh, yeah, it's crazy. Carlos with Take It Live has been out there making it happen. Hammer King Production bringing it to the fans. So it's still JP out front. Getting ready to pass his brother Marcos. We'll see how it shakes out. JP Gomez passes Marcos Gomez in the MetalCloak rocks. And now is that going to slow down Darian? No, it doesn't. Marcos knows they're there. He pulls around and lets him go by and let him battle it out. What a great race we have here for the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede. And it looks like JP is turning up. He just threw down a 1:48 lap, and so did Darian. So, man, they're throwing down.
They got a long way to go. Everyone thinks 10 laps on a short course isn't very long until you start doing it.
Until you're wide open. I mean, you're just completely wide open. Oh, Cole Johnson has a left rear flat tire, so I assume he'll head into the hot pits. Tough break for him.
Yeah, I always struggle making lap counts because I'm scared of taking away racing seat time from the guys. But like,
but when you're wide open, those engines get mad.
Oh yeah. There's nowhere to really give up and let the motor rest. You gotta run the whole
race. You can kind of let up in the rocks, but then the suspension's taking a beating.
I don't think
so. You're not letting up.
If you're winning, I don't think you're letting up.
Exactly. You're going as fast as you can and giving the car what it'll take. Old Chucky's still singing along. Oh, a little puff of smoke off the back of his, but it looks like everything's still good with old Chuck Crossland. Stepping up from the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Heading up the PCI Gunite section. And there's onboard with Chuck Crossland.
Literally is jumping the gunite. It's insane.
It's crazy what they're doing. And JP and Darian clicked off lap number 5. So we are at the halfway mark for the 4,400 main event.
I love this time of the year. Everything's green.
Oh,
Track's
we've
all
said
cut
that a
out.
bunch. Yeah. You can see the track perfect. It's all brown. The luscious green grass. It's beautiful here in Rancho Cordova in Northern California at the Prairie City SVRA for the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede. And I know Mattson with MetalCloak's back home sick, but I'm sure he's tuned in. We just talked to his buddy Justin up here about MetalCloak and what a great relationship they've had with you guys up here at the Stampede for such a long time.
Yeah, they've been huge. So they've been a huge supporter of us from the very beginning, and they stay on board every year and support us. It's been amazing.
It's been a great relationship, and it's only getting bigger and better as we're following our leaders, number 1 and 2, JP Gomez and Darian Gomez. But Brendan Thompson is right there in that third. James Mahoney in 4th. Cody Addington in 5th. Chuck Crossland in 6th. Then it's Cole Johnson, Kirk Jensen, Marcos Gomez. And we know Jeremy Brown was out on lap number 1. There's Kirk Jensen right there in that ORI factory racing machine. 2C IFS Jimmy's car.
Chucky's trying to make some moves.
He's in the mix, battling out with Cody Addington. That's a straight axle car trying to hang with the IFS. You can see him getting a little squirrely there. He must have had the turbo spooled up a little too much.
All the horsepower.
All of it. And here's they jump up the PCI gunite. They just make it look like a gravel road. It's not.
It's not by any
I've
means.
walked up that thing. I don't even want to drive up the Defender.
Yeah.
I'd drive yours up, but not
Yeah,
mine.
that's fine. Rental.
And they launch down the step down, sorry.
Yeah. You know, we built a little tamer course this year. We got some weather coming in. We got everything put back for the state, so it's safe. And our building was a little restricted, so we can get it all torn down and cleaned up. But it's still racing very well.
It's still a fun course. And look at the battle we have. What a great day. Brendan Thompson just heads out for lap number 7 of 10. And James Mahoney's not too far back, so 3rd and 4th is a pretty good battle. I'd love to catch back up with 1st and 2nd with JP Gomez and Darian Gomez. We'll see them here just a little bit. There's Chuck Crossland. And Cole Johnson, he must have changed that tire. That was a quick tire change for them.
Yeah, we got a yellow flag in the Trials Rocks somewhere.
Uh-oh, and the Brannick Boulders, somebody's having issues. I don't see it. Oh, I think in the trees somebody's rolled over.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, it is. That may have been Kirk Jensen if I can see through the trees.
Yeah. I don't think that's part of the course.
Yeah. So we'll see where JP and Darian come into play. We should see them coming into screen here very shortly. Oh, and there he flew by. So JP Gomez still out front, but Darian Gomez is not letting up. And they just ran 2 identical laps of a 151 within a half second of each other. Crazy driving by JP and Darian Gomez with Gomez Brothers Racing 1 and 2. So it could be a UFO sweep with Brendan Thompson in the mix. What a great run. We saw him take out those K-rails during his prelim, and he took a hard hit, didn't he, John?
Oh, yeah. All these guys push so hard. Darian in his new car, so it's basically the triplet of the new twins.
Yeah, so all 3 of them, because Brendan Thompson's that same make.
That's the newer chassis, yeah.
Yep, yeah, so all 3 are brand new UFOs within
Yeah.
the last year and a half.
Yeah, I think that's maybe like 3.0. I don't know, somewhere in there.
Yeah. Joe Thompson's a mad scientist there at UFO Motorsports. And James Mahoney's still comfortably in that 4th position. But he's about, looks like, I'm going to say 6 or 7 seconds behind Brendan Thompson. Cody Addington comfortably in 5th. Chuck Crossland in that 6th spot. And that puts Marcos Gomez in 7th. Cole Johnson in 8th. And we think that we saw Kirk Jensen rolled, but it looks like he got back in action. What a great race we have on our hands. This coverage of Ultra 4 USA and NorCal Rock Racing for the MetalCloak NorCal Stampede is presented by MetalCloak and brought to you by our official sponsors, Brannick Motorsports, PCI, NorCal Rock Racing, and by Warren Racing.
Man, Darian and JP are just going at it.
They are battling. They don't care if they take each other out. They're going for the win.
Oh, yeah. Darian wants to beat JP more than anything.
Oh, yeah. Look at him as they head into the Brannick Boulders. JP is holding off Darian, but Darian is hot on his heels, trying to give him a little love tap, but just can't quite catch him.
You know Raul's watching it somewhere around here.
Oh, with a huge smile.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't seen him yet this weekend.
Yeah, he's staying a little low-key.
All right.
He's been in and out.
All right. But you know he's rooting on his son, Raul. Or sorry, Raul's rooting on his son, Darian, and hoping he breaks his little brother, JP. But if they can keep the Gomez on 1 and 2 in the box, then everybody's going to be happy. And there is Cody Addington sitting in that 5th position. So they're on their number 9 lap of 10. So next time around for JP and Darian Gomez will be the white flag. And there goes Cole Johnson. But the race is still JP and Darian Gomez way out front, running away with it.
Lapper traffic.
Lap traffic
There
starting
it
to get
is.
in the way, and JP Gomez has to get in there. And Rubbin is racing. Kirk Jensen's not giving up. And Darian takes the left line. JP on the preferred right, and JP still out front. Yeah, that got a little bit of interest. Look, Marcos is
white
now
flag's
lap
out.
traffic.
So this is
White flag is out and flying for JP Gomez and Darian Gomez. How far back is Brendan Thompson? I think they've got like almost a minute lead over Brendan Thompson. That's insane.
and they're not slowing down.
No, they are giving it their all. And you know Darian's just eating at the bit right there. All over the back. JP's not giving him any slack.
No, he's not giving it up. You're going to earn it.
Yeah, we got to keep with this if we can. Because JP Gomez and Darian, as they jump up the PCI gun out. What a great showing it is. So JP Gomez and Darian Gomez should be entering the Freight Factory Finger here in just a moment. They should come into screen, and there they are. And Darian's going to the inside, and he rolls it. No, he saves it. Yes, Darian Gomez bikes it, almost rolls, saves it. So it looks like JP Gomez is going to grab the win. What a great race it was. Chuck is down a tire. And here it is. Checkered flag flies for JP Gomez, a former King of the Hammers champion. And how far back is Darian? There he is. Even with that little showcase, it was only a 7-second lead. Absolutely amazing.
Insane.
Man, that last corner at the end of the finger where Darian stuck a nose in, maybe touched a tire, caught a rut, bicycled, drove out of it. That was awesome.
That was amazing. I was out doing parking earlier today, and the finger had action all day.
It did. It was crazy. So how far back is Brendan Thompson? What a great race we had.
So dust looking like some recovery maybe somewhere. Can't tell.
So JP Gomez wins the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede with his nephew Darian right behind him. So it is Gomez 1 and 2, Gomez Brothers Racing. And there it is, 3rd spot goes to Brendan Thompson. So it is a UFO sweep with James Mahoney, a prior Gomez car.
Yeah.
They own that one for a bit.
Prior to that, Faravani Sr.
Yep, Faravani Sr. has that number 44 that is retired with Ultra 4 USA. Great to see that car still out here racing with us. Well, John, that was an amazing showing of what Ultra 4 USA can do.
Yeah, this is that's what NorCal does up here, and it's an amazing race, and we got a whole lot of action packed for the rest of the year.
100%. It's been busy. I've been shouting out the schedule off and on all week. Make sure you go to ultra4usa.com and check out the entire season. It's going to be a great one. It's going to be busy.
Where we go next?
2 weeks, we go to Crossbar Ranch And then we head to, what's next?
2 weeks after that, we go to Moab.
Moab, Utah, yeah. And then Kentucky, maybe?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's on. It's
Kentucky.
online.
Yeah, then Kentucky.
Yeah, up there at Beach Bend. I'm super excited for the Joker to be during LS Fest. That's going to be a
huge.
lot of eyes on us.
Yeah, our partnership with Holly and all the stuff we do for LS Fest West and East is going to be amazing. The Central and East guys, they're really going to be fortunate to race in front of two huge crowds.
Yeah, Crandon, Wisconsin at the Big House over Labor Day.
Yep.
That's going to be a big one. We're going to Sturgis, South Dakota during Bike Week. That's always fun.
And then, Beach Bend during LS Fest. I mean, they pulled 40,000 people into that park.
That is insane. I just remember when it was just Ultra 4, and I felt like we had a lot of cars parked in there.
Oh, yeah.
But you were telling me, wait till LS Fest.
Oh, yeah, there's nowhere to park. So it's going to be fun. We're working on all that stuff behind the scenes.
And Chuck's 3 wheels on his wagon, but still pushing.
What is he doing?
He's doing Chuck things.
We call this Chuck Crossland 101.
Yeah, chucking it up. At least pushing pretty strong.
Recovery's already checked out, went home. Here's a Chuck.
Yeah, exactly. We get to go back to Badlands Off-Road Park for the Central Series. That's always a fun one.
Yeah, I believe it's also in conjunction with the Can-Am Bash.
It is.
I believe so.
Yeah, that was in talks. I hadn't heard.
I think so. I don't know. It's pretty close. I think I saw it.
Well, let's hope so, because that was a great run. I think that was our highest car count
I think that was our highest car count we've ever had in any
outside
regional
of
race.
King of the Hammers.
Yeah, besides at any regional for sure.
Yeah, that was a great event, and I'm excited to go back there. Team Indiana shows up in full force. What other parks did we miss? Oh, and we're going back to AOP. We've skipped that place for a few years.
And some combo races with Best of the Desert.
Yep, Vegas to Reno and Laughlin for our Ultra 4 USA Championship. That's going to be rad.
It's going to be amazing.
And going back to Roush Creek, Pennsylvania, 2 weeks ago. Man, you're keeping us on a 2-week schedule.
I was trying to keep you busy.
Yeah, well, so far so good. But it was cool to go back to that park. I had never been there, but I've been a fan of Ultra 4 for so long, and the history there was amazing. Will Gentile with Heavy Metal Concepts put together an amazing video, so go check that out as well.
Yeah.
So I think here in about
That's
1
it.
hour, we're going to do awards, correct?
Yeah, we got to do some finalizing and write some checks. And
I'll let you do that part.
Yeah. I'll do the heavy
You're
lifting
welcome.
for you. Thank you. You're welcome.
It will not be live, but it'll be on social. We'll do some posts and stuff. But thanks again for everybody for tuning in to the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede. It's been a great weekend. John, you and the NorCal Rock Racing crew worked side by side with Ultra 4 USA. Obviously, you're both. But, man, it's been a great weekend, and thanks for everything you do behind the scenes because you're a busy guy.
I appreciate it. I appreciate everyone coming. I appreciate my crew. I appreciate you guys. And we can't do it without the racers. So
100%. And the
keep
fans,
on showing
they
up.
showed up.
And the fans showed up today. It was like an old Stampede.
100%.
So.
Well, John, always a pleasure. Good seeing you,
Appreciate it.
and we'll see you around. So it's been a great weekend of racing. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the 2025 MetalCloak NorCal Stampede right here at Prairie City SVRA in Cordova, California. From the entire broadcast crew here at Ultra 4 USA, I am Miles Haskins alongside John Goodby. Thank you, and we'll see you up next at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma for round number 2 in the Ultra 4 Central Series, April 11th and 12th. We will see you there. Have a good one.